So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in the tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarbles.
Hello, chatto! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, we have finally got the full team in Europe. Cracovia unlocked... Damn it! He's moved the lamp out of anger. The full team, as opposed to what? The half team... Me taking the five-a-sides into the Champions League and wondering why we're not picking up any points. Ah, dear. It's a shame I didn't do a prediction today. You could have won many money. Yeah, no. Thing is, right, the clocks, and I feel very unwell this morning. And that was... I woke up and I was like, straight to the bathroom. But I feel better now. Well, I don't feel better now. I feel a bit better after that. But, yeah, clocks didn't really help with that. You're like, I'll get some sleep before fine. Nope. But I've got water, and that's the real quiz. So I blame illness on the terrible intro there, which is annoying because I'd actually planned it out. I was like, no, if you think about it, you'll be fine. I wasn't, in fact, fine, sadly. Ah, dearie me. I'm going to be drinking a lot of water today. No, I did play a lot of it yesterday, to be fair, though. I was busy modding it because why the hell not? Hang on. Nekunika. Thank you very much for the follow. There was another follow during the intro, and my cable's gone everywhere. Let me turn the music down slightly. Wait. There we go. Got them in there. Buttons are all over the place today. There was definitely one in there as well. Yes, there was. Friug Nissan. Thank you for the follow. Oh, Christ. Steady field. That's fine, though. Like, ultimately, it is just about gaining steady progress. You're like, rarely do things ever blow up overnight. That obviously does happen, but that's usually the exception. It's usually the steady, consistent progress is what you're looking for out of things like that, right? Oh, dear. I didn't say Chichester. No. Although... I thought they were going to get promoted last season in this league, but no, it turns out it was the usual suspects. In fact, I was building the league tables and stuff for the save, and I realised that we've not had a single new team in the top flight in Poland for, I think, since the second season of me making those league tables. So I think the last 5 seasons in this save has always been clubs going up and down that were either in the extra class from the first season or the second season. We've essentially added like 4 teams at the very most to that over that entire period. It's very bizarre. Oh, Jesus Christ. The balls of interest. Well, you are in luck, because that's exactly what you got today. Right, let's get off my big face, because we have stuff to discuss. Most notably, why I'm still looking at Spotify instead of FM. And Spurs and Arsenal, well, would you believe it? Spurs and Arsenal doing things. Still, how Spurs can do things at the moment. There has already been a round of Champions League fixtures played, because for some reason, our first league games are on the Thursday. Now, I think this is actually a thing where they split it up over a longer period of time in the first week. Might be wrong about that, but it feels like it, because at first I thought, oh, maybe it's because both us and Cracovia were at home, and maybe they had some like weird couldn't play 2 games in the same city type of situation. But then I realised there's loads of other games, so it's strange. Ticket for the cup final. Oh shit! No way. That feels quite early for a cup final. Is it actually the? Hang on, what is it? The KNBV? No, not KNBV. It's something like that, right? It's just basically the Dutch FA Cup, right? Oh. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. With the way KNV. Oh my god, I was right. KNVB. Is the KNVB just the Dutch Football Association, or is there like another word for what that actually means? Something else I'm looking forward to is throughout at least the next hour and a bit of stream, we're going to have so many people coming in and being like, oh my god, you're an hour early again. Knowledge! I've dug that one out of the depths. That, and I suppose it's probably semi-well known, isn't it, really? Right, let me just do that on the song request. So, I played a couple of games off stream, obviously, just to try and get us a bit of progress and get us up to where we are. Did make a couple of little cheeky signings, but it wasn't anything special because there actually just wasn't that many people about at the time when I was looking, which is fine because we've got all the money, so we can just basically pick people off throughout the season as we go through. That looked like a resub. You love to see it. And it's the Goose Man. I mean, I thought I was the Goose Man, but apparently there is a second, an imposter. Gooseman 13, my apologies. Thank you so much for the 5 months. That's very, very kind of you, my friend. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday morning. But yeah, our, I mean, at least Lech Poznan, upon their return, are doing well. That could be Gideon. Mate. Do I have to? He appears to be sleeping. The other 12th Goose. Well, I mean, I'm one of them. Is this like the 12 Goosemen of the Apocalypse type of situation? Perhaps. Nederlanden Voetbal. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, wow. That is Royal Dutch Football Association. It just sounds more regal. I suppose it's got royal in it, right? That'll do it. So, it's like, yeah, or like 12 Angry Men. But in this case, it's 13 goosey men. And I, for one, would love to count myself amongst their clan. As usual, it's that standard case in Poland of team that is good last year is no longer good this year. We've kind of got used to that. 12 angry business geese, yes. And the one silly goose that has to try and rein them in a little bit. Pog's literally messaging from the other room. She's just chilling in bed, you know, lazy Sunday morning and all that. Derek, thank you very much for the 25 months, my friend. Hope you're having a lovely morning. About a goose cat, oh, you want to know? It's, well, it kind of does what it says on the tin, really. I'm the Henry Fonda of business geese. I'm the Henry Ford of business geese. I'm not entirely sure what it means, but business is happening. Is that what KLM stands for? I'm suddenly starting to see those acronyms everywhere now in Dutch companies. Has Shell got one of those as well? Is that Royal Dutch Shell? There's probably another name in Dutchy land for that one too. Literally. And the thing is, Jagiellonia haven't even done the thing where they come back up again and are actually good. The least they could do would be to do that. That's true. Pog did drive us home last night in the middle of the night. So, excuse me. So big credit to Pog for the long driving. Especially when she's not used to driving our car anymore because she mostly spends her time driving a van. So, Royal Dutch Shell. I bet it's got a fun name as well. Yeah, Lek are back doing Lek things. In addition, wait till you see this because you sort of can see it actually. I don't understand how this works, but apparently Lek are the second favourite for the league this season. From which one? Boring. Got to throw Royal in there, or at least the translation. And I'm not convinced that these predicted league tables mean a great deal because it seems to shuffle it around in such insane amounts every single season. So apparently Cracovia are now the 8th best team in the league. Yeah, unless Lech Poznan do be having loads of Spaniards. That could, oh my days. Yes, no, I'm starting to understand a bit more now because their entire front line looks like it might be lower league Spaniards. So who have they got? I saw them sign... Oh, don't tell me you can't click out of this script. FM. Oh, Polonia Bolsheva. 28-29. Holy shit, that's even faster than me. You still can't click the screen. That's wild. Like, Reddit loading. No. They are always, whatever position is just one spot outside the playoffs, Tom, that is the position they'll be favourites for. But I actually want to see if I'm correct about that. So let's just look at their squad instead. Be easier, right? They have spent £5 million, actually, which for a newly promoted side in Poland is actually quite a lot. They've signed 12 dudes. 12 angry geese, perhaps. Wait, they're signing players with faces and everything. And then all the... They've got a guy on loan from Barcelona. They've got a... Yeah, this is... Oh, you're right. I guess they did have European money too. That would make sense. So... Wait, we can see their full-on... Is this their budget? Oh, that's kind of sick. I didn't realise we could actually see like their wage budget stuff as well. That's kind of cool. Never actually noticed that before. Wide out the window. Oh, she did, yeah. I had to put the noise-cancelling headphones on the end back, but she was just being obnoxious. I was worried we'd get pulled over and she'd be done for harassment. Royal Dutch Shell. Yeah, I thought that. You do occasionally hear them call that over here as well sometimes. They signed Didi. They did sign Didi. Right, we've got to look through these signings. They also got this guy here. Noah Adeji Sternberg, a Belgian friend here. And... Wait. 1 second. Did they just buy a guy and give him a £97,000 release clause? He's a free transfer. But that's a very specific value. To the point where I feel like that's... what the hell? Either that or... No, either that or they're trying to get rid of him. Maybe they're trying to flip him. Then they've also got this guy here. Boris Kuczynski. Oh. At the very least, they're not just going straight after like the older players. I mean, he is one of those guys. But one of the problems I think we used to find on Building a Nations and other saves was that teams would so often just sign loads of guys like this dude. Yeah, he looks quite decent. And they've also got this guy, Joshua... Wait, that's one of the guys I gave them, isn't it? Yeah. He doesn't really count. He's one of ours. But then they've got this guy, Thomas Gajda, who's Polish. Oh, wow, he's been around. That's a good signing. Like, 23. They've got Aitor Sanchez as well. Right, this is... Whoa. Basically, it seems like Lech Poznan have essentially just hoovered up whatever's left of those Spanish players, because they're all, I'd be willing to bet they're all 21 or 22. They've done in Spain, yeah. I see. That would make sense, because we always used to find that as an issue. He's got great... They literally did, yeah. If anything, they've taken this way ahead of what we just started doing, because once I realized what was actually happening with the Spanish thing, I kind of went, maybe I won't sign those guys anymore. And as it happens, as you can tell from their ages, there aren't any new players like that coming through. It's just, unfortunately, a classic FM thing where this will happen once in the save, and it seems like a lot of them have been picked up by those Polish sides, which is kind of useful for them, I suppose. If nothing else, to get them a bit of money long term. They also got Marco alone from Barcelona. So speaking of, well, Brazilians, oh my god. What happens, mate? Basically, in FM, having Spain switched on at any stage, viewable or playable, causes it to produce these ridiculous players in the third tiers, and then because they have really well-established under-19 divisions and stuff, it causes them to develop really fast. And basically, because it's at the start of the save, they end up with inflated PAs at the very beginning. So you end up with this like batch of players that come in that are all around about the same age that just have like overly inflated PA, basically. And we thought we'd found a couple of them, like Catalar and guys like that. But it seems there was a few more floating around. They might not be as good as that. Poland might collapse. It might, or these guys will take them to a certain level because they're decent, and they'll make loads of money out of it. And then they can just reinvest. If anything, it's like a little leg up for these guys. More hot Tuesday, nice. Oh, the dragon fruit one is good. White peach is really nice as well. So, from what I can make out, Samika, it seems to do it regardless of when you do it. Now, obviously, we turned Spain on at the end of the first season, or even maybe at the start of the save. But apparently, from what Hadrian said, it's worse at the beginning. And I think that's because FM has this thing where it seems to bump up the PAs on youth intakes for the first couple of seasons. Now, that might be apocryphal, but it feels like the first couple of seasons you tend to just see more of those players coming in, and when that is then applied on top of the Spanish thing, you end up with this like double whammy of it, I suppose, which is odd. But yeah, I'll tell you what, the AI transfers definitely seem to have improved a little bit, although I must say some of the bigger sides do still make some very strange decisions. So they've got another guy here, they've got Andres, they've got this Portugalate team are producing, man. The values are also pretty inflated too, and I'm guessing that's just because we have actually got to a stage now where these values are legit. This was the freebie they got. Terrible mustache, but good lord, they have just absolutely stacked themselves out with more than any of the others, I would say, have. Which is interesting. I wonder why the other teams didn't do, unless they didn't have the wage budget available. This guy's German. I would not have predicted that, actually. They've done a very good job, which makes a lot of sense as to why they are where they are in the league at this stage, because, well, yeah, no, that's fair. Ranked second. They're not actually second, but they are pretty up there, I would say. Wait. Well, oh, fun fact. We are very much getting very unlucky in games. It's actually comical at this stage. Like, it's like managing Cape Town Spurs. We are top of the league. Wait, no, we're not. Or are we? No, we're not, are we? Because head to head. So we should be, but there's a certain factor that's sort of just about preventing us from being top of the league, and I'll show you what that factor is, because it should be very obvious very quickly. Notice anything that just looking down the XG chart, just like anything stands out in amongst that. I'm sure it's nothing. I can't see anything different about that, but there is one slight just issue there that, yeah, he's still, and I've played him for the full 90 pretty much for every game since, and he has had chances. Not as many as some of the others, but he has had opportunities. It's actually surprising how much he's been missing. And my task is to fix him, because I will not stand for this. Oh, dear. Because apparently so, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that's going to look like, Derek. Like, whether it comes in as an extra mode that is, like, separate to normal saves, or whether it's added in a way that then allows you to take over. Because it would kind of suck if it was brought in as an entirely separate thing. Yes, Paul, it does. Yeah, I checked. There's 16,000 players in the database. Not all of them are real. There's actually a flag on the in the database that shows you which ones are real and which ones aren't. You can also, as far as I know, add clubs to the database too, just by dumping them into the 5th division bit. So there's a lot of things that you can do with Nutmeg as far as modding it, because almost all of the major data that you'd want to change is stored in CSV files, which are just in the game files. Full 5-star PA. Pretty much just those two. Wow, I didn't realize Naeem had it as well. It's rare that you see a player that actually... Sometimes you see that with players that are like Naeem that are like really good, but it's trying to say there's a little bit more to come. But with Lucinho, no lone players. I would be amazed, but you never know. No. Ooh, wait. Oh, no, that's Naeem. Yeah, not quite. There's just a lot of dudes who are very good. Wow, Danhard's got a lot better. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Lucinho, he's going to require a bit of that if he's going to actually make that kind of progress, but he is extremely good as a player. Catalar does have an issue, and I think that's what we're going to be trying to solve today. Like, our biggest task over the course of today's stream is to try to fix Catalar, pretty much. Because it's actually wild how much he's underperforming. Because it isn't an attribute issue, as we know. He banged 21 goals last season. There has to be something about the way that role that he's playing in is playing that is causing him to miss these chances. Or it's just bad luck.
That is a handsome man. Also, hi Lucinho.
Hi Lucinho, indeed. Thank you very much for the 41 months, my friend. What role is he playing? So at the moment, I have been tweaking with him, in fairness. So I'll show you the current state. Because I thought I'd try something new in every single... match to try and, you know, the usual sort of iterate ourselves to iterate to glory, so to speak. How do you know if they're good, and how do you know if they're getting better? So good is ultimately really subjective, right? So what we're specifically talking about, like, the one way to tell would just be like the higher numbers the better, right? But obviously it would depend on what position the player's playing, what you're looking for in a tactic. So at the end of the day, good is always going to vary, but there's certain things you do and don't want. Getting better, the best way to tell in 26 at least is to pay attention to the arrows. The more of these arrows you see heading in the right direction, the better. On previous games, it was easier because you could actually see the improvement numbers. And while the... Where is it?
25, my friend.
Suka, thank you very much for the 25 months as well. That is super duper nice of you. Or super, super nice of you as well. If we go on to his, say... Now, we need to play that's been here a while, right? Just to make it a little bit more... progress report. So, this is one way to see it. But you still can't really see how much each one has gone up, which I don't understand why, truthfully. Very, very strange. Curse-inducing streamer, I can't believe it. Wales, I'm so sorry. Or was it Wales? Yeah, it was Wales I predicted to win, wasn't it? That will happen. What happened there? God, I wish this was much easier to read. It is just... Consoles don't like hot rollers in it. But at least have the numbers displayed here.
That's very psycho out of you. Hirosho.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for the 100 bits. It was indeed very Seeker Black. Take some time. Like anything, it's got quite a learning curve. I don't know if... What I would say is I don't know if FM26 is an easier learn for a newer player than 24 was. It possibly maybe is. But ultimately, it does take some time. Because I realise that sometimes I'll look at a player and I'll just be like, oh yeah, I really like this guy. And I can't always explain exactly why, and it's largely just because of like long-term pattern recognition and just seeing things that you're used to seeing on players. Like, we can look at Naeem and obviously we can tell he's good because his attributes are exceptional, but it was being able to look at him back when he was like 18 or 19, whatever we signed him, and be able to tell, right, this guy should in theory be good because he had a lot of the base things that we already wanted. So he's a wing back. We know that certain things are unlikely to improve that much. So he already had pace, acceleration, agility, and his tackling was decent. I believe his crossing and dribbling were also okay. So I felt that there was a base to build on with a player like him. Oh, you're right. His value is obscene. And recently signed a new contract. So we're not in any danger of losing Anwar anytime soon, which is dope. In addition, I got a news cycle that said Catalar was happy to stay. I'm like, I bet you are, buddy, considering you're not scoring goals. That would probably be it's a prerequisite, really, for being a striker in this team. Like, Suarez is just there, like, what do I got to do to get into the team here, boss? Pekshi's actually... Oh, yeah, he's back. Yeah, he's been there for a few... Wow. 14 clean sheets in 28 games in the top flight of Hungary. Just, well, much worse season this year. Only one. You got some catching up to do there, Armin. Only 2 caps for Hungary, though, which is a bit surprising. And then again, who would be the Hungary starting goalkeeper at this stage? That is a clean sheet a game. Agreed. Yeah, that's the thing. With FM, it's one of those... You can get the basics done quite quickly, mostly just because the game sort of doesn't force you to... You don't have to do everything. I think that's a mistake a lot of new players make, is they feel like they have to do everything because the game at times doesn't do a great job at explaining that you don't have to. So delegating things and responsibility is super duper important. Control keyboard is my solution. Oh, is this a different mod? Or is this the player export one that uses the Bedig gen? I don't know. It's a weird one. I haven't actually had a chance to install it yet because I didn't understand how. I will figure that out though, because being able to export data from the game is unbelievably powerful, especially when I'm doing these scouting videos that require me to be comparing lists of data about like player nationalities and PA and CA data, and being able to, I'm typing it into spreadsheets manually at this stage, which is why it's taken so long, basically. Such a weird oversight, but again, nobody's exporting data from their console, are they? So why would we want it, right? I realise that clearly this isn't a console game, right? But occasionally when you see stuff like that, you're just like, maybe. Also, in the team reports, this guy, now he's only 16, so we won't be able to sign him anytime soon, but he is a model citizen, and he looks kind of good. Although, I must admit, his attributes on the physicals are a little bit low, but at 16, I would be willing to bet a lot of that is going to improve to a certain point. We'll have to see, though. Why is the play? Oh, interesting. Oh, right, so I thought you've worked out why. Yeah, I don't know why that is as well. Because the problem with that, of course, is when we're doing our big searches for looking for silly things like, you know, tallest player in the game, shortest player in the game, we can still do the search, but we now have to put in things like must be over this height in order to get it down under 10,000. And I don't really understand why. I mean, I guess it's for processing, but then ultimately it still has to process all the players in order to find the ones to put in the 10,000 in the first place, right? BepInEx, that's the thing, yeah. That was what I was told to do, was to use the stadium mod to get the BepInEx thing working, then remove the stadium mod if you don't want it, and then you can do the player export thing. That's probably the pathway I'm going to go through tomorrow, I think. Yeah, I think that's the first time I ran into that issue. How much? So basically the numbers are between 1 and 20. Rarely do you ever see a 1 because, like, particularly in technical attributes, 1s are usually reserved for surprising things like 1 jumping reach maybe, and then 20 is like the absolute max. So there isn't a lot of wiggle room in there, but it still means a lot. But ultimately it's just a scale, right? So that scale could easily be between 1 and 20 or 1 and 100. It's just sort of how granular you want to go with it. If I stop, hey, that's fair enough. What I will say is that you'll often find that your staff are a lot worse than you are. Even like a bit of basic scouting that you could do is probably going to exceed what they're allowed to offer you, pretty much. Be the faces, true. But you could just turn that off like you do, you know? Problem solved. So, I want to just quickly check in the recruitment, see if I think I did pick up a couple of people. Maybe. I think it was mostly spamming more freebies, to be fair. Oh yeah, it fully was. It was basically just all the freebies. Because why the hell not? Although this guy was a free freebie. So tell you what this is. This was, I set up a youngster transfer room in and just hoovered up any talent that was in there. So there's like 32 on that one. I think we've got 42 in that window, and obviously 125 outs is much better. That's more like it. He just forgets them. What you kind of want, honestly, is a system whereby you can just turn off the face entirely. So it just doesn't put anything there and it just shuffles across or something, so that it doesn't have to put anything in the space, I guess. That would probably be better, right? Find anyone at Season 4. You can't find any players at Season 4 at Juventus. I mean, admittedly, recruitment sometimes does get a bit tougher the further up you are, because there are less players that are going to realistically improve you, as well as have a chance at improving themselves later down the line. Yeah, he actually got triggered permanently. The weird thing about this one is the fee that they paid, as far as I remember, wasn't the fee in the contract. Which was very strange, because I could have sworn it was a £2.8 million optional fee. And they just paid 1.7 million. But I think there's a bug with that, because we did the same thing to someone else at one point, which is very strange. So yeah, Cracovia have played a game in the Champions League. Unfortunately, they lost. And it was against Trabzonspor too. Which, oh man, I didn't actually look at the bloody... That sucks. I didn't actually look at the stats of the game. That sucks, because that was one of the games that was very, very winnable for them. Probably their most winnable one. When Scout, they find 0 players. Hang on. That's... What requirements are you setting for the scouts if they're finding 0 players? Because they should be finding someone, even if they're not, like, appropriate. What exactly are you using to scout? Actually, I'm interested now, because we can probably fix this for you. Some got the game for the first time. 1 stamina? What? Hey, gotta start somewhere, right? There's always... Yeah, oh god, yeah. 6 there. Yeah, not great. Yeah, that's usually what happens. You're probably asking for... That was why I got really concerned with the what was it, recruitment focuses initially, because when you try to give them specific requirements, they basically just ignored them, and you got nothing. It certainly seems like he hates big matches, which... Wait, when did he leave to go to... Well, 1 star and potential ability 4 star. Okay. There's definitely things you can do there. That shouldn't be actually not finding anybody, but it might be the CA part that's messing with it. But 20 scouts. And I presume you're setting these up as recruitment focuses, because the way I would go about recruitment focuses is probably using James's approach to it, which is where whatever you do, whatever you want on that one. I usually use that as the... That's generally the one I would use to find players. Particularly if you're Juve as well. And the great thing of what you do is, instead of letting them bring you the reports, I would set something like that, and then when they come through, look on the in progress page and just look for the players on there rather than waiting for them to actually bring you the reports, because they will like filter out players that you absolutely do want. That's the one I would say to use, and then ignore... let's do an example. I'll actually set one up so we can show you how this works. So if we want younger players, which I do because that's what we're doing, so I'll set it to 19 max, and then we'll do we'll call it Kenneth as a test. That's the thing. The in progress bit will absolutely ruin you, essentially, because it just doesn't seem to have any ability to... It filters the weirdest things as well. Let me turn that off so they find us new people. I mean, it shouldn't be an issue anyway. So what you want to be doing, ignoring the match script... Wait. Yours will obviously be blank, but what you want is this one. Pay attention to this screen and look at players on here and just scout them manually off of this screen. That'll get you way more results, because the matched screen very rarely actually has any players on it most of the time, but it'll be a bit weird, basically. Transfer room... what season are you in, Polo? Because I find that it seems to get less effective the further you are into a save, and that's certainly what chat have told me. Also, I didn't get a chance to watch the F1, obviously. I woke up and I just felt, and still do, like, horrendous this morning. And then I thought, oh, is the F1 still on? And then it was just, yeah, not. But I watched the highlights before stream. It's... That crash Behrman had looked scary. Particularly because I haven't actually seen a camera angle that actually shows it properly. It was all sort of an onboard and then something happening in the background kind of camera, which is odd. Yeah, I mean, a 4-star player at Juve... Well, actually, the thing is, you probably will find, even at Juve, you will find a load of guys that are 4-star and 5-star PA, because your scouts don't actually fully know their PA yet. So you'll find a lot of guys that will have some white stars in there, but it's more and more difficult to find a guy that will be, like, properly good. I mean, you should still find somebody. Like, we're obviously not on Juventus' level yet, but we should be able to find some players on this report over the next couple of weeks, and we'll see how it goes. That way we can do it together. Particularly as, you know, we might find someone good. So here's what Catalar's currently set up as. I've got him at the moment, just on his centre forward thingy, on roam from position, stay wider, because I thought I'd try that out. I had him running into the channels and that wasn't working. I tried to stay wider. I moved him as being a poacher for a game. That's an interesting idea that I thought about trying, perhaps. The white stars. Think of the white stars like uncertainty, because ultimately your scouts, and they're not going to know for sure. They're just going to have a good opinion of that player. So the more white stars you've got, generally speaking, the more unsure they are about the player. And usually the more a player is scouted, the more the white stars reduce. So if you look at a player and you can see like 3 white stars, it probably means you have minimal knowledge of it. But as you go to extensive, it will likely go down to like 1 or 1.5 or whatever. Does not score goals. Well, that's the thing. You might note that Montperouse now has 8 goals this season. And I suspect a lot of that has come from me dicking about with Catalar, especially with the stay wider. Because I find when Catalar stays wider, it opens up a channel for Montperouse and his wonderful new PPM from last year of gets forward whenever possible. And he just seems to make these brilliant forward runs. So I'm tempted to maybe try Poacher again in this one with stay wider attached to it. I don't know if you can do it on that. Actually, I'm not sure if you're even allowed to do that. Ooh. Oh, no, you can. But then you can't have him run from position with Poacher. I feel like with FM, it's a lot about, like, instead of understanding what a role does, it's not about understanding what it should do, it's about understanding what it does. Like, using it to your levels rather than the other way around. 8 goals, 1 assist. Yeah, for sure. So the question is, do we put anything else on him here? Or do we just leave it blank, Poacher, stay wider for a game and see what it does? Because I think the rest of the team is still good enough and we're playing well, because just can't take any chances. Although it looks like someone needs a rest anyway. That might be Catalar, in fact. Because I've just realised that that's the bench map. Oopsie. Yeah. Exactly. Certain roles might work well in different combinations. You just need to have the right things. It's like alchemy at the end of the day. Everyone has blind spots, Kenneth. The only reason I just do so much of it that you just kind of pick it up over time. And even now, I'm still finding cool new things that people are showing me. Yeah. The bench itself just needs a rest. Suarez is getting a bit, it's because he's not playing very much. He's getting a bit of a lardy arse, you see. Just bowing in the middle. And maybe I'll put him on the edge of the bench. That way, he'll essentially catapult Hurtadal to the other side of the pitch. The question is whether Hurtadal even starts this game. We do have Cassidy in the team. It's either or. Really done for... Yeah, it almost seems like the speed off the line of the Ferraris and McLarens is sort of papering over the cracks a little bit. And creating interesting starts that once they then get past them, which inevitably they do. Then again, Russell, I know he had some issues. It worked. Nice. Have you got a screenshot? I'm curious to see what it's found for you. I'm really excited to see this now. Love to see... Chat, we did a thing. Look at us go. I'm going to get rid of these guys and see the bench. Yeah, so Inco Tarrier came back from his loan spell, which means he's technically available now. It's weird to see him back. Oh, no, the training stuff. I always leave that to Aaron. I think that's actually a reasonable squad for this game. I don't think there's anyone on the bench that we need to take out, is there? No, I think we're okay. And ultimately... Ooh. What I've also done is I've dropped Abdullahi for a little bit just to see, because his average rating is only a 7.04 this season, whereas when Hernandez came in for Adrian, who was injured, his average rating was much better. So I figured the two of them together, particularly as I feel like long-term that could be our pairing, might as well get him some game time right now. Bank is officially loaned. Yeah, Bank went to Brookbet, I believe, because we're over 200 loans now. 219 loans, I think, which is not as many as some of you have. I've got a great VOD comment about that later to show you. Right, RZ time. He is, yeah, Hernandez is 6'7" with 20 jumping reach, but it's the fact that he has 15 pace as well. Just whack a screenshot in chat, Kenneth. I can display it up on the stream then. His physicals are going to get him out of a lot of trouble. I always forget how tall he actually is. That might also be what's happening, because that extra height that he adds to be wanted on loan by Arsenal, apparently. Cassie's back in there. I really, at some point, do need to clear the matchday squad and then add it all back in again, because at the moment, it still thinks that Krzyzanowski is in our team, despite the fact he's not played for us over a year. What's supposed to be early morning sessions? Well, except, of course, there isn't going to be any more racing for, like, over a month now, yeah. Oh, you mean the racing is over a month? Yeah, because where is the next race after that that's actually, like, happening? Because obviously we're losing Abu Dhabi and Bahrain, right? That'll do. Instead of getting loans at Honey Brothers Big Sharks Club. I mean, sounds great, Dareem. That's the ultimate difference. Like, if you were to sign up for the loan farm, doesn't work out, make a lot of money out of them, works both ways. Miami. Oh, okay. So that's like an evening race, right? Only back in the... He could be. It's just him and a Halifax. Let's see. Just want to see if there are any fun teams in there. How do you send it to Twitch? Just like a Gyatso or something like that, or any kind of screenshotting soft. I mean, we usually suggest Gyatso just because. Also, I feel like it's one of those words that some people say Gyatso, like I do, and some people say Gyazzo. I feel like it probably is Gyazzo because it is only a single Z, but in my head it's like, no, Gyatso. I feel like he'd play for Parma in the 90s. I know, we're the reigning champions and everything. Watch this season be an absolute... Oh, hello, what on earth? That would have been such a fun-ass goal. Guy Asso, that's me. That was such a strange start to the game. Now, given that it's Thursday, there is actually Europa League action this evening as well. But as far as I know, in 26, you can't do that thing where you set other competitions' latest scores on the panel, which is such a cool thing they used to do. That it even had the ability to do that. 21 to drink champagne on the podium. Antonelli's probably not going to be getting into that, then, is he? Go on, Naeem. One thing that has worked really nicely is... oh, go on. Oh! The advanced wingbacks thing seems to be working quite nicely. Alvarez, I think, has already got 7 assists this season. And that is a lot, considering we've had seasons where... Oh, wait. I don't think this is done yet. Abramovich, go on, have a shot. So close, man. There's something to it, but Poacher Catalar is the main test here. Like, whether he actually gets any chances, firstly, then whether he can take them when he gets them is the other thing. It's like a double whammy. So multiple... Oh, Twossock with the 71 months. That's a mad amount.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. As you do. There we go. And it's another assist for Alvarez. No, Olafemi isn't injured, but basically I wanted to give Alvarez a run of starts in the team to allow him to get the in-possession role of wing-back, because originally he didn't actually play the role, so he was like silver stars. But now, he's had a few games in it. He was just playing so well that he almost became, briefly at least, undroppable for the time being, because that's his 8th assist of the season, and we're in September. I think our top assister last year was like 12. So he's made it very difficult for John to get back in, and I think the thing I like about Alvarez, he seems to cross the ball earlier, and I can't figure out why, unless he's got a trait that allows him to... No. He actually seems to take those early crosses that the others don't, despite using the same tactics. So I have no idea why, but it's actually causing us to be in really dangerous positions far more frequently. It's so strange. FPS looks smoother. I don't know. The match engine should be default, so to speak. I don't know, because essentially I'm streaming at 59.94 FPS. That's what I use, because that's my recording setup and stuff. Oh, go on, have another go. Off the bar. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I couldn't access the Discord because I don't actually have it open. Oh my goodness me. I mean, I'm assuming these guys are good. I actually obviously can't see anything from this screen because obviously this is just... But hey, the most important thing is it's finding new players. So what you want to do, Kenneth, is then go to one of the screens that will show you like their PA and then scout anybody manually that has anything in that 5th star, pretty much. 59.94. Yeah, so basically it's the frame rate that my camera exports at, the one, my face cam. So I find it easier to have all of my things unified around 59.94 because that way it stops any kind of stuttering on timeline and any kind of like frame disparities and stuff. So yeah, that's why I stream at 59.94. And technically all my YouTube videos are now as well. Yeah, I believe it's to do with an old standard of something, but I can't remember exactly why. Storm Hayabusa! Thank you very much for the follow. That's a great name. Makes me think of motorcycles. I realise they're named after that. Olafemi is such a strange player because his attributes suggest he should be exceptional. And yet, choosing not to dribble, I guess. What, you think that maybe the reason they're doing the cutback thing is because we've asked him to dribble too much? That's an interesting thought, actually. Because I wouldn't have thought that would have had an effect there, but maybe that is the reason that they're kind of... Because everyone, one of the sort of pet peeves in 26 that people have is the whole fullbacks or wingers get to the byline, there's a completely open crossing lane, and instead they stop, wait, and then cut back on themselves all the way around, like what he's about to do here. Ignore the fact that Alvarez just fell on his arse. Colour broadcasting, there you go, yeah. So because my camera, that's the frame rate that it exports at. Whoa. You notice I've gone to Diakite in goal for a little bit. Like, Aguilar wasn't really cutting it. Other guy wasn't really cutting it. So I figured, hey, he was shit last year, but let's give him another try. And so far, he hasn't really let me down all that much. Like, he's not the prop... Christ, I thought that was a penalty. Then crossing instead of dribbling? Maybe. But bear in mind, they do have dribbles more often on the players. So I wonder if that's sort of counteracting that a little bit. Maybe actually if we had that switched off. I guess if we had that switched off, they might not get into those positions in the first place. It's one of those double-edged sword type situations. So we've not been very good here. Catalar's been average as all hell. Got beat 7-2. Yeah, that'll happen. Wait, by PSV? Oh shit, I read that as PSG and I was like, it happens to the best of us. That's an impressive one. Who are you managing? Obviously a Belgian team, I'm guessing. The Benelux derby didn't go so well for you then. Right. I'm gonna... Do I yell at them? We are only a goal up. Water first. I think you can do both. It depends. So, for example, if I'm doing it with protein shakes and stuff, I put the milkshake thing in first, then add the milk. But with the shaker ones I use for the hydration, I tend to make the water thingy first, then add the ice, or the ice and wholly after that. Oh god, my voice just went there. SK Row. Oh, nice. Okay. I do like, well, I say I do like, I enjoyed it, but it was difficult managing a Belgium last year just because negative transfer strategy or whatever it was called. No. There was a word for it and I can't remember exactly. It was the basically it meant that we'd start the season with negative transfer budgets and it was awful. Because you'd look at it and go, oh wow, negative 1.1 million, that'll be fine. But then you realised that the board are only allowing you to keep 10% of the negative transfer model. That's it, yeah. But with the board already letting you have, yeah, the board only let you have 10% of your transfer revenue. So if you've got 1.1 million pounds of negative transfer budget, you actually have to bring in like 10 million just to get close to it. And then there was that time when they stole all my wage budget. Like, outright stole it. I had 6 grand saved up a week of wages at the end of a season, ready to go into the following year. The board just removed it entirely and went, looks like you're not spending that. That's why there's so many roadworks going on right now. Gotta spend it before the financial year ends, chat. Oh. Hello, Mushroom Man. Forgive me if my voice sounds a little bit off today as well, chat. It's just one of those days where I just feel very unwell, and it seems that my voice has definitely suffered from that as well, sadly. I'm just going to try and stay hydrated. Put water in, but couldn't taste it. I mean, ultimately, no matter whether you put the powder or the water in first, it's still going to be the same constituent ingredients, ultimately. So it should be the same. But it depends on how much water as well. Like, I tend to use, when I'm using these, it's only like, what, 600 ml? Starting out. No, it's just basically that when Cassidy came in, I wanted to give him a run of games in the team to see what he's like. And then he... Oh, no, go on. And then he played all right, got injured. Hurtadal came back in. But then when Cassidy came back, I wanted to make sure we had them both match fit. Oh. That's... Obradovic is just so good in Europe. That is such a lovely effort. And Alvarez gets, I think that's his first, finally gets his first goal for us too. Obradovic might even get the assist for that technically because it hit the post. That's true. We wouldn't have had that, although via obviously Portugal. It's tough with the broken tactic thing because ultimately, I say ultimately quite a lot. Like, if you've made it, you've sort of iterated your way to getting towards that tactic, and I think it's one of those things where if you're still having fun, it shouldn't matter too much. But I suppose it's when it becomes like less fun because you're sort of so overpowered. I have always worried at times in this one that, oh man, the potato scored. I worried that we were getting overpowered in certain places, and I think it's like obviously our tactic is quite solid, but I do still think that we overperformed last year, and the fact that 26 gives you the ability to make meaningful tactical changes a bit better. I think we actually sort of did tactic our way into that final. To be fair, the keeper does get a deflection on that one, so can't really argue with that. Oh. TSV. Oh, TSV. 200 million in the bank. Barcelona. Do they actually? I mean, I guess you're making progress, right? If you started at 5. I don't know what ours is, but I know that it isn't 100%. Oh, I'm making stoppies here. Because, as if we're also 2-1's kind of fair. We're not actually getting that many good quality chances in this game. All of our basically the entire front line has not shown up today. Which means I'm going to replace all of them, including Fila, who's actually been quite good this season, but not today, apparently. Naturally, Peña's... Actually, do I do Peña? Or do I draw... No, I'm going to change my mind. But I have to cancel it and come back in, because unfortunately the game doesn't let you just undo it, because it's grayed out. I'm going to bring a roller on instead, because he's at least fit. Run the dice on these guys here. Maybe even coffee for Naeem, just to keep that side fresh. It's nice to see both wide players are actually playing well, though. It feels like it was either one or the other before. And then... probably Hurtadal. Want to make sure he gets his... stays match fit, and he's a bit tired anyway. They're kind of much of a muchness. Hello, Inferno! Potato patati, apparently. This is a little underwhelming. But then, I mean, RZ are not bad. They did win the Eredivisie last season, so they've obviously got something about them. They've got a guy up top called Gross as well. Josh Gross. Wait. Is he Canadian? I don't recognise that badge. He's probably just Spanish or something. They're all Spanish. Patachi. Ah. To me, it's Patati. I feel like every year there's always going to be some tactics that work better than up. He's offside, but that is very nice. Or was it duck? That actually is quite sensible. That has to be offside, right? Yeah. He was absolutely miles clear. Nice pass, though. Like, I liked the run. I liked the pass, but... Wait, was it closer than I thought? Oh, no, the ball's not even there. Oh, that was close as hell. Lovely pass, lovely finish. But... Lucidio's actually kind of struggled a bit today as well. I'm just wondering if that DM thing isn't really... It's... Other than the striker role, that's the other role on our team that just seems to consistently not be able to do a lot. And not that he's expected to do much in attack. Oh, good lord. The potato's going through. Good lord. Ah, no, Melanie. We're doing... That's sort of... I've got that in the background. And I do need to ramp that up a bit more. It's sort of just like the bed of scouting from that. But mostly the scouting I'm doing at the moment is transfer room in still, although we need to wait for the Spanish Inquisition to leave before we can really push that one. Is he going to take the whole team on? Go on, lad. 1 second. Pause. Oh, it's beautiful! There's a reason why Arola scored the winning Champions League goal. Fucking hell. 3-1 Wisła. What a run! I love the little shimmy he did in the midfield. We're going to see the highlight all the way from their corner. Brilliant. This is actually a wonderful goal. Like, Duru does such a good job to find him here, but it's the control and the little shimmy where he just cuts inside, fakes it, and then just drags it all the way to the top. That's so good. Well played. And then actually finds the pass, too. And naturally, Suarez comes into the team, off the bench, gets that chance, and he takes it straight away. Català could never. But, what was I saying? I've completely forgot. Oh, yeah. Team report scouting is one thing. Transfer room in. But also, we've been kind of spamming a few new little methods of finding players. The Holy Scoop thing we've been doing. What's the other one? Oh, the 20 is plenty and variants of it has been good. I can certainly see that he's got something here, but I think I want to figure out what's wrong with Català, just because there's no reason why he should be playing as badly as he is. And I like a mystery. He's too good of a player to be putting up the performances that he is at the moment in terms of missing chances and not getting them in the first place. Like, it's a statistical anomaly, and I love those. Particularly, it means if we can fix it for him, it might also just fix it for everybody else. Are you actually going to let Patati through again? He kind of is. Oh, that's better. He looks way better. Thank you, Kenneth. That's very kind of you, my friend. Hello, Slugs. Yeah, I do wonder if there is something we could do with the deeper midfield role as well. In the end, pretty fair. Diakite actually played quite well in this game. Like, he made some saves that ultimately he should be making, but I feel like in the past they don't always. Through another room. I can fix it. I know, but you got to try. Grosh looks quite decent. Yeah, he's oh, we'll have to check it outside of the game apparently. 1 sec. Italy, yeah, I struggled. I didn't. It does have those annoying rules, particularly as there's some weird stipulations attached to it. Where one time a player that I had on loan the year before, who went back, counted as my non-EU player the following season, even though he'd left the club. But because of the crossover point and where the loan ended, it just counted him as my non-EU player. It was very frustrating. Right, nice work. Well done, lads. We'll take the dub. Oh. Half your team is... That's cool. It's always good. I mean, it doesn't happen very often these days when you just find a random nation that has that. But I remember one save we had where we had like an abnormal number of Romanians in our starting 11. And I think there was some facing the games that were maybe affecting that a little bit. But still, it was pretty cool. Oh, by the way, Brighton are in the Champions League this season. So that's fun too. And they're winning. Jono, thank you for the 25 months. A lot of 25 months today. Yeah, there was Mihai Alacu. There was the Donut, whose actual name I can't remember. It was Dogor Shernat, perhaps. There was Karpanu. Stoyan, I don't know if Stoyan was a face in the game, but that was a different save. But he was very good. And we got Stoyan in this one. Not quite the same thing, but Mihai Alacu 100% was. I believe there's 3 or 4 really good Romanian face in the game players, so he's probably one of those. But Brighton got there on, like, form. They came 4th in the Premier League last season and have been on a steady upward trajectory under Hertzler. They're actually quite good, which is weird because I feel like our sides have actually beaten them a few times in Europe in the past. But we got the dub. Unfortunately, Cracovia didn't, but it is what it is, right? Best loanee. So, it's tough to say because we can't see the stats from last season for that, but it was probably... Kukonda banged a lot of goals. There's so many. I actually find that instead of using the loan screen like this to look at the loan players, it's probably easier to just simply look at the look on this screen and just simply do that, and then just look for anybody who's in red, and then you can just see their stats for the season like this. Seems easier. Like at the moment, you've got a few, but obviously this is this year's stats. Anyone like excelling right now? David. Okay. Wait, who's he on loan at? Oh, Wisła Płock got a banger on him. Okay. He could cook for them in the second tier. He was a Spanish... That's true, yeah. Oh. So, Josie, he actually moved, if I recall. Or he was one of the Gagala players that were still playing for the same team as every other Patreon region, who I do to make sure we've still got. Oh, there he is. Yes, you did move, I think. Oh, no. Yeah. So the start of last season, you moved from Slonsk to... hang on, let's see about this. Honitsanka Honitsa, maybe. Hello, Timber. Hello, AJ. Things are starting all right for us, actually. We've got a Champions League win under our belt, which is good. We're still trying to solve the conundrum of why Catalar can't put the ball in the net. Mystery old as time, as I'm sure you're aware. But yeah, there you are. You did play a lot last season, if nothing else. I mean, it's the same division, technically. It's just probably a bit of a step down as far as the expectations of a club like these guys, because they obviously... Wow, they're yo-yoing. Wait, did they go to the top flight? Oh, no, not quite. Oh, they were close, though. Jesus. And then they just fell off the radar and just bobbled around in the second/third tier for quite a while. I think you are the only patron region at that team. Let me just check to make sure I've actually got all the guys on trial. I believe I do, but... Yes, I do. You can tell immediately because it would just be blank spots here. Yeah, we could do with our guy getting at least 2 goals occasionally. Skin's font. I haven't changed anything, but it might have changed the font slightly. Because I know there was some changes to the font. Because I actually quite like the default font as it happens. But I think the skin does sort of change that slightly. Actually, while we're here, let me just do that and just see. Yeah, look at that from Alvarez. 8 assists this season already. And Naeem's got 6, which is nothing to be sniffed at, because his record over the previous few seasons, like, what is his record? He's been here a while. He's been here a while. So 4 assists, 10 assists, 11 assists, 10 assists, 11 assists. This year he's only got 6. Oh, that little extra great star is lovely. A schwa? Even we don't have a schwa. Yeah, Alvarez is just cooking. Now that he can play the role, I love how he's getting worse. He just seems to do the job. Now, I'm not saying that Olufemi John wouldn't do the job as well, and he probably will do at times this season, but there's something about Alvarez, now that he's learned the role, that is just doing the business. Josh Grosh. There's another guy, but his name is Jern. Oh, he's a Dutch international. Right. I don't think he was injured. He might have had an injury too. Or it's more likely that the downward arrows is because you often see on a player's profile downward arrows after you've just played a game. So remember, we literally just finished the match. So I think that's probably what it is. But it always does throw me. It's like, what, you got a worse first touch because you're a bit tight. I suppose you probably would do, wouldn't you? I mean, he's not that bad, though, if he's getting Dutch caps. Homegrown talent. Most of his goals were scored at the young RZ, in fairness. They really have committed to him this season. Jesus. He only started 3... I wonder if they lost their main striker or something in the summer. It's odd that they would be... transfers out, £55 million. Right, I think I know how this works. I've been there before. So who do they sell? I'm guessing this guy's a striker. Oh, he's not. Atikala to Liverpool for 45 million. And then they've also got rid of Enoch Masteras as well. So they have sold a couple of players, just not a striker. So I don't know what happened to their striker. Unless he was their striker last year as well. Yeah, your own skin. I mean, I guess you could technically make one, but it would be very, very, I say difficult. It would be quite complex. Though it's a lot easier than it was, because obviously the skin builder tool is out there now. So it's something to look into. I certainly don't have the know-how to do stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not sure who their main striker would be in real life, other than Troy Parrott, who's still there. And is seemingly uninjured, but also seemingly not playing. God, a 30-year-old Troy Parrott makes me feel so old. So he was a centre-forward in the previous version of the tactic. Like I said, there is... I guess it depends on what you mean by your own skin. Like, ultimately, you can make one in the same way that the person that made this skin does, or did. But you will have to learn how to do all that sort of stuff and use the skin building tools that are at your disposal. So unless you're really well versed in that sort of stuff, it's probably... Unless you want something really, really specific, then it might be better to have a look around the market and see what kind of skins already currently exist, and then maybe find out how to edit certain things into those, perhaps. That is so strange. Yeah, does Gross have a second nationality? I'd be willing to bet he doesn't. Like, Josh is definitely in the Dutch name pool. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, I like that. Wait. Hang on. Something doesn't quite add up here. Josh Gross has outlined desire to represent country of birth. Country of birth, Aruba. Number of caps for the Netherlands, 3. I think, Josh, you might in fact be a liar. Seems like you have lied to us indeed. Yeah, it seems like the sort of thing that would actually be a really cool feature to have, but it also seems that at that same breath it doesn't actually do the thing it's supposed to do. Louis went, nah. I'm pretty certain that you'd actually got a couple of games, because I had a little looky. It's quite low wages. I guess he's still quite young. He's probably had his first big deal, but nothing beyond that. Right. It feels like you're slowly creeping towards getting largely the same number of appearances as before. Yeah, he just wants to pretend that he's from Aruba. Robin Van Persie is his son? I hope so. I'm assuming it's favoured personnel. Although, now I'm kind of curious. That's why he's in the team. Robin Van Persie is his son. He's got it's reverse nepotism. I guess it's still nepotism at that point, is it? It's just, yeah. They're not... Yeah, that's right. That was in the second tier. But at least you're getting games in the top flight now, which means you were part of their promotion push. It's something to be proud of, right? And that better not be a new contract. Oh, Lewis, I'm so sorry. It's fine, though, because you've signed a new deal to stay there, you know, at the team where you're not playing. As if he signed a new contract. The worst example of players signing a new contract for absolutely no reason, I'm sorry to say this, Steve, when you see this, is you.
I was just randomly reminded of your Melman from the mall to save, and now I want you to be reminded of him too, smile.
Do you know what? Thank you. That has made me feel just that tiny little bit less unwell today. Melman, what a player. If I recall, Melman was massive Chilean winger/striker, right? What a guy. He was fun. No ambition, though, if I recall. No self-belief. Does it actually... Right, I've got to go back. I assume it's because the screen is glitched out a little bit. It does say Robin Van Persie sons. And I don't know why. Just throwing that in there. Sons. Does he like Robin Van Persie's sons? I didn't know Robin Van Persie had multiple sons. I thought it was just Shaquille Van Persie. Oh! Sorry, Joe. Yes, exclamation mark skin will get you the skin. My apologies. I'm so sorry. I do speak rather fast. Forgive me. I was unsure as to what the question was. I thought you were saying that you wanted to have your own skin. Because that is something people don't actually do. I took you a bit too literally there, my friend. Apologies. Do we make Cantali well? Yeah. Anarith, you are in for a treat, my friend. Just you wait to see how well I've made him work. Ready? 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 No. Much like the elusive white leopard, he remains a mystery to us all. All the photos of Katala scoring a goal are blurry. No one can actually prove that it's happened. Yeah, that's true. In fact, I'm not even sure his XG went up at all. I'm not even sure he had a shot in that last game. The elusive Richard Nangombe, what a guy. He is. But this is the thing, right? I'm totally of the mind that if Suarez does better, he gets to play. But when you get a situation like this, when a player is so badly underperforming, there has to be something you can try to do to fix it, because you just learn by doing. Like, looking at this guy, you wouldn't be like, yes, he's definitely going to miss every single shot for the entire season. Black and white. It's like Pathé footage. Yes, exactly. Content. I do like this as well, being able to fix it. We get a bit of a break here in many ways. Like, this is a year where we actually can afford to retool and rebuild a little bit, like selling the goalkeeper and stuff, because we've won the Champions League. So now it's a case of we just need to tread water. Yeah, that 7 is very much... well, as it happens, Anarith, that was the exact role I played in one of the last game. Now, I'm willing to give him another go in that role, potentially. So there's that. That's true, he doesn't want to upset them. He's a good egg. Likes to beat the offside trap, does not dive into tackles. He has 20 off the ball. 20! Reflects the player's ability to move when not in possession of the ball, making themselves available to receive a pass in a dangerous position. I always wonder if maybe we turn him into more of a playmaking striker, almost like a deep line forward type of player instead, to utilise those attributes. Since he's clearly very good at it. That's true, if you're never on the ball, you can't miss the... Yeah, no, he's been here for years. Bear in mind, this isn't a new player. This is a guy who's literally been our top scorer for the last 3 years in a row, I think. Or at least 2. So it's a weird anomaly more than anything else, which I just kind of find fun. Maybe we should try that. What's the next game? Oh, we've just got straight up Barca next. Is there usually a league game in there? Interesting. Because I've thought about it, but I think it's because in my head, the way I see our strikers is I tend to see them both as having their own roles. But you know what? Fuck it. Let's have a look. So deep lying forward, but I can still have him make forward runs, or can I? No. Roam for position, stay wider. Do I want him to stay wider? Maybe have him... I could stay wider, actually. One thing at a time. Maybe I just default to just the basics of the role with those things on it, and then we can try and tweak from there. See if it does anything. All I want to see is a slight uptick in his form. Admittedly, the next game is against Barcelona, so perhaps that's not going to be the ideal. I won't judge him too seriously on his performance against Barca. Furman actually plays for Ruk Herzhov these days. He got sold, which is fair enough because he was struggling to play. Really? Bagpuss? Is it a default view? Because if so, that sounds intriguing as all hell. Yeah, I think it could be one of these things where we might be able to get the benefits of a DLF with still some of the extra bits on top of that. I'll tell you what, Marvel. I think if chat were to, like... Chat, I don't know about you. Actually, I'm curious to know your thoughts on this from chat. Say we had to choose or had some candidates for the next manager of the next save. I feel like, at the moment, the guy that I'd be probably picking would be the Red Mumbler. Most likely. Not just because he's good, but because he's got personality as well. Aaron. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. That is unbelievably kind of you, my friend. How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful morning. Like, not being funny, I'm thinking about talking to Holy next week and seeing if I could get an FM regen made into a Holy ambassador. And I feel like if anyone would be deserving of that, it would be Stefan Montparus. Because, you know, silly shit. Not only that, but it's the fact that he's got the light-hearted personality and is still exceeding to the way that he is. A right wing back. To be fair, we've got some great right wing backs in this save. I mean, Naeem is the guy. But there's something about... I feel like Montparus is a guy that's going to be around for a while. So is Naeem, in fairness. Still only 21. We still don't even know his big matches. I mean, I feel like we kind of do know his big matches, just in the way he plays in them. But he is absolutely unreal. Why is he even training at this point? Attacking movement. I forget what that one actually trains. Off the ball anticipation decisions. Maybe we'll move that over to final third. Oh my god, thank you, Aaron, for the 23 months on top of that. That is super duper nice of you, my friend. How are you? Yeah, we signed him when he was so young, and it feels like... I think it's because when we signed him, he went straight into the first team and has pretty much never left. Yeah, I might try and improve that, actually. Final third, composure and decisions. Really only improves his composure. There's so little about him that is bad. It's tough to know where to improve him. In fact, I might even at some point just move him over to role training a little earlier than normal. You're not set to automatic. Oh, there you are. Okay, phew. Those two are definitely the guys. Terrible record for France, but probably playing a deeper role for France. Could improve the tackling. I wish we could, honestly. It's the one thing about him that is a blight on him. So I'm using default training because as far as I know, there isn't any custom training that I've really found works. Or rather, if it does, I find training on 26 is just such a pain in the arse to set up. Maybe one day that'll change. Maybe one day I'll learn how to do it to be faster. I can see a Ballon d'Or in his future if he keeps playing the way he is. Mr. Frogger as well. Thank you for the 53 months. Right. Oh, there is league games. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Why are we not playing a league game this weekend? Yet, how strange. Unless... No, I have no explanation for that. How weird. Which you, thank you for the follow. Did it not work? Sometimes it does take a little minute. It's the new rules that Spotify have put on different developers for APIs and things, which is a bit of a pain. So I had to rate limit it. It could be because of the UCL on Thursday. But usually that would just push it back. Yeah, we're doing a PSG. It must have rescheduled our match, yeah. We'll know because it'll be like a random Wednesday game in the league, which we don't really get in Poland. Sunday, Saturday, Sunday. Wednesday, there you go. It's probably that game there, I'm guessing. We wouldn't normally have a random game. Oh, maybe we would. God, let's get started. Oh, we didn't look at the Europa League. to see who actually got through. Takes a minute. Yeah, it is with you. Not only is it playable, it is licensed as well. So it's actually fully licensed in the game. In fact, not only that, well, I mean, you probably already know this, but I like the fact that the Manager of the Month award in Poland is literally an FM-based trophy, which is kind of dope. Let's just check the Europa, because we have 2 teams in there. And I'm hoping to see some 3-pointers. I'm really hoping to see some... Okay. I mean, Lech Poznan got a point. And that's something. Their last match was against last match. Did that even show up? I think it does. I just need to give it a minute. Away at Dinamo Zagreb, that's okay. Katowice lost to Malmo. Oh, lads. Gotta do better than that. Shout out to Czeka Rizespor, who beat Sporting 5-1. Something chefing in Turkey. Hot dog. Yeah, that's not a great start for us coefficient-wise. I just want a consistent season. Just give me the same teams in Europe next year or something. Even if it is GKS. Let's have it. They may be late for my train, but that's fine. Clock on my oven. Oh, God. I'm going to have to adjust the big clock next, aren't I? That's going to be a task. It's already on the wonk, and it's already 5 minutes late. So now it's an opportunity to fix that, I suppose. Yeah, Portugal. I did have a little look through the teams in these, and it was relatively samey for the most part, but that was one of the few that stood out. I believe there's a Lithuanian side in the Confo as well. There's a few little Circle Bruges in there too. Well, that's actually kind of cool. Gilles Vicente as well. NEC, one for Jinjo. Shelbourne, Torpedo, St. Gallen. Žalgiris Vilnius as well. Zrinski Mostar, they're always sort of there. Urartu. Okay, there's some fun ones. You did it. Also, Korona Kielce. Shout out them. We like a bit of them, mostly because they're Polish. Dynamo Minsk have already scored 33 goals. Are they even in the draw? No. How on earth have they already scored 33 goals? And why was it against... Hang on. I've never even heard of that Andorran side. They got beat 25-0. 25-0. Imagine losing 25-0 to Dynamo Minsk. Oh, sorry, 25-1. You're right. I've given them absolutely no credit. Did they take the lead in this tie, or was
It's good you came in summer.
No, they didn't.
In winter, it can get very depressing.
Imagine scoring to go... Think about it. There was a moment here where this tie was 1-1, and they were like, right, I'm up for it. Let's go for this. Then, 2 minutes later, penalty, and it kind of all went downhill for them from that point. It's not great. Gabriel Marquez, thank you very much. Thank you for the follow, my friend. That's super kind. They had 7.6 XG and 26 shots on target. Home game at a neutral game. Because it's a Belarusian side. So they're allowed to participate, but they have to play in neutral grounds, if I recall. They can't play at home. Hello, Pogsy. You right? Yeah? What's up? Finally out of bed. What time did you call this? Oh, it is actually 10:11. Pog is dressed in gown, as you'll see. Dylan, thank you for the follow.
I can't actually see what anyone's saying, so...
That's fine. Isn't that just the normal state?
Right.
Yeah?
Wait.
Wait, what? Don't knock the entire setup over. Now she's changing the light settings. Good lord. Sleep becomes her. Enjoy the light show that Pog's providing. What's going on, Chief?
I found my glasses.
Found your glasses. Oh, good. Pog, could you be an absolute gem in a minute, potentially? No. Okay, fair enough. Don't worry.
What?
Maybe grab me like a shaker full of Holy or something so I can put a hydration in, just because I'm really thirsty at the moment.
Did you want me to do? Did you want the raspberry one?
Blue raspberry would be lovely, yeah. Bring
I can see now, but
bring me the ras. You what?
I can see now.
She could see now, and there was much rejoicing. There you go. Yeah, 5-1 down by the 16th minute is not the exact... What's the second leg looking like? Naturally, 7 goals in the first half. Someone said they forgot to say don't get complacent. The fact that they actually got all the way to the third qualifying round before losing 6-3 to Galatasaray is wild. That's cool. Shout out to them for doing that, if nothing else. I suppose really at that point, you're 25-1 up. You think, well, do we need to push any further? That's true. You never praise the team. I've made that mistake in the past myself. Thank Christ for that. Legia have dropped points, which means we actually should have a chance to get ahead. At least we're getting a bit more consistent. Oh, no, we're not. I keep confusing Corona and Piast because their badges look somewhat similar from a distance. Yeah, it's going to be a different year, I can suspect. I don't mind if Legia do eventually end up becoming back in there, because I think long term they probably will, just because of the reputation they've got. But they have been extremely mid, and I just don't want to lose another European contending team, because it seems to happen every single season now. That's true, yeah. Midway through the game, the assistant manager was like, come on now. Keep the faith, lads. Oh, no, that's a lot of exciting articles there, I'm sure. Red arrows. Is this Kenya or Zambia? Nice. Yeah, Yagalonia doing Yagalonia. See what they did was they didn't scout Spain in the off-season. Wait, are we going to get more people? Oh, no, we're not. We're actually going to lose people. Wow, our under 19 staff update. We've now gone from 2 to 1 sports scientists. The important thing. That's very silly. Why on earth would we do that? Young arrows as well. I've got to get in the habit of just the mark all as mark red. I need a button that does it for me. A macro, if you will. Anyone new on this screen? Ooh, wait. He might have been on this before, actually. I'm not sure. Either way. David Diacono, 15 years old, Rapid Bucharesti. Obviously worth scouting. Very, very expensive, but very young. I almost said very young for his age, which I suppose you could argue that he is. Just doesn't really work like that, does it? That's very weak on physicals. Obviously at 15, some of this will improve, but he actually has weirdly good strength. But I find that you do want to see a bit better on the physicals. Yeah, the Peru lad at Sirens. Was it? No, not Castillo. Fuck, who was it? He was so fun, but we could only really get away with one of him in the team because we had to carry him basically. Red Bull Salzburg. There's probably some guys there, but we can't possibly take those players. I wouldn't want to sully our team with them. Or apparently not, although that is their first team squad in fairness. Physicals first, yeah. Well, that's why Gonzalo Reynoso was such a good player for us on the... Was he Malta? I think he was, wasn't he? Or was it MTK? Because he allowed us to get the physicals and then develop him afterwards. Hello, Pog. She's rebuilding the set. I'll shake that while you rebuild the set. Don't mind me. I've gone blue today.
I'll give you the koala.
Hmm?
I'll give you the koala.
Give me the koala. Good to see. Yeah, Reynoso was super, super fun. Was it Vostarek that was on the... That looks even worse than normal. Ah. Lovely.
It looks even worse from where I was standing.
Yeah. Doesn't help when Box is in the back of the room. Right.
How's that?
Ronnie Shallow. Was Ronnie Shallow Malta? Oh, he was. Thank you, Paul. That's very kind of you. I got him confused with... No, wasn't that Ron Bezalel? I swear that was Ron Bezalel that was OTI. You okay? Yeah?
If I go into town, can you pay for my pasta?
Yes. Take my wallet.
Yes.
Take all my money. Playing 23. I mean, honestly, I think the thing you're going to want is the match engine.
Fine.
Like, the 26 match engine is so good, exclamation match engine, that it makes it worth the uptick. But yeah, Ronnie Shallow was definitely Malta, because it was Ron Bezalel that was the underperforming queen, wasn't it? He was good for everyone except us, basically. Ron Beelzebub? Yeah, a lot of Rons around these parts. I just realised I have a zip pocket in my Wisła Kraków shorts.
In your diaper?
In my diaper, yeah. Sorry, I've got them rolled up and Pogs can see that. That's my favourite. Hey, you're welcome to give me the pronunciation guide. I'm here for it. Right. Cassidy's still a little... Do I trust a bit of Big Jens for this game, perhaps? I think the rest of the team keeps their spots. So, we're going to try out Catalar as a deep-lying forward against Barca. You don't think his out-of-possession role is having an impact on this, do you, perhaps? I don't think it would do, because at the moment he plays as an outlet centre-forward, and then we have Fila as the tracking centre-forward. Because he tracks back. Wait, is that outlet centre-forward? Central outlet centre-forward, so he stays high. Well, what I mean is that it could be putting him in weird positions, but I suspect probably not. I guess it would be different if he was dropping deeper, but it doesn't appear to be. I think it's more likely that I'm clutching at straws with him on that one. To the default one. Font hasn't changed, what can I do? When you say it looks identical to the default one, so you've downloaded the skin, but did you install the skin? I know I'm asking stupid questions here, but sometimes it can be as simple as, like, Yeah. Crack pocket? Yeah, well, where else are you going to put it? Perfect size for a baggie. Who you want it by? Probably Al. Oh, yeah. Al U. Arsenal. Oh, both of them are. Catalan's wanted by Dortmund. Yeah, you can't do it while the game's open either. In fact, I would really, really advise against it. Hello, nothing specific. Danny Pacheco is trying to play for Wisła. Is he actually? Imagine if he was still there 8 seasons into the save as well. God, I remember that name. No. Wait, I want to make sure I'm spelling his name right. He might have retired, in fairness. Could I interest you in Rene Pacheco? It's a good name. I like a Rene. Just makes you think of a low. So, Catalan has the PPM of beats offside trap and does not dive into tackles, which I suspect is not really an issue with that one. The offside trap one could be, but I actually think that would be... You but French! My little cabbage. You stupid woman. Now we're really aging ourselves. It's going to be great. Good morning. I don't know why I even said... Like, we talked about this during the Nutmeg stream about how much older we skew than a normal sort of audience for gaming, I guess, but... Hey. Oh, also, Voddies, forgive me that I didn't put the Nutmeg VOD out. It is actually there and ready to go. I didn't get a chance to make a thumbnail for it. I wanted to make it... It won't be a special one or anything, but I just wanted to make sure I actually had one. But yeah, I will put the Nutmeg VOD out, because I actually really enjoyed that stream. And seriously, chat, thank you for sticking around for that. As I'm sure you know, that whenever you do like sponsored content like that, it can sometimes be very fluctuatory, but that's why I try to choose things that I actually really do like. And I was overwhelmed when I saw the stats afterwards, and I think that will make the client really happy as well, and the developers, because it is a really fun game, particularly as I figured out how to mod loads of stuff. I've already made a name fix patch for it, and I think I might be able to get that in the workshops. You did, of course, yeah. I've got a few more games goals to give away. Games to give away as well, but I'll do that on the YouTube video. I couldn't get the video improved on time. Like, I made the video for it on Friday, but I couldn't get it approved on time, so it might be out tomorrow, which gives me more time to work on the scouting video. Fluctuatory word, probably not, but you knew what I meant. Which, in a way... Ah, shit, camera. Did I see... Ah, it was buried under a song request. My apologies. I will do both of those right after this game. Ah, what a miss. So, the two headline stories, the piece, are... Catalan can't score a goal to save his life. I'm going to fix him. And... Poland's kind of letting us down a little bit in Europe at the moment. Those are the two sort of big things. We're not. Poland is. Describe something characterized by constant irregular changes, shifts, or instability in strength, value, level, often moving back and forth like waves. There you go. We all learn something new. Oh, God, we're in the rain. The version of the skin that I have, Jove, is the Patreon version. Yeah, I don't believe there is a free version anyway. So you might find... Which... Hang on. How did you manage to download it if it wasn't... Because as far as I know, the skin is on the Patreon, right? Can't find scoring boots in it. Fluctua! Hey. 27 minutes into this game, Catalan is the better of the two strikers in terms of performance. That's nice to see. And Harry's on goal. That was nice. Linked the play up well. Can he get to the other end of it? Naeem. Oh, how has that not gone in the net? Oh, is it on Susie? I didn't know. I thought that he'd put it behind the Patreon thingy because of the people being absolute whoppers about it. Ah, dear. Found a way to completely restart, i.e. with 0 hit points to the original 4 teams. I don't know. So, to put you behind the curtain, as far as I can see, the entire game is basically bundled into something called an NTHPAK file, which is basically like a bundled, compressed version. It's clearly a proprietary format, so I haven't been able to actually untangle it or anything like that. So that sort of stuff might be a bit of a stretch. But what I do know is that all of the main things are stored in CSVs, and that will allow you to add things like players, potentially teams as well, as they all have individual IDs, as well as badges. But you do the badge adding by almost using code to create the badge based on some, like, they have certain variables that relate to certain things in the badge, and if you change the colors in there, you can basically get the badge that you want. So that's something I'm going to potentially work on. But the first thing I did was I made a name fix for it, but I'm going to make a new one because some of the names I made a bit too long. We've actually done okay here. Kept it dull, kept it boring, but it's Barca away. Admittedly, we did beat them here last time. Oh, no, we got a draw. I'm actually saying I'm happy with it, because nobody's played that badly other than the Momper, which is sad. Hello, Chris. Play turn first and then position. So we actually tried that, Chris, because someone said that exact thing to me a couple of months ago. What happens is basically it just doesn't find anything because as far as the game's concerned, that doesn't have a... The variables don't link to anything. So sadly, it doesn't actually do anything. But great thought, though, because I think that was... Someone definitely did tell me to do that before, but I think when we tested it, it just doesn't find any players because there isn't anyone that meets those requirements, essentially. Can't compete cup competition. I know, but Cracovia have got to do better in the Champs League. Like, they had a really good winnable game up first, and they lost it at... And now Pedri scored. Good. Took his poacher away. Yeah, it certainly seems like it, doesn't it? Arola would never. Katala has now slipped off of... Now he's the worst player on the pitch as far as that goes. That I don't even blame Diakite. That deflects again, doesn't it? A little bit. Frustrating. We've been all right in this game. I'm not, like, angry with the lads. They've done well. I'll make a few subs in a minute to try and push for it. Because even if we got a 1-1 draw... Oh, that's an interesting decision. Wait. I was hoping he would intercept the touch there. Pedri is still there, yeah. Porting FM intake automation code over from Windows. Wow. Okay. That sounds fascinating. Please tell me more. That's surely offside, right? That better be offside, because that was some awful goal. It's not offside, is it? Diakite, buddy. I'm starting to think that Diakite not only doesn't like big matches, he may have one for big matches. Because that has gone straight through him, hasn't it? I just feel like better goalkeepers get those. Christ. That's very unfortunate. We should not be 2-0 down in this game. Right, changes. 100% needed. Lucino's anxious as well. Fuck it. If you want to come off, then you can. Alvarez maybe for Olafemi. John. We just got to roll all the changes, I suspect. Maybe Cassidy, actually. Mompa for sure for Arola. Catalar for... Watch Suarez score off the bench again. That's all 5 subs. Screw it. Try strikeless. I would, but I know how overpowered that is. And I don't even want to bring that up. In a way, we're kind of playing strikerless right now as it is. Well, sorry, Michael Feeler. What, you just drop... What, so you get rid of the second striker entirely and just play 2 number 10s, essentially. But then you have Mumbler running into that second striker spot or something. Or you play a wide player there instead. So like an inside forward type of role out on the left-hand side to allow even more space. It's a thought. Oh, Arola's through. That one looked a little offside. See you later, Gijo. Reloading preview days into... Oh! That's cool. That's really cool. Wait, it was given. Was that Cassidy with the assist? Because that is a lovely pass. And Arola, for the second straight game, comes off the bench. Bang. Very well timed run. He is a stupidly good player. It's a really difficult situation we've got with having him, Pena, and Montparnasse all around the same team. At least Pena can sometimes play a little deeper if we need him to. We're very unfortunate to be 2 goals down here. They've had 2 shots on target, and Diakite's just kind of shat the bed. I can see us bringing this back to 2-2. It seems that attacking at times with this team actually does seem to produce some really nice moments, like in the Champions League final. Go on. Oh, fire it into the channel. That's better. Arola again. He's just making stuff happen. Oh, okay, he's left the ball behind. Back post, perhaps? Oh, hang on a minute. Wait. No! Oh, everything about that was glorious except for the part where we missed the goal. God, that was a lovely bit of football. I think we're going to get this. I reckon we win this game. There's something about the way we're playing right now that makes me feel like we're going to win this game. Not even just draw. Full-on win. This is where we concede on the break now. That's fine. That's a really good header. Oh, channel. Yes! Cassidy, come on. 2-2 here and we're back in this. As if that's been blocked as well. How are we missing these chances, man? Right, John. Goodness me. I mean, we're creating stuff if nothing else, but the fact that we're missing these and getting these blocked is wild. Hello, Pog.
Do you want anything?
Pardon?
Do you want anything?
Maybe a coffee. Caffeinated, yeah. Oh, dear.
Do you want iced one or just
Sorry, Pog?
do you want iced or
Iced, please.
it'll probably last better.
Yeah, we'll stay cold outside, do it.
I'll make the bed when I get back.
Sorry, Pog?
I'll make the bed when I get back.
Okay, that's fine, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, come on. We've had so many chances here. Arola, he's through. Just go shoot. Square it. No! Yes! Finally! Bloody finally. Barca 2, Wisła 2, and it's big Jens. Holy Christ. The goal has been coming for a while. Like, we've been absolutely battering them for the past 5-10 minutes in this match. Good save from the keeper, but he's not going to do anything about that one. Oh, the defender should have done, though. I could put the nutmeg video out on the Patreon later if you want. I don't technically have to have it approved for that, so I can do. There's no reason not to. I just didn't know if how interested people would be in the actual nutmeg video. Because what it is it's not like some city little 15-minute video. It's a 30-minute video where I literally do tips and guides as well as play through like an entire first season with York. I started a new save yesterday as Scarborough because I wanted to try the old the 5th tier teams. That is some comeback. Very annoyed that we didn't win this game though. That is... How have we not won this game? Nehemiah Arola, what a guy. And in the end, did Suarez do anything off the bench? So he did gain rating. He still gains... I think Suarez coming on against tired legs does kind of help him in a way. That's a good result. I mean, I think if we'd have taken a draw at Barca, ultimately, last season we 100% wouldn't have done, but... Actually, no, we would have done, but we wouldn't have even expected a draw. So, did Cracovia play yet, or are they playing tomorrow? No, so they're not playing yet. Oh, dearie me. Right. High off the ball. Do better on attacking because they run to better positions. Maybe we should try attacking as part of the tactic. Like, because it seems like we just play so much better on attacking. Screw it. That's our next change. Why not? I'm not that kind of... I'm not normally an attacking kind of man, but I'd be willing to bet that given that I use loads of... what's it called? Attacking movement training, that a lot of our team probably does end up with really high off the ball. Right, who are Cracovia playing today? Monaco away. Well, luckily we're going to get a chance against a weaker team, otherwise known as Cracovia at the weekend. It does, but what I would say is, obviously you don't see this, a lot of the time when we're playing off-camera games, I have a habit of switching to attacking to try to beef the score lines up, and it just doesn't seem to do the trick, and I actually find that we end up conceding a lot of goals, weirdly, in the league when I do that, but maybe it's a small sample size of those, and a little run of this couldn't hurt. It might be one of those things that works well when we switch to it in matches. Then again, I was doing that in the league, and I don't know. Maybe it works better against better teams. Right, I need to do the lookups as well. I guess I've always just considered that to be such a high-risk style of play, but I wonder if it's just because our tactic is so like pragmatic in a lot of other areas, you can take a bit more risks. It could be because there's more room in the transition, whereas I wonder if against the smaller sides, what it's doing is it's allowing us to pen them in with the high possession, then shooting from distance because it's a higher risk play. So it might be one of those weird, like, counterintuitive things where we actually want to be more positive against worse sides, or even perhaps balanced. You didn't extend your deal, did you? No, you're good. It might have been an optional extension clause they had in the contract, but obviously we couldn't see because you weren't fully scouted. So it looks like it is the existing contract. It is dumb as hell that they've extended it. You've not even been registered. I still don't think you're the worst example of this, though. Truly. The worst example of all this, unfortunately, Steve, is Steve. He signed a new contract at Ajax last year in October, having played a grand total of 0 games. 0. 25 years old, 0 games. Signs a new contract extension, is there. He could be 29 before this contract finishes. And it's so depressing considering how good Steve's player was. He's got 16 Cyprus caps. Didn't even play for young Ajax. Yeah, exactly. Played a bit for young Cyprus. Wait, did he play for young? He did play for... Oh, bless him. Off the bench. He only... Yeah. Cyprus, golf, Ajax in that order. Or whatever Steve's hobby is. I'm claiming it's golf. Oh, dear. Ajax have a banging CDM. Yes, Steve! Like, they probably do, but even so, just leave. Like, just get out of there, man. I can't believe it. Vampire. He's still in the save, right? He definitely was. Cyprus watching second in the card. Ajax. Wait, is he generational foot? No, I was going to say. We'd have seen him. That's true. Steve's family will not go hungry for that, for sure. It's as good as it gets. Yeah. It's there have been some interesting decisions made by some of the Patreon players, but there always is. This is what Steve's punishment is for how good and fun his Patreon player was in the last save, where he actually played so well that he left, went to Cyprus, declared for Cyprus, became their national team captain, And that's why he's Cypriot in this save. Qingdao manatees. Singular manatee, I think you'll find. There's only one manatee in Qingdao. Oh, sorry, Qingdao. Oh, the apprentice thing. It's got nothing else to do. To be fair, there's nothing else on, really, that needs his time at this point. Just get yourself on there, Milesy boy. He asked the lad in testing randomly sign for... Did he get, like, national service? He just felt like it. He needed to join the fight, damn it. At least it's that side of the Iraqi military stuff, right? Imagine your players could do... There's worse military organizations they could join in that sort of region, I suppose. Right. You've actually got caps for Hadrian, for Kiribaz. Finally. 19 caps, 2 goals, and a nice little cottage industry as a Cardiff City right back. Yeah, I imagine it's somewhere buried in our giant group chat. It seems like Wales was the right move. In Beck's eyes, saying he's been radicalized. You get like a VHS tape, just appears in the inbox. If everyone's looking for realism, Hadrian's going to take them to the World Cup. You did at least get a cap, and crucially, you've made it to 24 without dying, which is always good. In life in general, but also, I mean, in this game specifically. Matt Target in it. You're not Matt Target, you're Matt Hadrian. Clearly. Like, read the room, bruh. So, King Shitu, I believe, is one of those players that has most likely got stuck in, like, scouting purgatory, where I am still actively scouting him, I think. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay, we'll go around again. I think he might have fallen through the cracks a little bit. How did he fall through the cracks? Or he's sat in the scouting recommendations inbox waiting for us to see the latest report, and that's why it shows that. Basically, we've scouted him a few times, but we can't seem to get any new information for some reason. He will eventually get some. I also tried to sign him again, but he still said no, and I think it's just because there's not enough time since he signed that deal, sadly. Which sucks. Silly. Great news. You finally got a loan. You turned down every single loan in this save ever, and you finally agreed to go out on loan. I say, maybe you didn't. Wow, I've lied to you. Although I think that is an affiliate side, that's an affiliate side, but you finally, over the last couple of years, have started accepting them. You do still turn down 3 or 4 of them before you take the move, but you are at least getting some football. Why did your Reese have a red nose? Alcoholism, I suspect. Ink needs to dry for 3 months. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go back for him later, because he's only 2.5 million, and he's called King Shitu. There's simply no downside to that. Life in never been to Cardiff, to be fair. Alagich. Was he Botev Plovdiv? He is one of those players that sometimes gets forgotten in building a nation, in like Patreon regions, because they're in a slightly unfancied league, but they play a shitload. And as far as like the highest performance, highest number of appearances, subtly in the background, creeping up towards the top of that, I think we've only got like 3 people that are above 200 at the moment, and Icarumba's kind of running away with it a little bit. If we don't count like lower league games and like B team matches. But you pretty much look like you're starting pretty much every game for them. Oh, actually, maybe not. I actually don't know how many games are in the eBet league or the FBet league. Guess the cheat. That's true. They had to play him, and it's called Icarumba. And I forget which national team he plays for. Is it Aruba or something? Or am I just thinking that because of Arumba and Aruba? There's like 6 dudes, yeah. As long as you're slightly better than them. I mean, as it turns out, I still think he might actually be the highest PA player of the Patreon regions. Of course, Ragnarok's at Polonia these days, isn't he? He's had a fun little career. Stuttgart to Corona, then to us for a trial for a couple of years, then to Polonia, and have you extended your contract by any chance? No, you haven't. That's annoying. I think you will get an extension. You're playing enough that I feel like you will do. Although sometimes you just don't. Sometimes they just decide to, like, you want like the next big thing. Right, RFS. Don't suppose the park benches are going to have much in store for us. Hey, a youth league win. This was the guy from our youth intake last year. How's he looking? Yep, still terrible. That's okay. Good hair, though. Has he, Chaser? He's been... I don't think a single one of them actually managed to succeed at an English side. Yeah, I mean, Andrew's career... Actually, we didn't check to see if you ever actually left Wodge. Because you were forcing a move out, but I don't know if you actually ever left. I feel like I would have seen a notification about it. Maybe it's best that Fry isn't around. 7-0 to RZ. We get to play them later. Is that 7 different goal scorers? 6 different goal scorers. What about Cracovia, though? Oh. So close. That's the second game in a row in the Champions League that they've conceded a stoppage time winner. That is frustrating. And something we're going to have to get used to if we're going to have Polish sides in the Champions League with us. I almost regret them getting into it in the first place at this point. Yeah, we played RZ first. And we've softened them up. Or made them angry in this case, it would seem. Maybe pay on, fine, I'll check. I'm curious myself. See if you actually did leave, which you didn't. You're still asking to leave, but you are in fact still playing in the second tier for them. And not especially well. I mean, a 6.96 is actually okay. How are they doing in that division? Hey, we might finally get some teams that... actually, will we? You've been in the top flight, you've been in the top flight, you've been in the top flight. Someone different this year is all I beg. Like, give me Miedź Legnica or... Well, obviously my boys. Well, I was complaining about how little goals were being scored in this division, but it seems at the bottom, at least, that's happening. Warta Poznan have scored 2 goals in 10 matches and conceded 23. Well done, lads. Bravo. The lowest place coefficient with the most clubs... Hang on. Just so I'm clear, what exactly am I looking for? So Europe coefficients. So on the year currently, we won't be on here at all, will we? Because we're shit. Overall, though, we are technically still above Portugal and France as things stand, but actually 2.7. It's not even that bad. Best lonely last season. I guess it's tough because I don't know how to measure that metric. Because when you say best loanee, what does that mean, I guess? Like, because we can't see their performances because we're into the new season now, so we can't sort by their attributes or anything like that. It's tough to sort of sort it. So yeah, I'm not sure how to show it, unfortunately. Dallas, in your game crashes. Which skin, and it's likely that is it up to date for a start? Because a lot of them have to be like fully up to date to make sure they work properly. There is a chance we could go 5th this season. If Portugal and France continue to... We just have to match Portugal and France this season, basically. And maybe even slip slightly behind them. And there is a chance we got to 5th. A lower place nation. So you want like a smaller nation, but not at the very, very bottom. I mean, basically, most nations get 4 all the way up until you start getting towards the top 15 places. And the sort of nations that get 5, you've got... I don't know why it's sorted like that. You get your Denmarks. Hungary start a bit lower. Ukraine, Scotland, if you want a really small nation. Austria as well. That's kind of... Austria is perfectly placed, I think, for like a beginner ban. Well, not even a beginner ban, but a sort of like a... Maybe not yet. Well, the problem is with us having 200 and something players out on loan, it's so... Particularly with this screen making it even harder to sort them. I can't just like sort by goals or something. It probably is still someone like Audi Kukanda who was the standout player. But I suspect there's other players that are sort of unsung heroes, I guess. The kind of guys that... A lot of the centre-back dudes. Corona Kielce won. Did they? Wait. Surely they wouldn't have played yet. It's Wednesday... It was Wednesday night, right? It's Thursday morning. Did they play on a Wednesday? They might have done. That's weird. Oh, no, the Conference League hasn't started yet. Not yet, at least, anyway. Yeah, basically any nation where you've got someone that's good that can still... You see a lot of nations that are at that level where they'll have one stand outside who's like regularly been in Europe. Question at the end. Oh, sorry, but when you say Corona Kielce won the match in Europe question, my brain jumps to there was a match in Europe for them to have won, I suppose. That's why I was confused by it. That's why I got confused. Because I thought, because sometimes there are random Wednesday games in the other competitions. We're about to find out. They're better now. After all the trouble we've been through. Right, one more. I think they probably, despite their awful start to the season, do at least have a chance of going quite deep in the Conference League. I'm just hoping that it doesn't cost them their place in the top flight. Because it seems that if they get off to a bad start, they don't seem to ever be able to recover for whatever reason. Montperouse draws big money interest. I bet he does. Oh, that is quite a lot of money, actually. £129 million. Still no, obviously, but they would have to pry him out of my cold, dead hands. It's not happening. Yeah, I prefer the standard colours. I've never really liked skins that change a lot of the colours of the game, because generally I quite... No! Wait. That's not the same player. I thought that was Thomas Hernandez. We're okay. I'm sorry about that, Daniel. I do care about your moderate problem there, but it's less important to me. But then at least they get to play in the Europa next year while being outside of Europe. Or outside the top flight. We're on Friday now, so we can go have a look. This year, if we could just get 15 points, I'm happy. That's sort of where I'm pitching it. Because I don't know if we're going to be able to offer that much ourselves. So we want Europa League and... Just going to go back to the other matches. At least it was where we could see the goal scorers. Yes, lads! Get in! I want to see if I can get the other one. Oh, Lech Poznan. GKS Katowice win away from home in Europe. That's good news. Points on the board for Poland. Lech Poznan lose at home to, as we've already established, the best side in Europe this season. So they've already put 5 past Sporting, so that's not great. That's true. That was one of the biggest issues we had with Malta was the stadium thing. So much so that Hadrian had to like build in things to sort of help them with that, I believe. Did we? Yeah, I swear we had a stadium issue with the original Malta build, right? As long as you've got Schwa, you're happy, right? Anything else that's in here as well? Newcastle put 3 past FC Copenhagen. Aruka actually win away at Nice. I feel like every game PSV are involved in this save is like 4-2, 4-3, 4-4. There's never any boring games with them. Always against Polish sides. Okay, so at least a win on the board for a team in the Europa. It's a start. But Corona, I want to see a dub on the board for you, and we've got it. Well done, laddies. But what was the score? 3-0 against Brumby. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can see why that would be a problem in real life. I was actually really kind of staggered at how big Wisła Stadium is. Because, you know, historic city, you're walking around, and then you walk down this long street, and then you just see this thing in the distance, you're like that. Pog was like, what's that thing over there? I was like, that's the stadium. She's like, no, come on, no, that's not. And I was like, yeah, that's the stadium. It's huge. Awesome as well. And I like the fact that inside the club shop, they've got this little bit where you can go outside. It's got this little corner of the stadium where you can go out into the stadium from the club shop in this little tiny section to take pictures and stuff. It's really cool. Cercle Bruges win as well. So Corona get a 3-0 dub against Brumby. That's, oh, bit fortunate, honestly, but we take it. If it helps with their morale, I'll absolutely settle on that. That's awesome. Right, so that's more points for Poland, if nothing else. Go back to Europe. What does that do for us now? 3.5 on the year. Portugal have definitely had a good round, though. But we've still got like a full point and a bit gap on them. France are truly having an awful time. They'll probably get some cheaty points, though. They always do. Is it actually Twonk? Wow. How did I not... Excuse me. How did I not see that? I guess I was not acknowledging their existence as part of being a Wisła Ultra, you see. I'm to the core. I struggle to even celebrate Cracovia wins in Europe. It's in my blood and whatnot. Best region from Estonia. Ooh. Well, I suppose the best thing to do for that would be to... Let me do this first. Check the national team, I suppose, because there's bound to be a couple of Estonian regions in there by now, right? Right, let me do... My latest plan with these is to get rid of anyone there. Why is it showing players, but not all of them? That's a new one. What? How strange. I've never seen it show some of the players. What I'm also doing, when I scout here, if I see anyone that's in this 4-star range in the scout report, but they're free, then I just sign them. Because why not, right? It's Edmund Tinde Taribe, who's from Burkina Faso. And I intend to. What I've also been doing, outside of Windows... Yeah, I'm going to turn that off. I've stopped putting this in their contracts. The reason being, I find that if you have it in their contract to begin with, when they first join... They don't get any loan offers. But if you have to, when they join, if they don't have it, and then you turn them onto the loan list, that then does seem to get them offers because you're sort of doing that toggle. So this is an extra way of getting more interest in loans, I found. And then you don't have to deal with those annoying promises. Not that they're that annoying, but it's just something I noticed over the course of the summer when spamming a load of these types of signings. I hope he enjoys pushing your poor Mitza. Yeah, basically anyone who's free in here I would just absolutely nab, unless there's anyone like really interesting as well. Some cool nationalities popping up though. Right, and now it's gone back to that again. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing now. I mean, these guys I think must be from the... It makes me think that something to do with the recruitment focus screen is what's causing this glitch, because I've noticed that these players are probably the ones that are in that recruitment focus. Or at least similar to it. God, this screen is an absolute mess as well, isn't it? That would certainly make sense. Nearly matches, few in progress ones whose potential I can't even see. Just want to see their names or something. Actually, this guy's from Boca and River. Facundo Benitez. I mean, I don't hate him, that's for sure. And then underneath him is a guy from Boca, Jose Leal, who's also a number 10 / more of a CM kind of guy. There's still something off about those two, I must say.
Yo, hope you're well, Matty, in chat.
Chuck, how are you, man? How's it going? Thank you very much for the 67 months. That is wild. That's awesome. Thank you, friend. Is this the... Oh, the fuck? Ah. That would explain it. Yeah, so the street I was walking down was this street here at the top. So we came out of the city this direction, and then obviously came to the fan shop there. We did walk down here for a little bit, but obviously the park here is absolutely beautiful as well. So yeah, we came this direction, which is why we wouldn't have seen this. You're right, they are very close together. I didn't realize it was as close as that. For your own sanity? What do you mean? I want him to yell at me in Spanish, and then I can yell back in much worse Spanish. Oh, he's just called Val. Oh, he's a winger. What's the full name? Valdemir Gomes dos Reis. Good. So you can still get guys with these, which is a start. So this guy here, I really liked the look of, but if I recall, he wouldn't sign for us because he just signed a new contract. I mean, there's an obvious issue with this, his jumping reach, right? But he's cheap enough that I like the rest of him. I think we should probably sign him. Yeah, tackling of only 12 is a bit sus, and his aggression is a little low as well. He's probably a lone farm player at best, but a really good one. So ultimately, that's okay. Hello, Gasman. So when oh yeah, fuck it, we'll try it. Hopefully he's still willing to sign for us. Or rather, not still. There was definitely a reason why we couldn't pick him up before, and I believe it was because he'd signed a new contract. Wow, that was a while ago. So he seems to have developed okay in that time. Potential looks borderline, perhaps. Right, let me just try and figure out how to get this screen to work again. So it's perhaps Sai, but he's not been scouted very much yet, so I'll just do that. There we go. Right, anyone we have a bit more knowledge of? Quite a few, but there are likely overpriced players other than him. Actually, there's a guy from Arbey. Nicholas Karlstrup. He's not really a winger, is he? He's a striker. He's quite... Do you know what? He's actually not bad. He's a bit expensive, possibly, but constituent parts, if you look at him as just a pure attacking striker type player, he's very fun. And at 17 as well, yeah. I mean, the only issue is perhaps the ceiling on him is a little low. Maybe. But then, who's to say? Can play in a couple of positions. I do like the fact that he's a sort of really good scorer. His mentals are absurd, actually. Do you know what? If he'd sign for us, I'd be tempted. Depending on the price. Between 650 and 9.4 million. Cheers, lads. Real helpful. That's, Oh, yeah, it's Niklas. I suppose he's Danish. We've got to let him off that. Like, we have to forgive him because he is, in fact, Danish. Where was he born? Out of interest. That would make sense, too. Right, screw it. Let's go. See what they want. I'm trying to think where I would be. Oh, he has a release clause of £5.7 million. I'll just offer them 5 then. I knew I'd bring the Danish supremacists out of the woodwork. Or the Wushubrabara, which is presumably what it is in Danish. That sounded more like a bad impression of someone speaking Spanish than Danish, but there you go. I have nothing against Danes. Denmark is really fun. I enjoyed Copenhagen. I just enjoy Danish slander. But the one washing machine, maybe. Yeah, I don't mind him. You're Marley. You're expensive, expensive, expensive. This guy's from the strongest. 17-year-old goalie. Bolivian. Isn't fully scouted yet, so we can probably have a little closer look at him. Guy at Bayern is probably not really for us. Al Shorter. Oh, an Iraqi guy. Lower back. Okay, he's broken his spine, chat. Especially the Swedish one, of course. I think I'm pretty certain that the reason that I have so much Danish slander in me is just from all the Norwegians and Swedes from chats in the past. One concentration. It's me. You found Iraqi me. Distilled ADHD. Nature's finest. I guess he's 17, so they probably hasn't got a chance. Yeah, it's only the bloody French. Cut back to the hello thing from earlier on today's stream. We've got Yanka. And Norwegians and Swedes here. Well, back from the Tromsø days, we had a... Norway was overrepresented in the viewership because of that. It often happens. You'll note that my audience in certain things will have way more people from one country that's... You'll be like, that's a bit odd. But it'd be just because of a long-term save from there or something like that. It's why there's like way more Portsmouth fans that watch me than like you'd think, just because of the Pompey save from back in the day. Ecuador. Ah, it's another goalie. I could definitely... These guys definitely need a scout. For sure. Before we pull the trigger on some of these guys. But we've got time now. Why are there so many goalies in there? And the rest of them, other than him, obviously, we've tried to sign, and he who we're in the process of signing as well. I'm content with that. We've got 350 players on the scouting list anyway. My homies ain't Pompey. Yeah. Speaking of, you've really pulled this season back, Viking. Like, Saints were nowhere for a while, and then seemed to just find something. Squad player. Wait, didn't he say breakthrough prospect? I could have sworn he wanted breakthrough prospect when we talked to his agent. That's... Client's demands of the amount of negotiating we've done. We've done no negotiating. This is my offer. Accept or deny. Fair enough. Your problem. I'm not going to give him a squad player, because he isn't. Morendorf, thank you for the 22 months at tier 3. My God. Thank you so much, friend. Wait. Shall I just load him back again? Who's in charge at Saints now? I always forget. Aaron mentions it all the time, but I just always forget. Sorry, Tone. My apologies. I was just doing the scouting report. Right, Estonia. That isn't how it's spelled, but the game knows better. Just go to the national team. Tonda Echo. Okay. I don't know who that is. Honda Record? That's the guy. There is a few regions in here. Now, whether they're good or not, I mean, I guess they'd have to be of a reasonable level. So there's 2 regions in the... One of them's literally playing for Lech Poznan. Incredible. I'll show you the other one first, though. So we got this guy, Hans Lell, who plays for Pajdelina Miskond. 2 caps. Might be worth a scout, because he's only 19 and he's getting caps. Oh, went inside. Fair, fair. Person given job based on merit rather than what they do. Speaking of people given jobs. Stay with me. Roy Hodgson's back, baby. Jinxed, I don't know if you're here, but how do you feel about that? Like, and the best part is, I was editing the Nutmeg video on Friday. And I saw a little pop-up from the group chat for the FM Show pod. And Sai had put an article about Roy joining joining Bristol City or whatever. And I, because I was like not really paying attention properly, didn't realise that that's what the article actually said. So my immediate response was to think that Roy had died. And because the article title says Roy Hodgson, the remarkable return of ex-England boss, aged 78. I only read the last part that said ex-England boss, aged 78. And I thought, oh, good God. No. And I felt genuinely, I now know how I'm going to feel when Roy passes away one day and goes to the great big Europa League final in the sky. Hopefully a long, long time from now. Because I was genuinely like a little bit upset. And then I was like, fuck, I've just misread it. And then I was like, he's not dead yet. He's taken on a far worse fate, managing Bristol City. So there you go. It's instead of diving onto heaven, he's diving onto Bristol. I've just tried to drink out of an empty pot. Oh, I had to share it with you lot because I was just like, I'm an Egypt. But at least I now know. I can prepare for when it hopefully never happens. So yeah, Tanil Kasik which is what I was on the way back last night a little bit nearly. Still in Lech's second team. Doesn't help that they've got a goalie on loan from us. As the first manager to pass on the touch. Oh, no. No. Roy's the man. I really hope he does well. Wow, he's got bold ambitions. I don't know if I like that. Apparently he doesn't care. He's just... Big Europa League fight. Roy is my guy. I know that he's not as well liked at certain clubs, and I can totally understand why, but I'm sure Fulham fans, especially, and probably West Brom as well, actually. Roy managed West Brom for a bit, didn't he? And he did quite well at Palace too, of course. Oh, right. That's a lot of money, but ultimately... Oh, wow. That's all I can offer him. Jesus Christ. This guy had better be good. Because he's... dangerous. Okay. It's not the highest base wage, I suppose. The one of the loan back. Go on then. As an important player, at least give him a nice... Oh, I bet he's very well liked in Finland and possibly even Sweden as well. Are they like what? They're just in the mushy middle of nothing at this point? Yeah, that's how Fulham feel most seasons. Although, you know, maybe. Never know. Sundays, yes, yeah, I do. Although... or, two things. Either you actually didn't know that. In which case, yes, I do. Or that was just a fantastic joke about the fact that I just didn't stream for the first load of Sundays in March due to the various different bits of misfortune that was befalling me constantly. Either way, brilliant. Oh, dear. Brookbetter kind of starting okay as well. I'd like to have them in Europe. I don't think that Roy was the right fit for Liverpool. It really did seem a little bit like they just went, hey, Fulham have done well. So many clubs appoint managers because of what they do for other teams without really the forethought of, will that actually work in our hierarchy, in our system, with the players we have, with our transfer strategy? And those seem to be the ones that go wrong the most. Kochstein down the touchline. That's... Oh, right. I was going to say, Kochstein sounds like he would have been part of the total football revolution in the Netherlands. You know what I mean? Playing in the same team as like Van Basten and Johan Cruyff. Just at the back. Just a giant centre-back called Kochstein. But he would have also left Ajax if he wasn't getting a number of games. I'm just saying, Steve. Longest gap between... I forgot that he'd managed... Oh, in the EFL. As in... So Roy had managed Bristol City before. That's cool. Or was he just talking about EFL in general? Shocking manager. Yeah, but the thing is, he's not, though, is he? Like, I just think it's... Ultimately, I think it's Liverpool's fault for appointing a manager that just wasn't a fit for the club. That being said, signing Paul Konchesky was a strange choice. Sat with him 40 years ago, and now he's back for revenge. Take it to make it look better. Good. Yeah, no, I do. I stream on Sundays. Times have been a bit weird today because of the sort of the clocks changing in the UK. Right, this is a league game. Do we have Champions League? We do, of course, but how close? Oh, no, we've got a little break now. Which means we can actually try out this slightly different tactical approach for a game. Oh, maybe we should watch this one to see what it looks like. Given it's a derby match anyway. That way we can get an idea of how the tactics bedding in with this slightly little tweak. Do I start Diakite again? I mean, as for goalkeepers, he and Aguilar have the same exact average rating this season. And Jeremy was a bit below him. So maybe I'll give Diakite one more chance. Perhaps. He's earned the right, I suppose. With hours of collapsing financially. Wow. Extreme deja. I bet. I find him a very affable man, right? He's just an enjoyable character. Unless you're a Watford fan. I can see why you probably wouldn't like. It's like... Missing a lot of players. Really? Interesting. That... It shouldn't be. Wait. Is it because the team report scouting filter does have an age filter on it? And perhaps some of the older players aren't showing up because they're not being filtered in there? Because I usually have it set to like 20, but sometimes I turn it up or down depending on what our global transfer... The main reason I do it is just to not miss anyone that's absolutely goated, that's a tiny bit older. Okay. God, those tracksuits will never cease to upset me in many ways at a visceral level. Yeah, I do feel like there is a concern with his big matches. The problem is we've got such a long time to wait to find out what it is that I suspect that we may not reach that point. The ability stars basically, think of it like a report. So it's your coaching staff's assessment of what is he doing there. Adrian, I'm going to need a word. I'm sure it's nothing serious. But you probably... You can sell a visceral level? What's he doing? Ben Brahim is a very good player, but bro has got to be defending that. Missing some 17, 18-year-old. That is very weird. I wonder if it's because of the fact that we had to change the report slightly. Oh. Right. Here's my thought. I wonder if it's because we had to change the way that the filter worked because the days since scout report created thing didn't work properly. So we had to move to the knowledge level none. But it might be that some of them are getting like knowledge level some and it's being like, it's excluding them from the report. Oh, as if that might be what it is. So some of them might be getting pre-scouted by your scouts or my scouts in general when you're using it and that might be doing it. That's something to look into. That would explain why we're not seeing as many players in there, perhaps. Because I have been noticing that. That was concerning me on the visceral levels, for sure. But yeah, as for the stars, it's basically a report of what your coaching staff think about a certain player. So it doesn't decide whether they're good or not, but it gives you an indication as to whether the player may or may not be good. Although I'm starting to think that Katala's one is a lie, because we are, once again... Monperusa's really struggled here as well. But you can see what I mean. It just... I don't know. We just don't look like that creative team when we play the attacking one league-wise. I'd be willing to, even in the second half, just switch it to positive again at half-time, because we're just not creating enough. And the players that should be doing stuff very much aren't. Catalan's linking the play up nicely enough. Or go on, flick it around the side. There you go. Drop it across. Okay, that's fine too. We'll take both. And there's for shortlist. Oh. I'll show you after the game. It's probably easier. Real low. I guess it is just... Perhaps it's an uninspiring decision to get you through for a little bit, but then I guess it's not really a great show of long-term planning. So we used... No, Monperusa's been really good this season. He's not the issue. The issue is Catala. That's the only issue. Monperusa has bad games sometimes, but he's also got 8 goals this season, so usually... He seems to get more affected by the changes we make with Catalar, because obviously he's the guy that's running to that space behind. So he's not a role I want to do anything with. We used to play a free role, and the reason we moved to this one is because it didn't really work that well, eventually. Like, I'm totally happy with the role that Monperusa plays in this team. We just need to find the right roles to play around him, like Catalar! And he's got to be at least hitting the target with those. Maybe. That'd be nice. Yeah, it feels like a European thing. Or maybe second half against more tired legs. There's maybe a bit more space on the pitch. The play gets a bit more stretched. Sweet, that's Poacher. Maybe, yeah. Second half, perhaps. Just try it out. Oh, that's a nice little touch from Naeem. He might shoot here. No? Okay, patience. That's okay. We've got Blaze on the edge of the box. Feeler is... Okay, that's short. 1-1. It's not how I thought we were going to score the equaliser, but we'll take it. It was a lovely bit of play. Michael Feeler. At least I'm really happy with that role. 2-1. Wait, did we score? I swear that was the equaliser. Great assist. I could have sworn we didn't... Oh, the own goal, of course. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about the own goal. In my head, I was like, we haven't scored a goal, have we? But yeah, forgot the own goal. Nice little turnaround there, actually. But not really created much. We're a bit fortunate, if anything. It almost felt like the same highlight. Catalan's got a little bit more rating back, but... Oh, that's a great pass. Oh! Michael Feeler. Oh, I like that there's certain positions in this team and certain players in those positions that you're just like, nah, they'll be fine. Look at that. Starts the play off. Makes the return pass. Obradovic spots the run. Defense is just open like a chasm and Feeler's gone, nah, top bins, lads. Oh, he's into double digits this season already. He could well have one of like early Rodado type seasons where we finally get a guy that could maybe start to encroach onto the 30 goal mark. Because of the way we spread the goals around in this team so much, it's tough for any one player to get that close to it. I think Monperusa's touched 20 one time. Obviously, Catalar's got to 19. Wait. Not 19. He got 19 last year. Or was it 21? Name's all the way through again. So many bodies there. Ah, blocked again. They still cluster way too close. Oh! I just wish there was some way to stop that. Get another. I'm not opposed to the idea of something like. That's not the right screen to tell. Either that or that. So you still, that way it makes more room for Montparnasse, and then you get like a sort of a guy here. Just make him a shadow striker. That'd be funny, actually. Oh, sorry, a second striker now, which is apparently what it's called. Did not know they changed the name of that. Shadows were too complicated. People couldn't understand them, you know? Kane Bullen, thank you for the 28 months, my friend. Well, inside forward on the left was another thought I had, because I actually tried that, sort of, in that other system I made. With Montparnasse. Yeah, that could make use of the number 10s as well, particularly as the only player we really have that could play inside forward is actually Montparnasse, and I don't really want to take him away. I might, for the second half, try some random mixture of things here. Just as a second striker, perhaps. And just temporarily bring Arola into that position, just to see what he looks like in the role. Running channels, I think he has that on already, right? Makes forward runs. Oh, yeah. Moves to channels. I'm reticent to get too close to sort of strikerless-y type stuff, though, just in case, because I do find that I don't want it to be completely and utterly broken, because that's less fun. At least the shape is proper gopping as well, which does help. Yeah, it should do the same kind of thing. And the system now looks really dumb, and that makes me happy, because it's... Our shape was, while still a little bit eclectic, with the whole dropping back and stuff, this feels a little bit more silly. And I appreciate that from them. Ah, now, out of possession could be an issue here. I might just leave that, actually. Because apparently a roller can do the job. Somehow. Plus the out of possession... Oh yeah, we already worked out it doesn't affect him, does it? Move forward. Yeah, because it's kind of like how in a lot of Premier League teams, or just in football in general, you'll see how if a team's playing like a 4-3-3 with a single striker, often in Fulham, for example, when we play more of a passive press, usually it's our number 10 that's activating the press along with our striker and almost like filming like a 2 up top out of possession, weirdly. Josh King does it quite a lot. So I guess it's just all of us mimicking that kind of style. Screw it, let's try that for the second half. See what it looks like. Worst case scenario, I could just have Catalar play the same role. But then again, we don't really need him to, but I do feel bad for him because he's such a good player when he's not playing like shit. Right. Doing brilliantly. Keep it up. What's the second half saying? Possibly Rennie. It's another decision to make because you'll notice that it's definitely a consideration. It really is something I wouldn't mind investigating at least. It doesn't hurt. No, true. Just to give us options there. Run out of the team. I just find that doesn't really work like that. And ultimately, the reason I want to do this is to fix him. Because Suarez is actually playing okay in that role sometimes. But I just like the idea of us trying to figure out what's going to make him tick. To the perfect player for Spurs, yeah. Oh, that was lovely from Naeem. The tones. Yeah, but the thing is, Kimo, it was written in the prophecies, right? Our fathers once told us of this. Hey, son, come sit down. I'm going to tell you about a time when Catalar played well. No, Grandpa, not again. You've told us this story many, many times. Target 4. I guess that's at least that would... Hey, well, Fila scored another one. At least we know that isn't the problem. Fila has bagged yet another one. Also, Cracovia are probably one of the better sides in this league, obviously. And that was a nice bit of play. Oh, thank you, Thano. Ooh. Thank you, man. That's very, very kind of you to say. I've got a new... a Rollers 33, yeah. New one in the works. I'm calling it the Scouting Chronicles, the deep dives, basically. So that's going to be interesting to see. But thank you, man. That's so kind. The whole not being able to loan players out thing, we are certainly discovering new little things you can potentially do to try and aid with that, but it is still a very complex situation. He probably could still fit into that role as well. But the one thing about this role is it would then give us more space for the likes of... play it to the side. It's certainly unlocked Montparnasse. That's for sure. If nothing else, he has been absolutely lights out in this play. That's 2 assists he's got since half-time. Clash with Montparnasse. Yeah, I guess that's the downside of him being so narrow. We almost do want a player that's off the left-hand side instead. So that way they're moving inside with the ball, but they've got a wider starting position. It's annoying that we can't play like a... You kind of need an inside forward type of chap, really. That's the thing. Montpellier has been good, though. But Arola's rating is still weirdly going up. So he's still contributing, which is interesting. I might get Pena on for a bit. Give Naeem a little resty rest. I did try and bring on Maciej Prikorski early this season. We conceded 3 goals and lost the game. I'm not blaming it entirely on him, but it is mostly his fault. Who else is on the bench? Maybe Cassidy? Just because he's got that passing ability. Yeah, the next thing that we're doing scout-wise, it's going to be dealing with the detailed specifics on what effect your director of football is actually having on transfer room in stuff, as well as some little things, along with my automated stuff. All 3 multi-nations in 1 save. I mean, I guess if you said top 5, the problem would be, of course, if you did that, the second you left 1, it's likely going to decay a little bit. You'd have to really establish them. So you'd probably want to aim for almost top 3, because top 5 could evaporate so quickly when not... Hey! 6-1. We are 6-1 up against Cracovia. This is looking interesting. We're getting a lot more crosses in now. It's certainly finding a little bit more space for players. There's more bodies in the box. Arola actually has a bit of a run here and does get the headed goal this time. Okay. He is really good. He is so good. I mean, he scores the Champions League winning goal. He comes off the bench and seems to do something pretty much every single game. I'll be willing to run this from the start of the next game and start training Katala to play there as well. Like 6-1 off of 2.77 XG. It's the opposite of what we've been doing all season. Feel has been exceptional as well. He's still scoring. The team looks good out wide. There's creativity all over the pitch. That's encouraging signs. Kept a lot of possession as well. Oh, God, I love him. I wouldn't mind looking at Arola's numbers for this season in isolate, honestly. Yeah, I mean, it's like at the start of last year where I tried to make that tactic that would use all our number 10s, or at least try to. This actually feels like a better idea. I didn't want to sacrifice our strikers to do it last time around because they were playing so well. But it seems like this time around, there might actually be more scope for it. So, let's go back in here. So that's the wide one. That's... Which one is this? I'm losing track of which tactic's which now. I don't know what we changed on that one, so I might just delete that one. Or... Yeah, I'll clear that slot. And then it's this one we want to copy over. That way we don't dick about with the official one we're using. For a moment at least. So then we push... Oh. So all we did in that game was that. And then... That with... Not personalized, sorry. And then channels. That was the only change, wasn't it? Just those 2 things. Copy of is where you want to be. It's like new folder behavior. And that was it. Well,
Hi. How goes the games today? How goes the magnificent Champions League?
So far, so good. 3-1 win against RZ. Came back from 2-0 down against Barca away from home to get a 2-2 draw. Starting to sort of hit on something a bit interesting there. Oh my goodness. What have you got there, Pog? You've got pasta.
Yeah.
Nice.
Can I show chat my pasta?
Did we leave it on attacking that entire game as well? Or did we switch off of it? I forget what I did. Paid to play the Abramovich role.
Let me show chat pasta.
Sorry, Pog has pasta to show off, chat. You need to say ooh and ah.
But it looks so yummy. They've got
Cooper,
bread
do not hate me.
Bread in it.
I am familiar with over
Limerick
600
leprechaun, thank you for the
dance
follow.
moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
Oh, that's good. That's really nice coffee. There you go. Thank you, chat. There's the R's. Love to see it. Abramovich role. The simple issue is Pena in the Abramovich role can't play DM. And we'd have to train him there. He can sort of... He makes us worse. Like... He's good. And he can do the job. But it would leave us exposed because he's nowhere near as good defensively. Although he's actually okay marking. Of all the number 10s, he's the one that I would be most likely to actually let him do that role. So yeah. I actually quite like... I know this is an unpopular opinion perhaps, but I actually don't mind some of the Ammo Affliction's new stuff. The single they released was really good. But apparently it's not going to be on the album. And I actually saw the Devil Wears Prada in 2009. At the Relentless Garage, back when Relentless sponsored things. Right, I have some lookups to do. My apologies. Anton Neon Scotta. My laptop guy. We do now. Thank you for making that clear. Antonians, unfortunately, Don, sad times for all Scotta lovers. Oh, Champions League, yeah. So we basically got 4 points so far. Cracovia are shit in the bed because it's what they do. And we're kind of trying to fix the Catalar situation at the moment. Yeah, 2 report filter. Yes, absolutely. Let me just do this this report. And that went up to date on the player lookups. We did whole game. Interesting. So it seems like maybe this is allowing us to get through low blocks a little bit more as well. Wasting him. I don't think I'd want to waste his talents on training him defensive stuff, but I think what he currently has means that at least, certainly in league games, we could probably carry those things. Like 8 tackling is a little on the low side when you consider that I think Obradovic has 12 or 13, and that means he can get stuck in a little bit more. But in games where we're trying to take a bit more domination and don't mind risking it a bit more, having Pena in that role could actually allow him to play too. So there's a chance there that we could have Pena, Arola, and Montperus in the same lineup, which is fun. This is a definite good sign. So yeah, the team report filter that I use at the moment to look for the reports, which I need to look at no, we already looked at that guy. This is the current one I use, which is age between 15 and 20. Potential is at least half star, and then knowledge level is none. The reason I have to use this one is because the other one that we used to use, the days since Scout Report created one, just didn't seem to work anymore. Oh, a striker. Oh, yeah, well, that's a striker for sure. But obviously, he's not playing as a striker anyway. He's more of a number 10 to mid kind of player. John Jong Man. Even more reason to sign him, particularly if he's free. Walla walla bing bang. That's going to sound really strange otherwise, isn't it? He's not free, but he's nearly free. And he's about to be a lot freer if we can release him from North Korea. Poet and I absolutely knew it. Right. Oh, he is free. Terrific. Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't actually mind having... The way I look at it is the higher a player's tackling is, the better regardless. There's never a reason why it would be bad to have better tackling. So if I find a striker and he happens to have like 11 tackling, the way I look at that is we can play an aggressive press and he's more likely to be able to get the ball off people. Yeah, we'll get him in. Jong Yong Man. Welcome, friend. Tooth Out Wednesday. That's, yeah. Hopefully they gave you some like painkillers for that. Because, I mean, I haven't had a tooth out under local anaesthetic. I had a general anaesthetic when I had my wisdom teeth taken. That's exactly it. Tackling is like a free bonus that you will get, you know? You know it's not going to get any better for the most part. I think the most I've ever seen a player's tackling go up was 2. And that is the outlier. They're almost always 1 or 0 for the most part. Because it is just not one of those... It'd be nice if it was able to move a little bit. Because you think that you would at least, as a defender... get a bit more used to the sort of the game and therefore would get a bit better at... But I think it's because a lot of the things that make players better defensively come from things like anticipation and decision making, and their actually ability to tackle itself probably doesn't change much because I guess there isn't too much technique in it that they wouldn't already have. Maybe they slide a little bit differently. Because I think you get better at tackling by improving the things around the tackling rather than the tackling itself, and there is already attributes specifically for that. The Intercontinental Champion... What is this and why am I being told about it? Andrew, how have you done this? How have you somehow... So it's Wisła Kraków versus Auckland FC. Is this something to do with the Club World Cup in some manner? That I would be even told about it in the first place? How strange. Love to see it. I've never heard about it, but Andrew's about to tell us all about it, I'm sure. No, not explanation. I think that's not what it's supposed to do. I thought maybe it was like a prelim to the Club World Cup or something because we are in that eventually, whatever the hell that is. I think next summer maybe? Yeah, it's an odd year, isn't it? When are we going to get the next league game chance to play? So we've got... Wait, is this international break? It is, isn't it, I think? So let's quickly whack in a couple of friendlies. Pretty certain we're in international break now. We'll have a Wednesday boy. And we'll play against the second team because they could do with a bit of a spanking. For being naughty boys in the lower division. Saturday game there as well. We'll have a bit of... Let's do away from home, actually. We get more options then. Let's play against Manchester City. Because reasons. They can't play in it. Oh. Wow. So, so it's just completely broken. In 26, as I live and breathe, I refuse to believe that this could happen. Let's play against someone fun, like... I swear we used to play against these guys in a different save. They feel like one of my regular whipping boys. I probably could do with spanking Hooknick around a little bit. Man City rejected us? They're just scared. Not thinking it would get... I mean, you don't want to play against the Champions League holders. Alright. Well, anyway, we are in the Polish top flight, i.e. the Ekstraklasa. The craziest league in the world these days, in real life as well. It's great. Let's play against Policia. Let's not play against Policia. Let's travel to Policia. Got them in the end. I know. This is unheard of. Someone should report this to the forums. They'll be amazed. There'll be nothing. It'll be the first bug report in weeks. I'm kind of glad we at least managed to destroy Cracovia. Because the last few years in the league, we've been topping out at about 80 goals. And I feel like we've got a bit more in there, potentially. Particularly with the way the squad is picking up right now. I'd be very curious to see it. Like, our goal difference is plus 20. But a lot of the times in the past, that was down to us not conceding a lot rather than scoring a lot. This year, we're still actually underperforming our XG. That's crazy. And also on the defensive side of things too. We definitely need to sort that out. Our next match, I believe, is GKS, perhaps. No, it's Lech Poznan away, then Polonia Bytom. Lech Poznan will be a fun test, actually, because they've got those crazy Spanish players. Yeah, I think we'll watch the next one as well. Because why not, right? I think as long as we can get through... My plan today, in terms of progress, would be... I want to be... Because obviously Christmas is here. So honestly, as long as we get through probably the Sparta Prague game as well, then I think we're Gucci. Because then I can do those off stream. Then we can finish off the next 4 games on Tuesday in the Champions League and do like winter break stuff. And then... No football. This is true. And I must admit, I actually don't feel like I'm going to be sick anymore. So I have started to feel a little bit better than I was earlier. I woke up this morning and it was just like... Which is why I'm a little bit more scatterbrained than normal as well, because I'm pretty certain that your pill doesn't actually affect you very much when you are sick an hour later. Hence the caffeinated coffee. Right, so Nichlas is in. Also, forgive me if that was too much information. Oh, is this the thing? FIFA Intercontinental Cup. Oh. So am I to assume that there was no reason... Oh, no, I see. Right, when OFC representative plays against an AFC. So that is supposed to be correct, but there's no way that Auckland FC are allowed to be in it. I get it now. Oh, first round of the Cup. Are we not in the first round of the Cup, or do we get a bye this year? We're signing Tinder as well. What more do you want? Oh, is it? Oh, so it's like a ghost tournament. Right, we'll get Edmund in. I want to be able to queue up loads of these transfers as well as we go along. Just keep signing them the same way I was before, where anyone I spot that's free and in that 4-star potential range. Corona have sacked their manager. That's a decision. That might actually work for them, honestly. If they get a new manager who's decent, then great. But unfortunately, we can't see who the favourite is anymore, can we? Because the game doesn't let you do that. But I think that is the first sacking of the season. That might help. He does have great hair. My dream is to, if I ever got a chance to have a sponsorship deal with some kind of hair care company, that I think would me be like, right, you've made it. Shout out to Holy as well, though, because that's easily the best like brand relationship I've ever had. They're so good. And I'm definitely going to take the idea of Montparoust becoming a Holy brand ambassador to them, just to see what they say. Because they're the exact type of company that would just be like, yeah, we can work with something like that. So I thought you could, Hatred, but I don't believe you can anymore. We tried this last time, but we can have another look, if I can remember where it is. It's in Korea, isn't it? And then... managerial vacancies, right? Good for your hair. I mean, I can't make promises like that, of course. Oh, they actually do manager sackings. Yeah, I don't believe it. Yeah, you can't. This screen has become infinitely worse. I understand why Polonia Bytom are sacking their manager as well. They have been underratedly hideous this year as well. I was going to say... I mean, I might even be considering that kind of bid if someone does genuinely come in for him with that kind of money. Oh. Joe Flix Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Thank you so much for the 7 months. That
Matt,
is so kind
I
of you.
want to thank you and the entire chat for helping me install
Nice.
this beautiful skin. I
Hell yeah.
follow you often even though I don't post much. Thanks again. You're the best. Sit
Just on
Harold.
the street. Was that you behind us on the M25 yesterday? I joke, of course. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind. Everyone's been so nice lately. Jesus. Yeah, just jump to Corona. Hey, they're in the Conference League, Kimo. It sounds fun down there. I don't know about you. Look at this bullshit. I'm ready for the bullshit. Show me. That confused guy, .gif. The Venga Boys music playing in the background, just for the volleys to add extra context here, is certainly not helping the situation. Me trying to understand, like, the meaning of life. Meanwhile, the Venga Boys are boom, boom, booming in my head. So they enter at the final. The Derby of the Americas winner. Does the winner of El Clasico get a place as well? My Christ. Club screen and news section. Ooh, can you? Time to find out, I guess. Wait, where is the news section? Am I being... I'm sure I am being dumb. Manager history, club history. Actions. Oh, right. Oh. I didn't... Ah. Pundits in the media are expecting... Rui Mota and Žarko Lazicic. So he's the manager of Maccabi Tel Aviv. He's the manager of Ludogorets. And obviously, I didn't know you could... Cheryl, thank you so much for that. That's a good one. Yeah, these are the luminaries of the game. If there was a Mount Rushmore of football, it would contain Rui Mota and Žarko Lazicic. And if you don't agree, you're a liar. And then, of course, this guy here, who is very interesting, because he's the manager of Čeká, who, of course, are crushing it in the Europa League this season. I would like it if they appointed him. Does he have any traits? Oh, we can't see, can we, because of the weird manager scouting thing? No, me neither. Cherry. Ah, of course. Oh, is that not an L? My apologies, Cherry. I read that as an L this entire time. I just realised I've never actually said your name out loud in chat. Sometimes people's names, I've never said them out loud, and I've just been reading it in my head the entire time, and for some reason I thought it was Cheryl. Cheryl! Cheryl. How's it going, Cheryl? That will now continue to happen loads more. Mourinho, get Mourinho in there, yeah. Man of culture, yeah! Up the Cheryl. It's a good name to have. But it's fine. Yeah, exactly. I'm unwell, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a well boy. But that's okay. Because I got to see Mike yesterday, which was very nice. Mike invited Pog and I down for a lovely engagement party. And I was hanging out with Proudy and Nerdphonic too, which was kind of fun. It's always interesting hanging out with sort of FM adjacent people or people you know from Football Manager and stuff in like completely un-FM related settings, I guess. Sometimes that's the best time, actually. Oh. Is this that double length one where we have to really push for it? Ah, so we are playing the Polish Cup, but of course this is the first round, and even when we were before, we would come in at the second round, but I believe we actually don't come into the third round these days, and because we're the current champions, I think, anyway. Kind of fun. No, when I say kind of fun, it's honestly great, because when you go to a party and you never know with these things, because I had no idea who was going to be there, because I only really know Mike and Chloe. So Pog and I'd forgot to even think about, oh Christ, are we just going to be the only people that, like, are they going to be the only people we know there? And obviously, ultimately, I'm there because it's Mike's engagement party, right? But I get there, we go to the bar, and I just see Proudy standing there, and I'm just like, it's going to be okay. And then I turn around, I see Matt, and I'm like, it's going to be, it's just, yeah, good times. Once you find those couple of people, and you're like, right, that's fine. We're going to be all right. It did, didn't it? Yeah. No, what I should stress is I love hanging out with Matt and Proudy. They're great. Like, people underrate the things that Matt has done for the FM community and the amount of work that he's done in the back end of like various different things that have been put on in the past. The amount of work he does is insane. Dilute Island. But then he'd have a slightly smaller island. But thank you very much for the follow, though. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I had a few drinks last night, but not enough to like be sick this morning. Amount of drinks, you know. I wonder if it was the baby Guinnesses. Master 70 PT. Thank you very much for the follow. Tried stacking the B team for the cup this year. The thing is, we can't. Like, genuinely, because we don't have enough players. The only thing I think we could do is notice when there's a B team game and set players available for that match, but we'd have to pay attention so closely to know when it's happening. And that's the issue. So if we spot when our B team goes in, then maybe we could actually do that, but we'd have to be so like on the ball to know when they're there, see the thing that lets you set players available, and then maybe make it work. But also, it's because our B team is absolute trash right now because all of the good players are gone. This is our second team right now. Let me just filter this properly. Right, these guys here. That's it. That's all we have in our B team. Compared to what it was before. It was truly crazy how many players are out on loan now. So, that's it. Those guys there are the only players that are eligible for loan anymore. It's 36 guys. No, 35 guys. And they might think that's a lot of players, Matt. It's not, though. Compared to what it was, that is not a lot of players. And I still think some of these guys will get loans in January too. A lot of them are new players as well. Some of them look really good. Guys like Juric actually could have a really good run in the B team for a little while. I'm quite pleased with that. Oh, also posting links in chat. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you for letting that. Thank you for telling them, Chris. But yeah, I'm good with links. No one's ever actually... Also, well done for keeping this on topic to the Intercontinental Cup final. Oh, Ramadan Sobby. I had him at Midtjylland. Well done, the Egyptians. Somehow not even the longest penalty shootout we've seen in the last week. There was one in one of the tournaments for the... Oh, what was it? There was a penalty shootout we were watching or saw in a random fixture in the save that was like stupidly long. Kalamazan Adoy. Ooh. It doesn't help that I don't really drink very often. I'm more of a social drinker. And I used to be much more of a bingy boy. So when I drink, I would drink to excess. But I wouldn't drink very often. And I suspect that's just because I have that kind of personality. Turns out that's an ADHD thing as well. It's a big old umbrella. Right, what do we do? Oh, yeah, the B team squad. And their lineup. Can I do it from this? No. I'm trying to think of how we can get to the second team's schedule. How do you get to the second team's schedule? Is it just schedule page and then is there a way of like... I've never actually tried to find this screen before. It must be in here somewhere, right? Because this is the team, but... I don't... Team's badge top left. That seems like the first team still, right? Oh, do we go on here? Ah, nice. So it's there. On the 13th. So they're not playing until the second round. Oh, sorry. Their game isn't until the 13th of October, weirdly. Move your B team into the playable leagues. You can't do it mid-save. It's super tough because the way that it works in Poland, or most leagues, is that you have the playable leagues that you have switched on. And in this case, it goes down to the second tier. The game tends to decide the players that go in, sorry, the teams that get promoted into that based largely on reputation. And obviously your B team can be a bit iffy on that one. So it's better. So if you were to start a Poland building a nation now, I'd advise you to use one of the extended databases that has the lower league switched on, because then they will be turned on automatically. But we didn't have that luxury, unfortunately, at the start of the save, because we weren't sure how long that was going to take. And had we been able to wait, we would have obviously been able to implement that. But now you're in a position where you probably can do. Have to drink one today too. Isn't that more of an OCD thing? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. I've still been sort of unraveling things for the past 6 months of like, is that something that maybe behave a bit strangely in the past? We're about 3 weeks away. Yeah, I know, but it's the fact that we're already playing in the first round right now. Wait, who? Really? Okay. Naturally, Piasklevica have got an international Colombian striker now. Want an example of the loan farm doing things? There we go. Last season, didn't really play a lot. This season, straight into the team. He finished off last year on loan there. Had a loan at Rakov that didn't work. This year, though, crushing it for Piasklevica. Oh my god, 3 goals and 5 assists. He's one to keep an eye on. Particularly as Piasklevica are doing really well this season, right? Aren't they like... They're one of the big 3 at the moment. I don't think I've actually heard this one before. So apparently, it's more to do with... Binging is quite a common thing that happens with it, apparently. Again, like I said, I don't know that much about it yet, as I'm still relatively new to understanding all of these things, but apparently that's just like another sort of sign. Which is actually quite convenient, but given that it's not just like drinking, it's anything like that. Too much of it in too much of a... I think it's the same way that, you know, you get that kind of addictive personality as well, which is why I have to be very careful with things like, you know, gambling, which I don't really do at all anymore, other than on Twitch, and gambling by my reputation every single time. And then the, yeah. Hello, Whisperio. Would you like me to catch you up? Because you're in for a treat if you would like me to. Particularly if you could let me know the last thing you remember, or the last thing you've seen, because the things have changed. So all the two teams would be 13. True. That would have at least helped with that, I suppose. But, you know, it's things we know for next time with either Denmark or Serbia, you know? Yes, because one of the things, it's like impulse control is quite a big factor. Like, I pretty much had most vices you can imagine as far as, not drugs. That was the one thing. I was never particularly into that kind of stuff, thankfully, I suppose. But I smoked, I vaped, as you knew. I never got that into drinking, to be fair. Mostly just because it's expensive. In a way, that kind of helped, I suppose. But yeah, that's Hudson O'Doyle. Yeah, so basically, Hadrian, we had a little discussion about what to do for the next one, potentially. And I've got two conflicting ideas that I'm not sure which one I want to go with at the moment. So there was the Serbia idea, which largely came down to the fact that we found that there's a team in the second tier of Serbia called FAP, and one also called Jug. So that was interesting. But so I was like, okay, that's certainly something we could consider. And also Serbia is sort of right in that sweet spot of interesting nations, and it's a fun nation to manage in because you've got your Red Stars and your Partisans, Vojvodinas, Čukaričkis. And then I thought, the name is funny, but I do worry that could actually become a negative to the save if it does get a little bit stupid with that, perhaps. So that's still a consideration. And then I thought about Denmark as an option as well, given that slightly higher up, and it would be an opportunity to finish what I started with the original Building a Nation save. And that made Denmark quite interesting as well as an option, because it's Scandi, sort of. Scandi adjacent, I mean, just south. And I thought that might be quite a good choice too. And I can't remember which team it was that I was interested in Denmark, because I didn't find one that really appealed to me straight away, but there was one team that I kind of was drawn to. Was it B60? No, not B67. That's the Greenland team. It starts with a B, I think. B93, that was the one, yeah. That was the sort of the front runner at the moment, potentially. But I'm always open to, not suggestions, but like, we had a little look through and no team really grabbed me, I suppose. That was the closest one. So this stream would be number 51, Whisperio, I believe. This is the 51st stream. Middelfart, yeah. Roskilde. Lundby, I think they're a bit too far up, aren't they? But it would have to be second tier or lower, probably. And ultimately, when people say, what about this team? It's not really a case of like, why not? It's more a case of why, right? I always have to have that something that grabs me about a team that makes me be like, yeah, this is the team I want to do. And sometimes it is the dumbest reasons, but something will just twig in my head and be like, yep, I'm sold on them. Or I have to choose a different team because of like random reasons, like with Nashar and Syrenes. We chose that one because they had titties on their badge. I think the Fab Jug thing, obviously the save itself would be fine, right? It's more that, can you sort of see the first time chatterbox constantly? And while that's good for engagement, I think it would get old a little bit too quickly. Like, we're a certain level of immature, right? It's like organized degeneracy, I guess. Only 30, yeah. Yeah, so basically, the biggest thing is we won the Champions League last season, incredibly. We did, Rob, yes. He's still sort of... He's still at Nashia now, basically. He's just... I think he's going to spend most of the rest of his career there. Yeah, the one thing about the Danish League is it will have the split, of course, in it, which will be an interesting dynamic that we've perhaps not really played around with much in Building a Nation saves, which would be kind of fun. The Drunken Army. Is it? Brøndshøj. I liked Brøndshøj. I remember managing against them when I managed... So when I've managed in Denmark in the past, as far as I know, the only Danish team outside of Midtjylland I've ever managed is Sønderjysk. And that was fun. Shout out to second half Sønderjysk. But yeah, I don't know. Nothing grabs me yet. God, I wish there was a goose-based team in Denmark. Found a goose-based team in Denmark, and then I will manage those. I'm still pissed off that Blue Goose are changing their name. Not just in it, it's going very well. We've won the Champions League last season, and this year is the first time we've managed to get all 5 Polish sides into the group stages of European competitions in the same season. 2 in the Champs, 2 in the one in the Conference League, and oh dear. And then of course 2 in the Europa League, which is good. Deportivo, you'd have to, wouldn't you? Yeah. Different logo. Oh, is it a different logo? Danish photo. Are they getting relegated? Kurga is a SWAT. Oh, HB. Yeah. That is HB Kurga, isn't it? That's the ladies' team, but you get the point. Okay. Superliga, though. Wait, are they Superliga in real life? Or are they... Danish friends, since there's loads of you in here and I've been slandering you all day. Is there any real chance that HB Kyrgyz get relegated? They aren't. They're not. Oh, nice. So this has happened in the save. It's not like a... Okay. I mean, there's a giant swan on their badge. Are they... Is their nickname the Swans or something? Like, what's with the swan? I must know. It's not a goose pog, no, unfortunately. There is not a lot of goose-based teams. The biggest goose-based team I could think of, really, is Cassiopeia. Hard code to generate Pharaoh Islands power. I guess, but that wouldn't be the point of building a nation save, obviously. I quite like... yeah. Do you remember that part about 5 minutes ago where I just said, they play in Zealand? Does he know? Like, that seems unusual. Oh my god, Waterford Wizard? That is so... Bloody hell. Thank you very much for the tier 2. Thank you. That's very, very kind of you. Welcome aboard, my friend. I must admit, I'm... The whole point where I was saying, like, yeah, sometimes weird things just make me want to manage a team. It sounds dumb, but the Swan badge is kind of sick. There's something about I quite like them. I quite like them. Oh. So it feels like that could be... Oh, hello. Is that going to be Danberg? Definitely not going to get promoted. Okay. What do you think I do a Portugal one just to take over Cassiopeia?
It's the youth academy called...
Is it what?
The youth academy.
The youth academy? What, of HB Kurga? They're called the Signets.
Signets.
The Signets, yeah. We could call that our Signet intake. Nice. Waterford Wizard, thank you very much for the gifted sub to yourself. That's impressive. Fair play. Obama putting the medal on himself meme. It's... Thank you, that's very kind of you, my friend. A duchy. Yeah, Zealand is like an area, isn't it? It's one of the many regions of the Danish mark. They were managed by Daniel Agger. Okay, you're selling this to me here. I think we might have honestly, I'm not opposed if they go 3rd tier to starting 3rd tier, because ultimately, I think that would actually make the rise even more fun. Oh, it is an island, isn't it? Yeah. I suppose that would explain why it's called Zealand. I'm thinking, okay, right. I'm like this close to just not locking it in, but very close to it. What else do we know about HB Kurga? Is there any fun facts about them? Because Danish friends, what are they? What's their reputation like in Denmark, as far as the football, the area, any memes about them, funny former players, excellent, like famous former players, etc. Kind of a young club. Okay, but they've been around enough that I've seen them and played against them regularly in my saves. They were originally nicknamed, excuse me, Herfruglæner. The Hoopos. Oh, it's a... Okay. Sorry, not Denmark. I meant the Netherlands. I guess it'd be Zealand, wouldn't it? I get confused. It's a bit like how Holland is a region in the Netherlands, right? But people call the Netherlands Holland. Although part of that comes from, like, back in the day. Player of the month, no surprises there. He's been absolutely exceptional. He's scoring a few more goals this season too, which is a good sign. Manager of the month for me, no surprises there. Nice. A merger of Herfruglæner. One thing I am going to have to do, though, is learn Danish pronunciation. Because I keep applying, like, Swedish-Norwegian pronunciation to it, and I know that is incorrect. I struggle enough saying Bromby. I know that isn't even close to how you say it, but I've actually given up trying to say it correctly. We're looking at some proper FC Voldemort situations here. Kortevors is still cooking, apparently, yeah. Club which... Other thing you wanted to... Oh, really? Women's team is better than the men's team? Oh, no way. That's even better. That... Whoa. Everything we're learning about them is making me like them even more. Okay. So they have played in the Superliga before, but not for very much. Okay. And they could play 3rd tier. I'm fine with that. Hello, Tunisian man at Juve. Not quite what we're looking for. Right, let's get rid of you. I like being able to through these scout reports so much faster nowadays as well. It's great. It's one of the benefits of having 19 scouts on the board. Right, any freebies in this block of players? No. Wow. You're nearly free. And you're nearly free. But you're not free, crucially. And I've got a rule. And that is apparently that rule as of this exact moment. Oh, Hungarian guy fell off. I was expecting him to be really good. There's an Uripesh dude. Yeah, I swear we went through a spell where we only ever managed teams that played in red. And this year it's either in blue or red. Like, Tromsø played in red and white. So red, essentially. Treaty United played in red. Awake it was blue. MTK play in blue. Malta play in blue. Wisła play in blue and red. I just do nothing else. Where's my green teams at, you know? Hello, Icarus. Also, it's 2008, so they are quite new then, yeah. Fair enough. There's some quite interesting players in this batch here, actually. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to cancel that recruitment focus, because otherwise they're going to fill this goddamn scout reports with those same players over and over again. Cam. Do you recognise that name? John Flanagan ended his... How old is John Flanagan these days? He's one of those players that... He feels perpetually young to me for some reason. But that might just be because my reference point for his existence is when he was really young, when he was at Liverpool. Anyone really fun and cheap in here? Ah, there's King Shitu. Do we get more information on him this time? No. Okay. God damn it, man. I think all the extensives are players that we can't realistically... Oh, it's the guys from earlier, isn't it? Guy at NEC. Guy at Sao Paulo. Gilmar Coutinho Neto. Okay. Not bad. Egyptian lad at Ceramica. A couple of Bose dudes. They'll get scouted again. We've got time, thankfully. I think these guys are a bit out of our price. I mean, let's look at Val, actually. Although we kind of already did, didn't we? He's from the... Yeah. I like him, but... At least we're finding them now. That's the main thing. These guys are actually coming across our desk now. But they certainly weren't before. Oh, tiny little ground. Oh, nice. Any park... But, oh, I tell you what. Whereabouts... I know we've already sort of briefly talked about this. Where is... Is the town actually called Kyrgyz, or is it like one of those teams where the team name doesn't relate to the town? So it's south of Copenhagen. Okay, good. How far south are we talking? Like, could I fly to Copenhagen, say, and then just get like a train to Kyrgyz? I'm now just thinking for the inevitable trip. Suburb. Okay, that's fine. Superb. No, we didn't buy Shitu. We've tried to buy him a couple of times, but unfortunately he's signed a contract so recently that we can't offer him a deal at the moment. I think he will come, though. Santa Clara, just to build up the miles. Oh, new Mali star. Oh, Cola. Wait, you're going to... Please don't tell me you've got a huge wage rise. There's another guy at Corona Kielce. Or in this case, Cola Kielce, I guess. Salu Kamara? Who are you playing for? Oh, literally no one. Fair enough. On the S-Train network. Nice, nice. I did enjoy the train system from what I saw in Copenhagen. It was weird, like there being no ticket rates, nothing, and it was just sort of honor system. It was really kind of cool. The thing is, with the 2 AMs, we already have so many AMs that I don't know if I want to spend like 8 million on another one. But that might just be me because I think it's probably just because we've managed to pick up so many for so cheap that I almost resent the idea of having to pay loads more money to sign one. Lucas Acton. I don't know if he's in the game, or in the save at least. Unless this is he. No, it's just because Ayrton... What is this picture? He looks like he's about to cry. Seems accessible. Oh, yeah. So it's just around the coast a little bit. That sounds fine. And is there much to do down here? And then again, I suppose if you were to go to a game there or something, you just stay in Copenhagen, right? Don't you? And then you get to see Copenhagen a bit more. I've already been there once, but... And then you head down for that. You probably wouldn't want to stay down there, although it might be cheaper. Lee 6 in the squad. I like the way you think. So what you're saying, Darren, is I need to sign more number 10s. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that I need to sign more number 10s, because... Swan scarves. Oh, my goodness me. Why does it remind me of, like, a dish towel? I don't know what... It's something about it doesn't look very scarfy. Also, that kit is absolutely incredible. Has anyone got a link to the kit itself? The £40 for the kit or the scarf. More gold coopers, of course. You can never have enough. It's called the Swan Shop. I'm just saying. At least 500 krona, to be fair. That kit is fucking filthy. Particularly as it looks like they don't have the full badge. They've just got the swan emblem. Oh, I'm a fan. Let's see. I have to accept to alle. Spillertrøye. Oh, yes. Look at that. Oh, it looks like an Atalanta kit from an alternate universe. That is unbelievably cool. Look at that. I have a Swedish accent because most of the way I learnt to say and pronounce names like that was by speaking Swedish and Norwegian. So that, forgive me, Danes. It will improve, hopefully, if we do that save. Zenon, thank you for the 33 months. Welcome in, my friend. Hope you're well. Like, I learned to say a lot of those things through learning to speak Swedish and Norwegian badly. I'm totally sold, Dara. It's going to take me... Much like Toto, it's going to take me a lot to take me away. That's not even the lyrics. You get where I was going with that. They had Muhammad Ali. Nice. So, are you saying that they... Oh, because they were created out of the ashes of another club, weren't they? So I presume they took their license over and then were able to get promoted straight away. Bellingham's happy to stay, but I didn't realise there was any doubt about that, but sure. Oh, yeah, because he was under a bid from Everton, wasn't he? And then he was happy to stay, apparently. Nice. Another Sao Paulo guy here. In fact, his name... Oh, yes. His name is Alex Longuinho. This feels like a kind of player that Harv would have somehow. Shout out Longuinho, who is 5'7". Because of course he is. On the S line, S trains are easy, frequent and reliable. Same trick as Metro and buses. Nice. This is great news. I mean, I think it was already likely to be Denmark because I feel like it would be kind of cool to go full circle with the very first Building a Nation save I ever did in 2016. 11 years later to come back and try to finish what I started there. Particularly because I didn't actually do a great deal with it. That feels very fun. Does the club have a nickname? And I assume it is something like the Swans, right? Because they seem to be really dealing into the Swan thing. I guess my next question, someone may have already answered this, is where has the Swan thing come from? Why have they got such an overabundance of like Swan imagery and iconography, I guess? Michael Loudrup, they just get better and better. Oh, we've expanded our youth facilities too, which I believe is now maxed out. I don't think you can go above state in the art, can you? State in the art. JT off the mark. Sligo Rovers as well. Bit of that. Slovacko. It sort of sets up nicely. I'd honestly, if they went to the third tier, I wouldn't be opposed. I mean, I would not like them to get... Is it national animal? Oh, wow. Suddenly I like Denmark even more. Wow, what a day. It's turned around. Not that I had any negative opinions of them, but just, yeah. 10 cycles, that's true, yeah. Even less if you count the ones I didn't actually participate in, Gordo, as far as content. Because I didn't make any videos in 2017 or 2018 for FM. I don't think. I think when I came back, it was FM 19. My B67 save, maybe? Badge of Herf. Oh, is this the club they came from? This fella here is very nonplussed. Sort of says, yeah, got cool hair, but what of it? Like, fight me. And of the Goose. I don't think there are any just in it. I actually had a little look around to try to find goose-based teams, and the closest you can come is Casapia in Portugal, whose nickname is Os Gansos, I believe, which is the geese. Fries on his... It is very fries on his head, isn't it? That bird had the broccoli haircut before all the Gen Zers did. Trendsetter. Ugly duckling fairy. Oh, does it? That's cool. Yeah, what bird is that supposed to be? Yeah, when I think of Casapia, all I think of is Foxy. That was his, like... I feel like certain content creators, you think of a specific save when you think of their content, usually. Or a save type, but usually it's like save type and then a specific save within that, right? So, like, for example, if I'm thinking about Ben, I'm thinking about Parma Drama, possibly, if we go right back, or the Glory Hunter stuff more recently. And, like, with Foxy, for me, it was 100% just Casapia, for sure. He did some crazy stuff with them. Right, who's knackered? Do I start Catalar in here? Monopoly as well, true. Okay. Let's... Oh, wow. Did he already have that? Or... Did he get that just from playing a tiny little bit in that game? I forgot we were training his quickness. That's gone well, hasn't it? Let me turn that off and see if I can train him to play a bit deeper. Just for a little testy test. It can't hurt to have him play that. Have the ability there anyway, right? I really enjoyed Le Showinge when we were in Portugal. Countless founding. I see. Right, okay. So they've still got a lot of like combined fans from the previous clubs, right? So Naeem there. God, the amount of assists this team has got is crazy. Right, I'm gonna keep Catalar in the team for this one, just to see if he actually can play the role himself, because he never really got the chance last time. Was there any other changes I made? I don't think there was there? I think it was, excuse me, just that. We'll go into the game with that and see how it looks. Then we'll get the hammer down. Really, Joao? Wow, okay. I feel like some clubs have had checkered histories with things like that. Seems to be present in a lot of sports. It's a bit like, well, yeah. Maybe the less said about the better. Oh yeah, Catalar is still here. Yeah, the story with Catalar with Spirio is that for some reason this season, he's gone from being our top scorer for the last 2 years in a row to this year, we are in October, and he has still not scored a goal. Bear in mind, he started 13 matches up front for us. He is the ultimate gift that never gives. In fact, probably where you're watching the VODs is probably the last time he was good. Average attendance, that's actually pretty solid, I would have thought. And yeah, Naeem has become... He's probably, outside of maybe like your Monparousis, Naeem's probably my favourite player just because of the cool stuff he just does in this team. That's great from Fila. I can see him going all the way through and scoring here. Come on, Michael. Hold the ball up, find the Monparous. Let's go. Get it back to him. Oh, all the way through. Oh, lovely. Content was Nordic Nomads. Yeah, Nordic Nomads was such a... I think Nordic Nomads was me trying to experiment with the content without being willing to drop the Let's Play concept. It was sort of like my last little, can I still keep that kind of thing going, or do I have to really pivot? And I had a great time doing the save. But ultimately, it was the thing that made me go, right, you need to change things up, essentially. That's a good ball to the back post. Oh, knocks it down. Oh. Well, it's an effort on goal. I'd like to do something like Nordic Nomads again, but maybe drop the murder mystery bit, because that was the problem. It was so hard to like keep that up because I didn't really have a plan. I was kind of making it up as I went along. The Red Mumbler, Catalar's on a 6.9 in this game so far, so he seems to be a little bit more comfortable there. Very dark, yeah. You've got to have a bit of darkness, because if you don't have darkness, then the light doesn't seem as bright, right? Oh, it was an orphanage. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay, so that's not to do with the club then. Right, okay, sorry, forgive me. I was unsure as to what that meant. Wow, okay. So a bit like, not like the Magdalene laundries, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe let's not dip into that. It doesn't know as well. Yeah, he's dropped off a little bit now, but it seems that, and that's an attacking role as well. Players don't get punished as much for not being comfortable in the defensive roles from what we've seen, but the attacking ones, they certainly would do, I would have thought. So let's see how he does. I mean, he's not losing rating, crucially. I mean, he's at least staying stable. Oh, that's a good save again. Non-European save. Hey, fair enough. As a content creator, really, I can't mostly get away with non-European saves, unfortunately. It's, I've tried, and maybe one day I will again, but it's... We did have a plan, actually, for a little sojourn around Brazil on the Outcast of Icons one, if there was time, but sadly there wasn't. Mostly because I left Tenerife, probably. Watching Leluja playing Greece. Constantly checking coefficients. You thought, I need someone who's going to be obsessed with the coefficients. None of this competency that I'm seeing here. I would love to do African Adventure 2.0. I so would. I do wonder, with the way that we're progressing in this save, if there is actually a chance that this save gets completed mid-cycle, even though we're progressing a bit slower, but we may not do at some point. And part of me goes, oh, is there room for another Twitch save in 26 if that was to happen? And what would I do with that? And that's the sort of thing where I might be like, fuck it. African Adventure or something. Just something mad. If I knew that there was only going to be like maybe 2 months left of the cycle or something, I'd be like, oh, could I take the hit just because it's fun? I just have to sort of play it by ear, I guess. I think what it is just once you lose context of Europe, it does seem to make it more difficult for to draw new viewers in as well. And ultimately, some people are just not interested in football outside of Europe, and that's fair. People like what they like, right? It was one of those things where I was like, no, I hope that the memes can carry us type of thing, you know? Catalan's done okay. In fact, no, I'm going to leave him... Nah, we'll take him off. Let him have a little resty rest. And I'll get Pena on there. Because this is still 0-0, which is a little concerning. And Adrian's been terrible in this game. So is Alvarez, actually. Screw it. Tomashevic. The guy's got things. Mumbler probably is at the moment, Dyron, for me at least. But there's a long time to go. I feel like the Mumbler and Naeem will be around long enough that they'll definitely be in the conversation. We've had 19 shots in this game and only 6 on target for a total of 1.1 XG. I think there's a lot of long shots happening here, sadly. Keep me subscribed. Yes, exactly. Typical European methods. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's just a layer of things I have to think about with every save. I have to think about what is it going to be like for content rather than just purely would I enjoy this. Although, I would never do a save that I thought would work for content that I didn't think I would enjoy. I try to find a balance of the both, right? And that's why I like building a nation saves. It's also why I wait for that weird little thing to trigger about a certain save and a certain team, like what we've got with HP Kurgan, potentially. Go on, have a banger on it. Oh, it's wide again! Are we going to draw 0-0 against Lech Poznan here? Who are a good side, admittedly, but their left-hand side is struggling tremendously. Arona's not done very well off the bench this time. MLS. I, for one, have never promised I would ever do an MLS side. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, that was a terrible game. Truly awful game. Matthew Briggs. Matthew Briggs, for a while, had the record as being the youngest Premier League appearance holder, if I recall, for a while. Or it might have even been a goal scorer, but I think he was a fullback, so maybe not. Get the clip. Nope, doesn't exist. We should have done better with that one. That was a weird performance. Considering we just beat Cracovia 6-1, I would have thought that that game just didn't really do it. Maybe it's because we started with Catalar up front and he wasn't really ready for the role. I don't believe so, Rodrigo. What happened basically is that people just started being really abusive towards Mr. Teeny, so he just went, screw it. It's literally a quid. And ultimately, I'm happy to pay that to get access to the update version of the skin and stuff like that. Wow, a level people are very tired. And Chelsea seems to decide to become footballers instead. I mean, there's a save right there. Get the draft picks up. Yeah, I thought it was a Fulham player that broke the Fulham player's record in the first place. Yeah, Cracovia have won now against GKS. Okay. We do actually stay top, and we do have a game in hand on these teams below, but that was a weird game. Only Portuguese, a Luciphone save. We'll call it the Luciphone Journeyman. Bente, thank you for the 50 months. Man, that's a lot. Thank you, friend. How are you? Means good Karius. Where is Karius these days? Was he in Turkey for a bit? I forget. Or was he at Newcastle? Oh, he's gone. He's just straight up gone. Speaking of... Wait, he plays... Yeah, I was going to say he's one of our assistants, isn't he? He's at Schalke. Okay. I think he must have retired in the save, at least. Daniel Agel, who is an assistant manager, who is... Oh, he's the Danish assistant manager. And of course... Oh, yeah, you're right. He managed Kyrgyz. Cool. Even more fun. A Schalke looking like getting promoted. Because I know that the German second tier is just... I mean, it's always fun, isn't it? But, like, that's a narrow victory. But I guess... Whoa, the XG that we had against us there. I've always wanted to sort of progress with some South American stuff. I did have a Chapecoense save off stream a couple of years ago that I was quite enjoying playing. But there's just... For content, there'd be so many games. Can I click a button here? There we go. Want to make sure we have a little closer gander at these guys, because... Ooh! Hello? 15-year-old Czech dude at Slovácko. Okay. He better not be a goalie. Jindřich Kašik. Physicals are a little on the low side, but he's young. He is very interesting. Jindřich Kašik. Work rate, decent. Tackling, very decent. Do I just try now? He's so young. There's no way he's going to sign for us. Oh my god, he would. At 15? They normally never say yes to this, but let's see what they want. I'm tempted to just get straight involved. 2.3 million. Done. Lads. Ah, fuck it. You know that as well. I'm fine with that. I think the risk is worth it. Just because of that. Yeah. If he was 5 million, I'd maybe be a little bit more pause for thought. But ultimately, we've got to spend some of this cash. Because we still have a budget left of £56 million. And we'll just get absolutely FFP'd. Loads of wonder kids. You do, Lord Justinian, but I think it has the same problem. I think it really is just because if you're not trying to win the Champions League and that's not an element, people just don't vibe with it as much. One thing I did enjoy was back in the African Adventure save, the amount of times we would say we're qualifying for Europe. It just doesn't sound right to say we're qualifying for Africa. I just realised it. So the amount of times we were like, oh, you're qualifying for the Champions League, but in actuality I was saying like, oh, we're going to qualify for Europe here. But everyone knew what I meant, except for maybe Binner. Right, 6-year deal for you. Love to see it. Maybe. Either way, I think he's worth the risk. We can kind of take the punt on those kind of players anyway. Keeper of the Swans, yes. The memes write themselves. It's not quite Goosey, but it's close enough. It's Goose adjacent. There's a lot that could be done meme-wise with it too. Right, we finally... Oh, of course we're out the international break here, but we've still got Polonia Beaton, which might have to be a rotated one, so we'll probably insta that one so we can get through the other games. Because I do want to make sure that we get our not last two, but the next two Champions League games done as well today. Looks like Alex Greenwood's still in charge, though. What if the other teams have appointed a new coach yet? Oh, loan roundup. Anyone fun? Set up a goal? Because Brookbet actually have quite a few guys on loan from us these days. And actually, while we're here, probably the perfect time to do VOD comments now that I think about it, because there was actually a discussion about exactly that. Also, this is insane. 488 players in total, 240 in the loan farm. Christ, that means like over half your squad is still not in the loan farm. Jesus Lord. And that was me thinking I was doing well in Season 7 to have won the Champions League, but Christ. My loan farm's nearly as big as Jack's, though. I think I've got 219 now, and it will probably get bigger before the end of the season. So we're certainly getting there, at least. But the 80 million in debt is not what you want. I'm really hoping our board don't do that anytime soon, because that would be catastrophic for us. And, yeah, sorry, this was to do with the nutmeg thing, so don't worry, VODies. I am going to put the nutmeg VOD out. It might just be probably tomorrow, perhaps. I'll just have to sort of see when I can figure out making a thumbnail for it, because I've already got a thumbnail for the video for it, because Will sort that out for me, but yeah. And, oh, what's this one? This the Brookbet thing. I wonder, because they do have Marta as manager, and I don't know if the game's... It's one of those situations where it's like, is the game smart enough to know that, and that's why she's approaching them? Or is it just that they, for some reason, have decided to start going after some of our players a little bit more? Because they did take a shitload of our players this summer, and it seems like a different club every year seems to do that. But that's how you build the loan farm. When a club suddenly shows loads of interest, just send them as many guys as you can, and then go from there. And again, yeah, that was our entire midfield from a few years ago, because it was Ranjbar, and there was a couple more in there too, wasn't there? Crazy. Good, though. It's just us B team, basically, isn't it? How many have they got? So they've got Nigel Lunga, Alexandru Tukari, Orson, Ranjbar, Aranda, Shiviri, and Seaman Bank. Yeah, you're right. Christ. That really is just our midfield from a couple of seasons ago. There's Bank, Ranjbar, Lunga. That's a nice little pack of players they've got. I hope they're actually playing. Round the country, given the identity figure. Nah. I feel like that's the only thing that's probably less attractive from a viewing standpoint than outside of Europe, is when it's a creator club. Because then you essentially you have to establish an entirely new identity for the team, and it's almost impossible to do that. The closest I've come was obviously the Whitport save, but even that just couldn't quite do it. Why he's been released. Sometimes you do just get random players being released, and their loss is your gain type of situation. Not possible to put... What the f... Ruskin? What? Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. That is wild. What? Welcome in, my friend. How are you? Jesus Lord. That's so nice of you, man. Thank you so much. To edit a second team into Polish? Well, you can't edit the save once you've started. Unless you've got the editor switch on, and even then... Wait, hang on. 1 second. This was the cup game, wasn't it? Our B team's play... What's going on? Wait, why? What? What? This button doesn't even work anymore, does it? No. Does this button work? Where's my button that does the presents? Does that even exist anymore? Where is that button? Did I just delete it somehow? It's there. Is that working? No. What the hell, chat? Waterford Wizard, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Ragnarok, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Why did that all happen in like the space of 30 seconds? I'm incredibly grateful, chat, but what caused that? The third tier is no, unfortunately not. You can get the third tier in your save, but not through the base game, unfortunately. Oh, is it? I feel like Twitch should really make that more clear to content creators, because I don't remember ever being told. Like, that, yeah, just out of nowhere. So, here's a fun fact. I did the Josh Allen mode on stream the other day, and the VOD got copyright claimed, which is new. I guess it's because I don't technically own the rights to that music, but I kind of do have a license for it. The HB Kurga shirt looked incredible. I'm a huge fan. To the point where I'd be tempted to get one early, if anything. I didn't do what I said I was going to do. Shit. Wait, they haven't played yet. Or have they? They got through anyway. It's fine. Challenge. Crisis averted. They beat Wisła Kraków, who I'm pretty certain are an affiliate side of ours. We're okay. See you later, Lord Justinian. I was literally going to set players available for it. So, HB Kurga, and that's the ladies' team here. Ooh. So this is... Oh. Wait, there is a screen where you can see the kit and it's bigger, isn't it? But I can't remember which one it is. Is it that one? That's the one. Your boy, Lewis Kelly. Thank you very much for the follow. Wait, not Lewis Kelly. Lewis Skelly. That is a nice looking kit. It looks better in real life than it does in the game, honestly. They've not done it justice in here. Oh, dear. Hello, my friend. Welcome in. We were just investigating some swans. It could be the contrast thing, yeah. If I turn that down a bit... Yeah, it's because of the reshade thing. I use the reshade mod to make the match engine look a little bit nicer. That's probably why it looks like that. It does make the menus look a little bit strange, but I find that the balance of that versus how it looks in games is way better. Or Football Manager, any team you like. That is the beauty of Football Manager. You could, I mean, realistically, with a custom database, you can manage anybody you like. The game is so deep on that side of things. You could literally manage your local non-league side. It's great. Pick one. Oh, I'm good, thanks. Do it now! Fulham. Problem solved. Dons! Oh. As if we're not top of the league again. Quick chat. Yell names of teams. Not Prem. Instructions unclear. Dick stuck in ceiling fan. Have you considered Fulham women's team? They're not in the Prem. Very much not in the Prem. Okay, we'll do that, and then we'll do Wanderers. Which one? One of them! Tottenham. Getting him on for next year, fair. As if. Is he going to let me do it? No. United. Have you considered City? One of them. Or even Town. What a team they are. Ooh, Jose Espria. Hello. Is he fully scouted? He is. Hang on. I want to actually look at him before we go any further. So we're signing him, right? He's cheap. He's 18 years old. He's got okay numbers. And he's got 20 determination. FC. What about A? I see that and I raise you AFC. We are superior as far as alphabetics go. And that's the real quiz. Oh, yeah. 100% taking him. Otherwise, I'll forget about him. SC. Oh, getting the sporting clubs out. Nice. 900 grand. Bah. What's a 900 grand between friends? We'll take that. And we throw in a little CF. I see. It's okay if a white boy speaks a little Spanish. I see. I see you. Is this the... Oh, that's the Egyptian guy, isn't it? Right, now we're back. I must have forgot to remove that guy. Any freebies on this one this time? Wow, I must have literally signed all of them. It's my only reasoning I can think of is that I must have signed every single one of them. Limit certain star files. Oh, okay. That's fair enough. That's the sort of stuff that we can sort of clear up a little bit closer to the time, especially as we won't... Now it's back again. How strange. KF, a bit of Skendia. You're a man of culture, I see. Oh, wow. I guess it's a problem with us scouting so many players at the same time. We do have to sort of be a bit more patient with it. Bolivian guy. That's the goalie again, isn't it? No, it's a different dude. Okay. There's some fun players in this pack. Like Busan Park dude as well. Linkin Park's little brother. That Mercado dude looks quite decent, but he's also 20. A Fiorense guy. Ooh. MC Algier. I've seen him live. Those two looked a little bit out of our... Oh, hang on. Basel. Besmir Taku. He feels like a trap. Having a editor. I don't have it switched on, but yes, it does exist. Not in this save, at least. I don't play with the editor turned on in my content saves, because obviously it's a terrible joke. Of course it was. I said it. It's my default setting. I just spam enough jokes out there, and mostly just to make myself laugh more than anything else. I just draw connections. I like to make jokes that I'm hoping like one person in chat will get. Because that way, that person and I are like wavelength brothers and sisters for a moment, you know? Love it. So first choice left back has a 2-month injury. Next day, wants to go out on loan. I can't wait to see the resolution of that one. Affiliates never 26 out. Can't get rid of them. Can you not? I swear you can. I thought you could just cancel the affiliate agreement, right? Oh, you're right. Oh, shit. I think you can. Some of them I seem to. I think some of them are hard-coded. So I believe the ones that you can get rid of are the ones that you didn't make in the first place. Yeah. Ah, I see. Yeah, you should be able to. Well, we've got quite a lot of affiliates now, I think about it. Only issue with B teams. Oh, okay. Offers is permanent. Right. Okay, yeah. I guess it's because they do hard code someone. That's fair. Do you know what? Whatever gets you here, Hanger, I'm fine with it. Whether it be sympathy, pity, or a genuine appreciation of my elite tier humour, japery, and various dance moves. You know, each people, you have your reasons. I respect it. He's going to get caps, isn't he? But I'm going to offer him this anyway because I'm a nightmare. Oh, okay. Just went for it. Nice. Any Wonder Kids? Not personally, no. Can I just do Regan Booty? If you're looking for Wonder Kids, honestly, your best bet is to just look online at the Wonder Kids shortlist. Like, the only one I know this year that is considered to be a super Wonder Kid is probably, is it Mora? No, not Rodrigo Mora. Gilberto Mora? The guy that was signed, sorry, I'm a dick, I know. I mean, I know Pog. She's a Wonder Kid. Yes, actually, Saba. True. Omara Diouf as well. Hell of a player. Apathy? Apathy. Here I have Apathy's a new one. Just complacency. Sabomasochism? Rodrigo Mora, yeah. Because there's a guy at Porto as well who's called Mara, I think. He was on the next gen list, I think. Could have told that. Yeah, he's the only one I'm aware of. Mostly just because I feel like he was the one that was most hyped up at the start of the game. Perhaps. But as with any of my saves, I rarely get the chance to get involved in those types of players just because Ethan Ranieri on loan. Yeah, I don't know what his PA's like this season. Club rep right now. We actually have Continental rep. The biggest way to increase rep is by winning trophies. So our rep is so high at the moment because we won the Champions League. So you get an absolutely insane rep bump from that. I believe, or it certainly was in the past, it was 500 rep points, which is it's like a 5% of your overall maximum rep comes in one trophy. And that might not sound like a lot, but when you consider where a lot of the club's reps start, that's a huge jump. Even just getting to was it 1,000 rep? Oh my god, yeah, okay. Even more then. Puchizevsky, yeah, he's kind of mid in this save, but I suspect that might be because it's the old one. Watching you with a ball game in your mouth. Where did you get that video? How dare you? That was supposed to be between friends. I'm going to live in... I don't know, we're going to rotate for this game, aren't we? Because it's... we've got Juve midweek. Right. Rotated squad. Full rotacion. Duru, Arola, Herrera. Cassidy and Bellingham. Actually, it's done a good job there. Stasiak. Yes, lads. Hernandez probably shouldn't start. But we are a bit light in centre-backs again, aren't we? He's not registered. Okay, looks like it is going to be Adrian. Having a editor, like I said, I do have the in-game editor, but it is not currently switched on. As a result of, I don't really like using it in content saves because it sort of gets a bit icky with that. I hope there's other players on the bench. I'm just going to trust him. This would be an interesting test, actually, to see how we do against these guys who are crap with this tactical setup and a huge rotation setup. League says the Champions League is still not Continental. To be fair, that actually does track because you will be gaining reputation by winning those things, but the things like winning Polish trophies doesn't give you the same rep bump as like progression in Europe does. So our reputation was around about the same as all the other Polish sides until we won that Champions League. Just getting to the final gives you a huge bump. If anything, it might be better if you were playing in the Conference League or something because then you could win that much easier and then potentially that's where it would drive you forward. 3-1 win. Not bad. Let's see how the other system looks like. Herrera got a 7.5 in this game and an assist. Arola got hurt. The balance looked okay, though, overall. Stasiak, though, that position there is still causing trouble. But that was a good performance. And a hat-trick from Ifania Dudu. He can still do it. Twisted ankle. Frustrating, but we move. Nice to see. Bournemouth women won the National League Cup while always being away from home and without conceding a goal. Damn, show-offs. Team scored a goal. It got brought back for a penalty, Kevin. The penalty was also not... Oh, that's funny as hell. Duru is so good. The thing is, he's only good on the right-hand roll, and he's just simply not as good as Fila is. Because I think Fila is the man in this team right now. In terms of XG this season, Montpellier actually has more than him, but Fila's banged 11 goals. He's got 0 still. How is he managing this? It's actually impressive at this stage. Wait, is he 22 now? Ooh. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, getting into the Conference League, I mean, we basically couldn't. Unless we somehow... Yeah, there's no realistic way we could do that, because if we actually ended up qualifying for the Conference League, it would either mean we finished low enough to get in the Europa and drop down, or in the 5th. But we'd probably get sacked for doing that, you know? Right, let's have a look then. If he's... This is a big moment. I think he's probably going to have middle of the road. Because I do think he does sometimes go missing. It doesn't matter to me in the end, because he's so good it won't matter. But 5 cons, that's going to be concerning. And relishes big match. Never mind. Relishes big matches. What a man.
You know if there's a
he is
train
everything, isn't he?
Oh, yes,
Relishes.
very
That, as
soon.
far as I know,
They
is
are
the
building it
highest
now.
one, right? That's probably like, what, 18 to 20? Either way, that's perfect. As if we couldn't like him anymore, he goes and gets relishes big matches. He's probably locked himself in as club captain until he retires at this point. Because I just don't see us signing anybody who's going to be better than him and play more regularly. He's going to be here forever. Plays out his entire career. Build a Nation means absolutely I can. Aki's effort with John. Thank you very much for the follow. Fairly inconsistent though. Yeah. Which might explain why he sometimes goes a bit missing in games. But he's so good that it just doesn't matter almost. Like, ultimately, it sucks that his consistency hasn't improved. I would have expected it to improve more as he's improved. And he is only 22, so that will probably likely still thrives higher. Does it? Oh, interesting. Okay. I haven't actually seen a player that has thrives. My players generally don't like them. But yeah, as for building a nation, what it is basically is we're trying to make... he needs a loan. I might be able to actually convince him to get one here. This could actually work for us. Dressing room. Michael Fielder's in form. I was kind of hoping that it would be... I can send you out on loan. Form drops off. Can't be contribute to the team because you both play in the same position. I mean, I could threaten to sell him. So I'll loan for you. Yes. And now we realise why I hate player interactions. Would you sort out a loan for me? And it doesn't give me the option to ask for a loan. I mean, FM. The player's asking for a loan and I have 2 options, both of which are no. That is so stupid. It's stuff like that. Because that would have been the perfect chance for us to say yes, and then he would have been more likely to accept one. Leave the meeting. The problem is that still doesn't put him out for loan though, does it? I mean, he is listed for loan anyway, but that is frustrating as hell. It can't be... Yeah, that's probably a good idea, actually. But yeah, as for what building a nation is, essentially, we're trying to make Poland the best league in Europe, and by that I mean the extra classer. But you can't just do that by winning the Champions League, which we have already done, which does help, but it doesn't push you up the coefficients as high because you're obviously doing it by yourself. So what we try to do is we try to make the other Polish sides better as well, so they then perform well in Europe and sign better players. We give them loan players and try to improve their squads so that they then win trophies in Europe, and it gets Poland more coefficient points. Currently, we're sitting 7th in the coefficient charts, but there's a really strong chance that this year, if we don't completely mess it up, we could go up to 5th ahead of both Portugal and France. And the long-term goal is to try to knock England off its perch and become the best league in Europe while only ever managing one team. Essentially. That's what building a nation means to me, at least. Ah, dear. I hate that meeting, though. So Thrives is 18 to 20. Either way, 15 to 17 is very good. I think the reason he does sometimes go missing in those games is more likely down to his consistency. Best player I've ever had. Ooh, he might be. He genuinely might be. I think the thing that's helped with him is he was really good to start with, and we've grown with him, which means that he's always found football. They just give us our sports scientists back again. They took it away from us earlier in stream and now they're giving it back. Good. And as a result, he's probably not close to his PA, but probably quite close to his PA, even though it does still say he's got room to grow, which makes me think his PA is absolutely absurd. And because he's done nothing but play constantly, 11. Yeah, so we've been 7th for the last couple of seasons, but obviously our coefficient has been ridiculous for the last 2 years because we had back-to-back Polish sides in Europa League finals. One of them was us, one of them wasn't. And then obviously winning a Champions League too. Whilst also other sides were doing a little bit of stuff. This year, though, I feel like a lot of our points are going to need to come from the Europa League teams, and especially Korona Kielce in the Confo. That's the crucial part. They have to be going quarterfinals minimum there to make up for the fact that Cracovia are going to do sod all in the Champions League, essentially. Right, everyone's back in the team. We're going to try this out against Juve, see what's crack-a-lacking with it. Leave the rest of the team as it is. I think the bench might have someone on there that can't play. Yes, Arola's injured, unfortunately. But I think our squad for the Champions League is so tightly knit that we... Oh, I guess we could bring Herrera in. I believe it still says that he can improve, yeah. Or it did before. He may have maxed out now. We could check his performances. Yeah, star player who could still improve. Terrifying. Where's bro getting better? Stop trying to make Confo happen. Nope. I'm making it happen. This is Mr. Teeny's skin, yeah. I don't know if it's actually the updated version, but it is... it's the most recent one I've installed.
Cooper,
And that's the real quiz. Okay, Juve, let's go. This will be a good test, actually. Because if this works against Juve, we might be onto something. Jack Tank, thank you for the follow. Hello, Stewie. To replace all staff when you mutually agree to release staff who aren't good enough. Really? That is strange. I do find that I tend to, every couple of years, maybe 5 or 6, I'll go through and just have a complete clear out of backroom staff. Less so in coaching, because obviously our first team coaches are usually good, but I tend to focus on memes mostly for our under-19 and B-team coaches, because that way they can become managers if you can get them that far. I think there's a chance that Montparnasse could maybe even be 190 plus PA, yeah. The attributes he already has are the levels that they are, and it's saying that he's got more room to improve. Feels to me like he might be one of those world-class elite talents that might actually be close to, or he might just be playing in the right position to look better than he is. But I think he's probably high 180s, maybe even low 190s PA. We'll see how much better he gets. There could be another step up, but if there's even more in him, then maybe. Right, so Catalan's linking the play up quite nice. You could even get this back here as loose. Oh! Match stats remade. Interesting. Because I actually quite like... The one thing about this, I like the way this is set up, but I do wish we could see a few more match stats. Particularly in this screen. I wish that it could give us a bit more information inside there. And it'd be so sick to be able to see... oh, go on. Oh! It'd be sick to be able to see league table and stuff inside the highlights as well. Rather than having to go back to this screen every single time. Because sometimes the highlights are so long that you lose track. And sometimes the best time to actually look at the league table would be in a really long highlight rather than in between. Because at that point, you're trying to focus on all the other things. This aberration. Yeah, I was going to say, the other formation was almost a little bit too sensible in places. Go on, Jens. Oh, yes! Catalan scored a goal! It's happened! Done! You were here when he scored a goal. He looked like he enjoyed that one. Did he? Because he's like a starving man in the desert. Oh, it's very unfortunate. It's very lucky the way this ball falls to him. But, hey, what a pass from Jens. Definitely on purpose. Takes the touch. Buries it. Good finish. It's a great finish from him. Gives the keeper the eyes. Bottom corner. 1-0 Wisła. And it's in the Champo. That's right, Confo and Champo. Only quite a few moments. No, they had... The first manager they actually took from us was our assistant, who's since got sacked. But since then, it's been the 2 female managers, yeah. We had originally our assistant, which was, I believe his name was Haflinger. He got poached. And then it was Greenwood and... Oh, wait. Go on, another one. Another deflected goal. I beg of you. Edge of the box. He's surely there. Yenzi! Well. Michael Fieler grabs another one. Jens is just smashing balls at Juve and we're hoping for the best here. This is incredible. This one might get disallowed. Nope. Awarded. Confo, Champo, Southampo. What would I call the Europo? Upo. Oh, Upo sounds strange. Yeah, it's just dropped to Fieler's feet. Love to see it. 2-0 up against Juve. Chances created. Catalan scored a goal. The world is finally healing. It does seem, though, against better sides, attacking is working for us at the moment. Oh, that's a great clearance from Adrian. There's just more space on the pitch, I think. The transitional phases are absolutely killing Juventus, because then we just got a guy hanging back. It doesn't help that their out of possession tactic leaves a lot of space on the edge of the box. Oh, imagine. Oh my God. Seal6, thank you very much for the follow. That is some goal. We're back, baby. We are so back. Look at this. Look at this football. The flicks and tricks between these guys in the box. All one-touch stuff. And it's Naeem eventually that finishes that off. Oh my days. 3-0 to Wisła. There, chef. Meanwhile, we couldn't beat Lech Poznan. Oh, I've missed us scoring goals like that. Where we actually look... I think the biggest issue is probably... Let's have a look. Actually, yeah, their out-of-possession system is a screening and... I don't know what DDM stands for. I managed to clip it, thankfully. But that is some first half. We're top of the Champions League group again. Back-to-back, perhaps? You know we're doing well if Catalan scored a goal. 2 assists for Hjortadal as well. He does get credited with both, even though we're essentially just deflected shots, but he won't care. Yeah, I think I just thought, oh, that's not a penalty. Dropping defensive mid. I think he's dropping too far. It seems that they've got a screening defensive mid who's dropping too far, and then the dropping defensive mid is dropping even further. And it's allowing so much space on the edge of the box for Hjortadal. What they kind of need to counteract what we're doing is essentially just have a guy that's almost from further up the pitch that's dropping deeper to stay on someone like Hjortadal. Because not only is he finding spaces... Normally, he's finding spaces closer to goal than normal. He's sort of able to get right into the edge of the box with those chances. And that is going to cause problems for them if they're allowed to do so. Montparnasse has been a little bit, not off the ball today, but a lot of the play hasn't really been going through him as much. Even Catalan scored a goal. Go on, lad. That's better. He's looking a bit more confident now. The swagger in the way that he runs. Oh, the build-up again. One-touch stuff. Sliding through. Oh. Okay. This is what I remember. Tiki-taka Wisła from back in the day. Those are the kind of chances we used to create. And it's just chaos. Do tell, Andrew. I'm curious now. That's delightful. I mean, we've done the business in the first half. I can almost rotate here. I don't want to because I want to do the thing where we don't get complacent. Focus, lads. I've got to start doing that. 3 half-time subs. Kolomawani. Okay. 3 half-time subs for Juve. Attacking in Europe, 100%. I mean, it was going to attacking that won us the final. We were way too passive without it. Catalan's actually gaining rating even now. I like how he went from... Oh, now he's losing rating again. Oh, this is filthy. I did tell them not to get complacent, and they seem to have somehow, despite my specific request, got complacent. So with that in mind, I'm going to get... I guess Pena could come on in there as well. Why not, hey? This year is 2032, I believe, so it's the start of Season 8. Yeah, that's true. It's half-star Catalan. He will improve there. I feel like Damašević could do with a run-out. Got to get the match fitness up as well. Fila can just stay. Or do I go for Duru for a little bit? Fuck it. Let's give him a little rest. And then maybe a JT for a Lucinio. That way we can protect his rating, protect Naeem. Yeah, why not? Run the changes. We're 3-0 up. What could possibly go wrong here? He could be a menace there for sure. God, imagine that was the making of him. He becomes like... Who was that ridiculous Swiss striker that wasn't a striker that we had on the last save? The ultimate shadow striker type player that we played against. Tristan Barnetche, yeah. I still can't believe it for joined us. Right wing back against Chile. That's something. I assume he was doing a bit of the old sweepery. A 4th goal in the second half would be really nice here too, just because... Oh, go on. Oh, what a pass. Ah, it's a good... Montparnasse, despite not scoring or assisting a goal in this game yet, he's actually doing a really good job. He's sitting in that pocket and just spinning balls around the corner repeatedly. In the second half, he's found a lot of little spaces to do that, and that's exciting. Duru's not really doing a lot off the bench, sadly. I was kind of hoping for a bit more out of him there. Come to an end. Torino manages Martin de Rood. Oh, okay. Never heard it. I mean, you can't do any worse than they are right now. This is an absolute domination. 26 shots, 12 on target against Juve. Are Juve just not very good? Because this might be a bit like Bayern last year when we beat them 3-0 out of nowhere, where we've absolutely annihilated them there. they maybe are just a bit shit. Oh, Greet Boost. What a player he was. Another of those guys that really wasn't a number 10, but we made him a number 10. Well done, lads. That is superb. Oh. Okay, I feel like we're actually doing all right here, which is awesome news. Yeah, pretty much everyone had to become a number 10. So where are Juve in the table? Ah. Yeah, they've only won one of their 3 games so far, in fairness. Opposition's rating. Oh. Let's have a look. Oh. Nisbet? That isn't Kevin, is it? Is that Kevin Nisbet? I really hope it is. I just want to see him be bad. I mean, you can do a building a nation kind of wherever you want, but it is going to be more complex for someone like San Marino. The biggest issue you'll have with someone like San Marino is that you might be able to do some okay things, but you'll almost have no help, and it will be nigh on impossible for you to make those teams better. It's kind of like what we had in Malta. It can be done, but the reputation of the teams in your league with you will be so low. It will just be incredibly difficult. Whereas when you start in a league like Poland, you have a lot of established sides that have got at least national rep, sometimes even verging on continental as well. Right, I need a quick pee, but luckily I've got a whiz quiz for you, chat. Be back in It was, of course, Aidan McGeady. My browser defaulted to the wrong list this time, and I was like, well, fuck it, I can't be asked to find the Spanish one, so I'm going to go with the Premier League list again. He was at Everton for longer than you think he was, wasn't he? And had a skill move named after him, so what more do you want out of life, I suppose? So David DeCampo is actually... No, he's not! As if... What is going on here? Wait, unless they've only played 4 Premier League games, there's no way there are only 4 matches in. Nope. DeCampo is not starting for Tottenham. 3 clean sheets in 4 games when he does play. Has he been injured? I hate the fact the game does that. And then when you click back, it gets all confused. How strange. Where's the injury report? It's in there somewhere. Injury risk. Injury history? Ah. He dislocated his finger in September. So he has been out injured. So I think he is actually playing for Tottenham. He's just not... wasn't at the moment because of his injury. I still think we did the right thing, because at some point we're going to come up against Tottenham and he's going to be the reason we beat them, unequivocally, because we won that final in spite of him rather than because of him. Sané, is he playing for... Nope. Not even close. 23 years old now, and the stagnation continues. Incredible. Wait, did he lose like 5-star skills so he couldn't do his own skill? That's funny as hell. He was a fun-ass player. I like players like that just sort of... They're the sort of players that don't look techie, but kind of are. And I think those are fun. It's like a whole genre of player. The one that looks more skillful than you'd expect them to. Josimar Jose Evora Diaz. Vizinia. I might have to just go with Vizinia, because unfortunately that little accent might not be... Vizinia. What's that doing? Closest I can come is Vitinho, or Vitinho. Sadly, he doesn't appear to be in my save, weirdly. Sané was Gambian, yes. He was one of the like young Spanish players that came through with the second nationality of Gambia. Sorry. I think he was always Gambian. I think he does have Spanish second nationality. Yeah. But he was born in Ferrato. Full-time health massively. I suppose so. Oh no, it would definitely help, but it's the thing that really holds you back is the reputation. And I feel like with San Marino, it's so easy to get overpowered compared to the teams in your league, which makes it much harder to do the offers out for loans. So we had that issue in Malta. Whereas in Poland, I just doubt we'll ever run into that problem. Cracovia have lost the third straight game. They keep losing by tiny marks. That's insane. Cracovia have now lost every single Champions League game to a goal scored in the 90th minute or later. Every single one of them. They have... they're shitting the bed, basically. That's embarrassing as hell. And by a grand total of -3 goal differences, they literally cannot hold on in stoppage time. It's costing us so dearly. I almost hope they don't qualify for it next year. What we need is actually Cracovia to have a slightly bad season, like they kind of are, and maybe come 5th in the league, because they could chef. Yeah, if we could just stop the clock at around about 89, that'd be lovely. All the right backs are getting hurt. 4th best in the league. That's incredible. Which, is that on 24?
It's good.
Because otherwise, that's incredibly cool.
In winter,
Spirokov.
depressing.
I hope hopefully that's how it's said. Thank you very much for the follow. We haven't got them yet because oh no, it's Friday now. My apologies. The game actually progressed more than I was expecting there. I'm used to not pressing spacebar as often. Let's try and go to the Premier League, which is Coventry are not having a great time. Into Europe, into the Europa. Might have been a giveaway there, but I just wanted to have a look at the actual score lines properly. GKS Katowice got a draw. But it's not looking great elsewhere. Liverpool 3-0. Katowice got a draw against Lille. Not bad. Lech Poznan 3-0 at home to Cadiz. They are, despite being really good, apparently, struggling. Maybe they couldn't register these guys in Europe, perhaps. Because that's a lot of players they've signed. It's not a great day. And Korona Kielce drew their game, which kind of sucks too. Who was the draw against? Wait. Oh, that's their second team. Why have I... Oh, that was... I was like, what? It's because I had that tick from when we were looking at our own B team. A draw away at Ammonia. Oh. It's not great. This is the sort of year where we really need to be on the ball. Thankfully, we're doing okay. But with Portugal doing okay as well, France aren't doing too great. They're catching us. Portugal could have a very good season. I mean, I'd settle for 6th this year if we could get it, but this is a great opportunity to get to 5th and then kind of start to establish it in the next coming seasons. Yeah, sorry, that's why I got confused. Because you didn't say Confo. I don't know exactly what you meant had you said Confo. The greatest team in all the world. He wants to be recalled. He has played twice. So I'll continue that for the time being. He can suck it up. Right. Catalar's going to get another chance to play. He'll learn the role. We'll get there. Right. Player just for me. Let's have a look. Thing is, though, he's actually kind of good. In fact, he's very good. For his age profile, he's extremely good. And it's called Willie Keane. Is he ever drew Fulham in the FA Cup? Christ. Oh. Honestly, probably Ely. Because, particularly if it was a home game at the Demcom, I think I'd probably go as a home fan, honestly, just because there's just not an you don't get those opportunities very often. For Easter, probably not, no. My next planned break day is probably the 16th of April, which is actually a Thursday, because I'm going to Manchester that day for an event. So that's likely to be the next time I miss a stream per se, because I missed so many at the start of March. I wanted to try and make up for it. Like, believe me, if this was a normal month, I probably would have dipped and probably chosen not to stream today, given how bad I felt this morning. I feel a bit better now, but it was the sort of day where normally I'd have been like, no, you should not be streaming right now. But given how many streams I'd missed because of the internet thingy, and then obviously the planned break, I was like, no, you've got to be getting some Sunday consistency back. People have forgotten I even stream Sundays. Part-time streamer, I say. Yeah, we'll go with that. Like the Colin Floss, I could do. I mean, to be fair, badger him yourself next time he's in chat. Which will probably be Tuesday. I hate Fulham. Sometimes I do, to be honest, with the way we play. And 3-1 win. Okay, cool. Don't know who scored, but... yeah, resting on my stream of millions. Exactly. Now you see. Abdullahi with their own goal. Naeem Katalar scored another goal. The world is healing. Not only did he score a goal, but Fila didn't. Montbrus another assist. Catalan with a goal. Naeem gets a goal and an assist. Sweet baby Jesus. Lots of shots. Decent XG. Much more nice. Oh, he's finally he's still got a hell of a way to go to even catch up to his XG. Or is it billions now? I see. When can I expect that money? It feels like he's getting more chances in games too. Like his XG has been creeping up quite steadily lately. Montbrus hasn't scored for a while though, which is a bit of a shame. I'd like him to get a few more of those. Assists wise, 8 for Alvarez, 7 for Naeem. Naeem has 5 goals this year. That's very, very good for him. Want to talk about your head? What? Check my pulse. Hang on, wait, what? What are we talking about? Go from high to low. I'm not sure I understand. Oh. Let's watch Northampton versus... Oh, okay, sorry, I was like confused by that. Vietnamese dong. I mean, how much... What's the exchange rate like on the old dong these days? Cape Verde versus Finland, New Zealand versus Chile. I reckon Chile 2, New Zealand 0. And then Cape Verde getting the one goal lead. And then losing it. So 2-1 Finland. Get your bet in now. Inflation's effective. You'd hope so. Another dub for us there. Rakov get the win as well. Lechia Gdansk have been underrated shit the last few seasons. They've survived mostly just because other teams have been so bad. And hey, whatever helps. It can be, Mushroom Man, yeah. It's definitely better than it was, though. Wait, when is on? We've got, like, I think 2 or 3 games in between. 3-all draw there. Zach Webby and Lubin getting the dub. Okay. There's a lot of nonsense towards the bottom of this. We actually have a 4-point gap now and some games in hand. It's really only us and Legia that are in control of this now. Geisler. Ooh, that's not ideal. He's been quite good if I recall. Jesus Christ. He's actually a really fun player. 22 years old. Worth a fortune. Playing a good amount of minutes as well for Piast. Could sort of see why they bounced back this year for sure. Oh, it's the cup. It must be the 3rd round then, or is it the 2nd round? Either way, we're in the cup and we didn't know who we drew because, as usual with these things, the game doesn't really tell you. So is that what it is? Yeah, so it's cup, then league, then Sparta Prague. Right, that makes sense. So we'll have to rotate for the league game and not the cup. No, we haven't had a transfer window during the stream. No, we started on the 9th of September, which I think was just after the window shut. Because I didn't really do a lot of business towards the end. I wanted to make sure we got up towards like the Champions League window to get things off. Yeah, we did actually find a few of those German guys at the very beginning. I don't think John Carver is still there. No, it's Feder Dujic is the current manager. I don't know what happened to Mr. Carver, although I'm about to find out. No, John's gone! Hot dog. He just had enough. Let's actually check their manager history. Oh, he was sacked. Like over a year ago, in fact. And then he just retired, apparently. Johnny boy, come on. Retired. I mean, yeah, if you're getting sacked by Lechia. I mean, what's he really known for at this point anyway? It's very John Carver coding. Screw you guys, I'm done, kind of thing. But yeah, if you recall back towards the start of the save, I think like season 2, season 3, we did actually find quite a few guys at those like German 3rd tier sides. There was a whole glut of them. It's where we got Sohail Stapelfeld from, Geisler. There was a centre-back as well. Jude Hasmer, I think, came from one of those clubs too. It was like Chemnitzer, Stuttgart Kickers, and there was another team down there, Carl Zeiss Jena, I believe, as well. We just took like their entire backlines. So it wasn't quite on the level of Spain, but it was still quite impressive. Take those guys as well. I might have to sign these guys up if we get all the way to Christmas. Well, they come from nowhere. Maybe. Kotovos. No, Kotovos actually was at Stuttgart. He came through Stuttgart's academy, and we managed to poach him after I think he got released or was just really cheap, which is strange because I think he actually is Poland's starting striker for the national team these days. So the guy's clearly got quality. And he always seems to score against us whenever we play against Lechia Gdansk. Despite how bad they are, bro always finds a way. A toggle. Yeah, I'd rather it just be toggled. I'd rather just not be a thing. Because it makes the save really weird at the start. And then it feels like, especially lately, our intakes, albeit with the club getting a lot better, have been catastrophic for the last couple of seasons. Like, truly unimaginably awful for the last few seasons of this save. So this is full strength. Then we rotate for the cup game. No. Yeah, no, this is the cup game. Full strength for this one, rotate for the league, and we're good to go. As with any of these things, it seems like, though, when they are bringing stuff into the game at the moment, at least it's coming in as an option. There's a lot more toggles being introduced and settings in the menu, which is a good sign of maybe what they can do. Comes everything more. Yeah, bear in mind, Whisperer, when I was talking about feeling shit earlier, I meant, like, actually ill rather than, like, mentally shit. I felt fine there. It was more to do with, like, as in physically unwell. Just so there's no confusion about what I meant. I didn't mean, like, feeling emotionally up and down. That'll do. Or do I give Cassidy a little chance? No, he can play next game, right? I wouldn't mind seeing a goal from Fila in this one. Oh, shit, I forgot about this. Wait, is he in the starting 11 we have to have? Play 11. Okay, that's fine. We'll put Namash. Does he still count? No. Christ, who does count? To the bench. Piakovsky at right back, perhaps? Might have to be. Naeem gets a little rest. Piakovsky can start. Bless him. Yeah, that's the thing. I think Unity is definitely going to help with stuff like that. It does seem that the updates have been easier for them to make. The implementation of those things are helpful as well. And either I think they're either on the playlist or this is like Smart Shuffle recommendation. That's a Smart Shuffle one. And 6-1. I'm hoping we see some... If Catalar hasn't scored in a 6-1 win, I'll be a little bit... Never mind. Please tell me he did something in this game. Got an assist. Obradovic got 3 assists and a goal. 2 more goals for Fila. Okay. Good performance from Piakovsky as well. An 07 instead. That's true. Depends where you're listening from, right? Hello, Goosery. Tell you what, we've made some decisions today. No, I'm joking. No, bear in mind, Whisperer, I do have ADHD. I am, like, diagnosed and medically treated for that, but that's largely what's causing a lot of the... Or what certainly was. Now I'm a lot more balanced on that side of things. It's just I was genuinely just unwell today. But I've been feeling a bit better, like, physically as the day's gone on. I think just honestly standing up and moving around has helped a lot. Has he? Yeah. Oh, he has, James. He has. We've been very busy changing the tactic around quite a bit. Wait till you see the actual monstrosity that we're playing now, and it's kind of working. We fixed him by breaking him. Sometimes you've got to break them down to build them up, right? Speaking of those meds, I refilled my prescription, or filed for my repeat prescription on Tuesday. So I was like, a week before it's out, plenty of time. Because I can't refill it too quickly, given it's a controlled substance, and that would be a bit suspicious, trying to refill it too soon. And then, I'm out of pills as of today, because the pharmacy still didn't get it in. And then they're like, oh, you should have ordered it soon. I'm like, how soon can a man possibly order it? Well, like, the second I pick up the previous one? I was like, I don't think that's how it works. I think I might have to move to a different pharmacy, because they are useless in there. Like, catastrophically useless. Shout out to Vida Casablanca as well, doing bitsies. Hey, he might get a full gold star soon. There's a chance. Let's do... Wait, no, hang on, I missed that. That's what I was looking for. Oh, no, I already did it. What did I think I did then? 7 to 10, yeah, I might have to. I thought a week would be enough, but I also didn't want it to seem like, oh, he's refilling it really suspiciously fast, you know? I was in that pharmacy when I found out that Christian Horner had been sat by Red Bull. The reason I know this is because I was stood there along with about 7 other customers for a good 10 minutes while they were all just having this little chat down the other end of the counter about that exact fact. And we're all just sort of stood there like, is it closed? Like, but on the plus side, that's how I found out. Cup round as well. Don't inform me again. Continue loan. Suck it up and get to the end of the season, Nicodem. And then you can talk about it then. Actually, technically, James, you will see the tactical. So, whoa! All the penalties. Legia's first team... Oh, my God. If John Carver wasn't already sacked a year ago, that would have probably done it. Legia's B team just knock out Legia. GKS get knocked out by the Swan boys. Where's our B team? Are they playing today? Vidjev are in there as well. No, we're playing a different day, I think. Next day. Second round, 28th of October. Right, there should be a thing in here that lets us set players available. Although actually, we've got the Champions League coming up, so maybe we don't. Zag's second team beat Leggett. Oh my god. So their B team got through, but their first team didn't. Amazing news. Go on, the B. It's double B team action. It's B team on B team violence. It's the drink. Oh, lid klepper. Now a Polish citizen. Those lids are not going to klep themselves. Polish Cup is great. About busy. Yeah, I'd say a hash strength. A handle on it. Yeah. Still learning to live with it, right? Sort of, you kind of have to reevaluate a lot of your life through a different lens and go, oh, is that kind of why that happened? And then you have to sort of try to figure out what separate the things that were caused by that and ultimately try to understand it, and then also go, well, actually, that wasn't likely that. And be careful not to blame everything on it at the same time, because ultimately with things like this, it may not be my fault, but it is my responsibility. Let's get cup tied. I don't know. I don't think so. Like, as far as I know, so it does mean that now that they're through, we could potentially set some guys available for a future round, and Sayed Shokri just won. Oh, I forgot he's at Piast as well. Asian Young Footballer of the Year. There was literally no number 2 or number 3. That's just him. All 3 places. He's very good. Oh, okay. So, as much as I mean, they might actually beat us here, which could probably be a good thing for their new manager if they've got one. Yeah. Which, as far as... Oh, they did get... They went with Žarko Lazičić. In the end, the guy from Maccabi Haifa. Sorry, Maccabi Tel Aviv. So who did Polonia employ? The football luminaries, of course. Do you reckon that Polonia went for the other guy? Leonhard Haas. Wait. So they went for the sacked manager of Lech Poznan. I'm pretty certain this is the guy that got Lech Poznan relegated. And Polonia were like, yes, he seems like the exact type of fella to also get us relegated too. Bro's got a type. He's less Haas F1, more Haas factory team. I'm suspicious. Abdominal strain. I think if the right team turn up against Sparta Prague, we could be in for a result like RZ got against them, which would be exciting. So yeah, James, this is our new tactical decision. Feel free to ridicule at will. But I want to rotate for this one, so we'll do next match only. Quickety-pickety. Full rotation. Ah yes, put the injured player in. Well done, assistant. Herrera, Cassidy, Bellingham, Stasiak, John, Coffey, JT, Hernandez can play still. Yeah, it just kind of works. The idea being, basically, was we needed someone in this spot here because we noticed that Catalar was just kind of getting in the way a lot of the time and not able to affect the play. Whereas this one allows that AP to make the runs into this channel. And while technically he's supposed to do that too, he often ends up taking positions like here. And he's got a deeper starting position, so he doesn't get in the way as much. And it just seems to float nicely. And we get to use more number 10s, which, as you know, is never a bad thing. I would never turn down an opportunity such as that. And it seems to do okay so far. The Haas CNC machine. They are just terrible. Actually, Andrew, what do you reckon to the race later? Because I'm thinking this might be a Ryan Priest dub, finally. He's so good at Martinsville. And SVG qualified 5th. 2-0 win. Tasty as you like. One of our loanees has had 42 shots this season. That is very impressive. 35. No. More than that, Darimi. I've signed 42 players in the summer transfer window, most of which were almost exclusively under the age of 19. So, I reckon if you're doing 50 per window, pretty good. That's about where you want to be. I think SVG, the fact that he's qualifying as well as that, outrunning Chastain, and obviously Zilic, who's just not really been up this season, unfortunately. But I think, honestly, with SVG, I'm just looking at just keep the solid finishes on the ovals, make up the differences in points on the road courses, and I think he gets in. I think Chastain will get in as well, but it's not for the want of... I mean, Trackhouse are not giving them good cars at the moment, it would seem. Yeah, I must admit, I was expecting more from Zilic, but you doubted him from the start. I think it's just going to take time for him to get used to the car. He's clearly a longer-term project, and he clearly has a huge talent. What I really want to see is next year, Corey Haim in the 35. That would be interesting as hell, because 2311 have ridiculous pace at the moment. Even Riley Herbst was running fast last week. That doesn't happen. We've got a 7-point gap now. That's a bit more like it. Badly fractured... Peña's out for 8 months. He's just badly fractured his leg. That's him done for the season. Oh. Well, looks like even more game time for Arola. Because now, Arola is going to get through some minutes now. Oh, that's such a shame as well. He just got into the Spanish squad. Oh, what was that? 8 to 9 months, plus not forgetting the extra time on top of that with the rehab. He's done for the season. We are not going to see him again this year. We'll almost forget he exists in many ways because of that. Ah, oh, man. That sucks for him. Thankfully, we're not at least as flappy as we would have been if we didn't have Arola. Like, he makes me feel a lot more content. I think Arola's going to have an absolutely stupidly good season now because he's going to get even more football. I mean, already this year, what's his numbers looking like? It does get a bit screwed by his constantly having to come off the bench. He's actually only got 3 goals and 1 assist this season, but he has only played 340 minutes. So his per 90 stats are probably quite good. Like, his expected goals per 90 is up there with the highest of the bunch. So that's a good sign. Hello, JCM. Just built so different. Yeah, 100%. The Nationwide or whatever, the O'Reilly series cars, they race way more like the old style ones, right? His XG now, it is 5.31. To be fair, he didn't play the last game. But the last few matches, he's definitely been improving on his XG. He's got a long way to catch up, but I believe he can. Also, Fila having 14 goals in October is a really good sign. And also, 5 assists to his name as well. Naeem has been even better than normal this season. Yeah, it seems like he's getting more chances. He's scoring more of those chances. Jesus Christ. Just here, here's £20 million. Cheers, lads. The bottle job in Prague. What was the bottle job? Oh, of course, yes. I was gutted for you guys, honestly. I always want, like, particularly with being 2-0 up as well. That was the thing. I thought, surely they can't do it from there, but then they did. Yeah, sucks. Get you there as well. Viborg, get that one as well. So now it should just be Prague. Watch us, like, draw 0-0 now. Because they are going to block a little bit more against us. But I think if this game goes the right way, there's a chance that we could absolutely annihilate them here. With Wisła Kraków youth setup, recognized as among world's best. I wonder who it's going to highlight, or does it not do the highlighting thing anymore? Wow. That is the... I used to like this article, and now it just tells you nothing. Like, the one on 24 was so good. It gave you a list of the top 10. It gave you standout graduates from those academies, and it was so nice, but that's just a dead article. Missed the penalty, Brentford. Ah. Right. Yeah, must have been I didn't actually see the games. Sounds like the England-Uruguay game I actually forgot was on. And then apparently I didn't miss much. Other than apparently it was quite a dirty game and the referee was not being very good about it. But I must admit, I was busy playing Fortnite. And then when I saw the score at half-time, I was like, oh, please no. Phew. Although actually, that means he probably will miss the Sparta game. See you later, Mushroom Man. Twice without setting him off. Did he? Like full on Graham Poll style? Because what I heard is that he was actually booking a different player the first time or something, and it just got really confusing on the screen. Yeah, we've kind of got back into it, just playing old school with a couple of friends of mine, just to like, kind of, I don't know, just rekindle it. It was nice. Oh, he booked him twice. Did he just try to do it to save his arse then? No players playing in the second tier. Damn. I remember for a while the Czechs were like extremely good, and then they kind of fell off a little bit because there just wasn't. I remember the days of your Jan Collars and your Tomasz Rosicki kind of guys. Cracovia lose again. Wow, they are actually having a bad season. Hopefully not too bad. They need to get at least in Europe next year. 11 p.m. My seat by the yeah. Showbiz facing. Oh, it's happening. Right. We have lost top spot there, actually, but I guess it's just because we'd already played early. Whoa, that's loads of new cycles. Financial update. We're gaining even more money. Top target recommendations. Wait, what? Who the hell's this? I mean, yeah, I agree. He's why have they never got any aggression? Yeah, the wages being the biggest issue there. We can't afford his wages. Good lord, he's fucking unreal. He's even better than the Iranian German dude. But why are they recommending that? Redondo doing bits. 4 goals and 4 there as well. Manager of the month again, obviously. Just not good enough. Yeah. But then what do you do about that, JCM, right? What is the steps to improve that situation? Like, who's producing the talent? Is it, like, coming from Irish clubs, or is it, like, English and Scottish sides? Because it seems like a lot of them seem to come through on, like, the British Isles instead. Legia get the dub. Corona lose again. Jesus Lord. 2 cards according to the 4th official. Ah. Luxembourg, Malta. It has to be Luxembourg, unfortunately. As much as I'd like our Maltese cousins for all the paces and Ferrugias to get the dub, I think it'd probably be 3-1 to Luxembourg. They've actually got some quite solid players. They've got the Teal brothers, right? If they're not, unless they're not playing. Continue loan. I hate that you can't spam through the spacebar spamming through these menus is nowhere near as efficient as it used to be. Oh, Volarenga. Wait, who the hell? Oh no, we already knew about Owen Thorpe, didn't we? But these two? I love how they all have the forenames. Jens Kato Erdegård Orson, who's a very diminutive player, but he's also 15, so fun to keep an eye on him. And then there's this guy, Uystein Lundblad Uysiet. Hang on. Uyaseta. 19 jumping reach on a striker. That's at 15. Bro's going to be 1,000 feet tall. A touchline ban. No, but only because I think you'd have to engage with press conferences to do that, right? So very rarely do I ever even engage with them, and usually I'd have to be very pissed off and they have to ask a really dumb question for me to see it. Okay. Arkakova. We feel like we're never playing on the same day as them, even when we're playing home and away, but maybe that's on purpose. So, Obradovic is hurt, which means he can't start this game. Peña's obviously done for the season now, which is annoying because he's the guy that would have replaced Obradovic. So it looks like it's going to be either Bellingham or Cassidy. I could do Cassidy, actually. Bellingham has been kind of clutch in Europe, and I think he deserves a go. Piakovsky doesn't need to start this game, though, thankfully. So we will bring back in Mr. Naeem. Peña to the out of the club now. I don't know how much space we're going to have on the bench. We might not have any options here. Oh, no, we do. Arola's back in the team. Aguirre, perhaps? Sure, why not? Hello, Serbian Mafioso. How are you, my friend? Lucas Sullivan plays back, yeah. Bellingham, Lucinho, Alvarez, Naeem. Yeah, we'll start Catalar there. He needs to learn the role, right? See how this actually plays against a slightly, I'd say better, a different team, I guess. Okay, let's go. Be curious to see if Diakite puts on another absolute stinker here as well, given that it is still technically the Champions League. It feels like the type of game that will win like 6-2, where they'll have 2 shots on target, but they'll both go in because Diakite cannot handle life. Have to win our home games, love to see it. Plus, it's the type of game that should be open enough that we might see a bit more of how the tactic looks in the build-ups and stuff. The Championship and League One. Yeah, and then often end up not playing sometimes, or not being exposed to football at the right levels. I guess it's just that like the wages that can be offered even in like League One are probably way higher, and as a result, players are just going to move, aren't they? I mean, it happens to all of us, I suppose. There's that dog eat dog. Nice early lead. Let the game open up a little bit. I feel like this tactic works really well, especially when you've already got the lead, because teams tend to come at you a bit more when you're already in front. Oh, that's a nice pass. Go on, Jude. Not Jude, Job. Naeem again. Back post. Oh, Hurtadal. Bang. Come on. Big Jens again. He loves Europe. 1-0 Wisła already. Another assist for Naeem. There was me thinking that Alvarez was going to run away with the assist lead this season, but I think they've now leveled themselves up at 8 or 9 apiece here. And Naeem has had the best season of his career by miles. His output this season has been utterly absurd. I could see him actually getting to double-digit goals from right wing back this year, given that he's been working on his finishing. And the assists, I foresee... Oh, I think he could get to 20 this year. I think he could genuinely get like 30 goal contributions from right wing back this year. He's that good. And it seems like he has actually found another level to his game. Trapaz, yeah. And it's allowed him to develop. And he seems to be like a proper star at RZ these days, right? Oh, here we go again. Oh, nice. Catala linking the play up better here. I like the starting position. Good lord, I didn't even see Alvarez on the ball. Just appears out of nowhere. It's gone all the way through. What a pick out. Oh, go on, back post. It's, nearly Naeem for another one. Naeem actually is surprisingly good in the air as well. And he has a habit of getting to these back post headers from time to time. It's not normally where his goals come from, but he does have this little weird habit of popping up randomly with the occasional headed goal too. Well, the front line seems to be doing okay at the moment. Nobody's dropping off. They're all remaining relatively stable, if nothing else, which suggests that the passes are linking up nicely. I wonder as well if this system produces more shots, which means technically more key passes as well in order to lead to those shots. So everyone's sort of playing better by extension. That's a lovely ball in. Oh, no, and again! Great cross from Naeem. Catalar has to bury that. But he was in the right position for it, though. Just a bit concerned that he somehow missed that, given that the keeper was all over the place there. That should have been 2. We've actually not had as many shots as I'd have thought. It seems like in a lot of these games, we're having like 10 shots a half. Just need to get a few more of them on target here. Oh, that's a great ball. Make goals wider, indeed. Catalar would have had double digits this season already. Naeem knocks it down again. Montperouse, 3rd post hit of the half. That's our new attempt, Weasel Farmer, to try to get the best out of Catalar and unlock some of our attacking potential with our number 10s that we have at our disposal. Our second striker was just kind of he was being carried a little bit too much, so we decided to move him a little bit deeper to get our number 10s in play. Hello, Tommy. How's it going, friend? Right, can we not hit the post? We've already had 3 post hits in the first half. Naeem's just driving through people like they're not even there. Oh, and again on the ball. Back it comes to Hurstall. Oh, it's deflected wide. This feels like the type of game that very easily on another day, we could have already been 3-0 up at this point with some of these chances that are getting very close to going in, just not quite. But the danger is, of course, if we don't get that second goal, when they do get a chance and Diakite messes it up, we could be in trouble. Oh, Feeder's going through. That's a penalty, and that's going to be a chance for Montperouse. He wins the penalty. He takes the penalties. He writes the theme tunes. He sings the theme tunes. He's done in the right half so far, actually. And Job's been okay, too. The land of the poll is very good. Champions League winners. 2 teams in the Champions League group stage this year, albeit one of them is having a terrible time of it. All 5 teams into the group stages of some kind of tournament, too. But it's a tough year for us because we are locked in a head-to-head battle against Portugal and France for 5th place as Montperouse scores his first goal in a while, actually. When he sings, I reckon he's got a lovely lilting French sort of style. But like a really deep voice. I'm thinking like baritone, you know? Oh, do you reckon like full-on Aled Jones go the other way? Like we're walking in the air levels? Maybe. Yeah, he's just got an unnecessarily squeaky voice. I quite like that. Or he's got like an LA vocal fry for absolutely no reason, even though he was raised in like Marseille. Or Cannes, I think is where he's actually from. Yeah, he put that perfectly. That was one of those penalties that was perfect, but if it's any more out, it's very much the opposite of perfect. But that's his 10th goal of the season for Montperouse as well, before Christmas. His record, I think, is 19. Plus, now we finally got that second goal. Look at it. Every time he gets the ball, he just runs straight. Oh, it's beautiful again. And, oh, man. This game very easily could get away from Sparta in the second half if they're not careful. Because it does seem like the second halves of matches, we seem to be able to, like, drive through people even more. God, you really see how tall Hernandez is in the match engine when he's up against a striker as small as that. He's like twice the size of the fella. Catalar into the box again. And that's another penalty, surely. No? It should have been. He's just taking his legs out. Come on, keep the pressure on. Absolutely outrageous. I don't think we've actually ever had, in this entire save, a game where we've had 2 penalties given in a match we were actually watching. It just seems like once you get one, you're just simply not going to get given another one. Toxic by Britney Spears. She did. That's what I've heard. Her and Supervet. Like this. I don't think we've actually opened up the Supervet Britney Spears can of worms yet in 26. It's about time someone brought that up. It's gone under the radar for too long. 5 goalkeepers. Are Millwall being director of football by the guy I've got on my Plymouth save? Because that's sort of how that was going. Montperouse drops into that pocket so well in this game. He's always offering for the ball in that spot, and he seems to be able to get it every single time. Alvarez in total space here. Oh, and now he's got on the other end of it. It's 3-0. Lovely. Genuinely lovely play. I liked everything about that piece of football. Montperouse dropping into the pocket behind the midfield to pick that ball up, sprays it out wide, and then gets on the other end of it with that gets forward whenever possible trait. Oh. And this is the thing. Now, Catalar isn't in this position. They've almost got to wonder, like, who are they going to pick up out of these two? Because they're both making these runs, but Catalar hangs back a little bit, which means we've got the pullback as well. I'm liking that. that penalty spot is where Catalar's going to be hanging out, and I reckon he's going to get some goals from that spot. 3-0 up. Very nice. Nearly 3 XG in the first half. Very, very good. Yeah. Sometimes it's small tweaks. Admittedly, we have made some quite what looks drastic changes, but actually it's just moving him back into a slightly different role. That's the one change. The super vet fact the other one. And how did it go down? Hopefully well. Hello, Trevor. Honestly, today it's been treating us very, very well. Us specifically. Less so the rest of Poland, but us, for now, it's good. Right. Now, I've got to say, don't let the performance levels drop. Keep going. Our strikers actually haven't scored in this game. They've done the old 3 rolling subs at half-time. I just don't want us to peter out into a 3-0 victory. Okay, never mind. Enjoy the 3-0 victory. Missed a second penalty taker. I don't know. To be fair, we haven't had a second penalty to find out. Like, in the 8 seasons of this save, I'm pretty certain we've never had 2 penalties in the same game. Montparnasse again in the pocket. This same play has worked 3 times today. Spreads it out wide for Alvarez. Then he makes that late run. But look where Catalar is. There. This is perfect for picking up those second balls if they get cleared. Yeah, I'm loving the runs he's making. Because he's not sitting right on the 6-yard line like loads of the others are. And usually if Montparnasse makes that run, the defender has to go with him, which opens up the space for Catalar to sit in. The more he gets used to this, the more I think he's going to be able to flourish there. Would like to see a couple more out of Fila, but that's okay. He's doing well this season. And then he can still play on the shoulder here, but dropping into that little pocket himself. This is going to, in theory, allow Catalar to score a lot more goals this season once he gets to grips with it, but it's also somehow going to allow Montparnasse to get even more goals. I think he may not be our top scorer, or maybe not top scorer. Fila will probably get that. Alvarez, again, that's the kind of crosses I was on about too. Right. That's what Alvarez does that Naeem doesn't. John doesn't do it either. Alvarez just gets into those positions, crosses it. Not always, but right there, instead of looking back inside or cutting back, he just gets into the spot and finds the cross.
Just 2 blocks from
like, that's quite an early cross for this tactical style. Fila has that aerial presence too to make it 4-0. Come on, the golden space. Thank you for the follow. UEFA Champions League or any of the leagues? The Champions League, you don't need to touch that. Hang on. The database... I'm not sure I entirely understand the question. So basically, if you play FM, you get access to any league that the game has in it. The Champions League is, of course, part of that. But the database we're using doesn't touch the Champions League in any way. It's just already there. Sukram, thank you for the follow. I'm going to leave him on the pitch for this time. Switch out Cassidy. Actually, do I bring a roller onto this role? Just to, like, let him have a run there too. Maybe rest Naeem for coffee. And then... Luchinia's looking complacent, so maybe a JT, who's also complacent, admittedly. Let's go. I want a 5th goal. 4-0 is comfortable and nice, but I feel like with the way we've dominated this game and the way we've played, and considering these guys have already conceded 7 goals to RZ Alkmaar, really we should be scoring at least 5, if not more. That's nice. Oh, look at the space for Coffee. Now, does he just cross this? Nope, cuts back inside. Oh, blocked again! That was nice, actually, to be fair. The cutback was probably the right choice. Alvarez has got 2 more assists today. He may have now crossed over the threshold into double digits as well. Like, in the last couple of seasons, we've not had any player get into double digits for goals before Christmas. And this year we could have 2 at this rate. Particularly as there's still so many more matches to... It does it. I think it's giving Fila more space. Because Montparnasse seems to be making runs slightly outside of where that is. And Fila can usually link up really nicely with Coffee or Naeem or whoever's in that spot. Go on, keep the pressure on. Brilliant. Now we're in transition as well. Ah, if he'd have looked around the side, he could have got on the end of that. Never mind, he's going alone. Oh, pass 1. Pass 2. A roller! Oh! He is going to be an absolute menace. Look at that bit of play that he's just pulled off there. There's 3 defenders in front of him, and he's like, get out of my way. I'm going to score a goal. Oh, I love him to death. He does he have quite high flair? 16 flair. Right, that makes sense. He looks like he would have high flair. He just seems to be able to go at people. Does he have high dribbling as well? 14. Does he have tries tricks or something? Tries killer balls. Ah, okay. Yeah, he is an absolute menace to deal with for an opposition defender. Coffee's hurt himself. He's anxious and injured. Right, okay. Piakovsky. No, I'll bring... Yeah, Piakovsky. I have to be. Wait, I can't, can I? Oh, is he going to do that shit where it won't let me change the player because it's a substitute? Fuck's sake. Hang on. I'll have to do it like this. I think it will let me do it. Yeah. Sometimes the game complains here. Should have been 5, 100%. Still time, though. But even creating those opportunities we weren't really doing before, blocked again. Oh, now Alvarez is hurt as well. That's actually really bad. How are they both injured? Do I even have another sub left? Yeah, we're going to... Fuck. 1, 2... Oh, yeah, because we had to sub the sub. Right, so Alvarez is going to have to finish the match. LFL? Not verified. That's possibly because the database has been updated, so the Poland database might need to be re-verified. It should be as simple as verifying in the editor. Alternatively, I can figure out how to do it and then just replace the link with a verified version. Because of the... Oh, yeah, you have to use an older version of the data. Feeler again! We've hit the woodwork again. I think that's the 5th or 6th time we've hit the post or bar in this game. This easily should have been more goals. Feeler could have had a hat-trick of just headers. And we'd have absolutely run away with this. We're 4-0 up and have underperformed our XG. That's very us-coded right now. But we are top of the Champions League group, so if nothing else, these are the games we need to win. We've done so. Oh, go on, give us dead on 5 XG in this game. So we can underperform exactly. I love these little bits of fancy football here. Oh, so much space for Piakovsky. Even the youngsters can get involved. Oh, I like the idea, but now we're going to get caught out for 4-1, aren't we? Oh, well played again. The anticipation seems better as well. Considering Alvarez is some kind of... Wait, is that not a foul? Oh, no, it is. Top tier 16 teams. Ooh. Yeah, that could have really helped us in that save, I think. The smallness of the league did not do us any favours. Yeah, we might need to update the database and then... Well, not update the database. Re-verify it for 26.2 and then I'll have to redo the link, potentially. Oh, sorry, Trevor. What was I looking up with the database request? Forgive me. I didn't notice that was actually a database lookup. 4-0 win. Well played, lads. This definitely feels like we're onto something here, I would say. There's definitely progress. We look way more dominant. Top of the... Obviously, Spurs and Chelsea will probably go above us, but I think in terms of the actual goal difference is looking good. 3 conceded, 12 scored. We're scoring a lot of goals too. What was the game we did draw? Oh, it was the Barca one. Hello, Craig. Wiping the teams as a new one comes in. Yeah. That's how it's supposed to work. It only saves them for 30 days. So a team report player will only list in here for 30 days. Because what happens is the team report scouting data you get isn't considered real data, so it lasts for, I believe, exactly 30 days, and after that it gets wiped away. So that's why you sort of have to keep on top of it and constantly check it. Please don't be too serious. Bruised heel, we're good. Coffee, tight hamstring. Okay, that's not too bad. Fitness update. Yeah, he could do with the rest, and I will definitely give him one, but not because I'll tell him. Yeah, absolutely. This is the latest iteration of the tactic. Let me just do both so you can see both of the options. I have no idea what's going on here. Diakite has great links with presumably the guys that give him his towel off the side of the pitch. And then he has the centre of the D also has a brilliant link with just past Lucinho. What is going on here? FM's doing FM things as per. But yeah, that's what we call. I'll have to add this to the new tactics pack as well, because obviously
there's a train coming anytime soon.
Oh,
the
yes,
problem is every time I do it, we make changes to it,
building
and
it
then
now.
I'm like, I've got to update the damn thing again. But I think we might be onto something. If we could run this for like one more stream and I'm content with what we're doing with it, I think I'd be willing to start that and say, right, that's the new sort of style. Yeah, he's just his missus actually sits behind the goal. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we just call this tactic copy of Poland because memes. Lewis, thank you for the follow. So where does that leave us? Stats-wise for the team as well. I mean, Fila's got 15 goals this season. He's averaging over a goal contribution per game now. 20 goal contributions. And he'll probably play 40 games this season. Montbruce has already bagged 11. Not a lot of assists for him, weirdly. Although that's not entirely his fault. Naeem has 5 and 8 assists as well. Alvarez, who's unavailable, has 11 assists this year already. It's November. That's scary good. In terms of XG, Catalan still has worlds to catch up, but he's getting there slowly. I don't think anyone's quite underperforming as much as he is. Lucinho probably a little bit, but these guys aren't really expected to score goals in the same way that he is very much expected to. God, look at the amount that Anwar's creating. Nearly 8 assists expected so far as well. Dribbles per game's dropped off slightly as well, which is kind of cool. 6-4. You could have told me that this was an NHL game and I would have believed you. I would have just expected to be where's the third period, you know? Just loads of empty net goals in there as well. Right, okay, cool. Whew. We did it, friends. And the instructions. I'm not going to go through every single instruction with the tactic because that will take a long time, but I am going to put the tactic up for download soon. Any Wonder Kids? Loads of them. I mean, I think the one player that's considered a Wonder Kid, or was, is Stefan Montperouse. He might be one of the best players I've ever had at this kind of age profile as well. He's just ridiculously good. I will get this tactic packaged up and put it in the tactics pack, I think, because it's... I'm still not entirely sure if we wouldn't make a couple more changes to the setup for the actual role itself. Keep the role as it is, but maybe some instructions on the player could maybe bend it a little bit more to our will. Because I would like to see him score a few more, but it's just... Yeah. It's right there. It's maybe the house is built, but we need to decorate it a bit, I suppose. I would like to do something like that, Goosery. I really do want to make a video that isn't like how you should build tactics, but is like an explanation of how I come about building them, I suppose. Like working through the logic that I use for building them. And reasonable track record. Maybe just like literally start a save and then just literally pick a random team and then just with whatever's there try to build something to sort of show the thought process more than anything else. Because I think that it's all very well saying this does that, but I think like it's more important to understand a methodology. That way you could apply it to multiple things. It's the same with the team report scouting. To understand that, I think is way better than to just say, hey, which team should I scout? It's better to understand why you should scout them. That way you can figure that out for yourself and also apply it to your own save in various situations. Oh, exactly, Jinxed. But if I say enough long words, then people will think I know what I'm talking about. I could never be accused of knowing what I'm talking about. There's many things you could accuse me of, but yeah, it's definitely on the list, Goosery, along with many other things. But first, at the moment, it's finish the scouting video, which I'll be able to finish tomorrow. Get the sponsored video out, then the scouting video, then go back to work on the Plymouth thing for a little bit, work on that other video for that other channel idea, potentially, and then circle back to that, I suppose. Extra hyperbole, best 11. I don't, forgive me, I don't really know what that means, but anyway, who am I going to raid this afternoon is the question. Who have we got this afternoon? Oh god, who is around actually? It's International weekend, usually loads of people are streaming. Let me just try to put this in English for a start. We could raid... Oh, Chuck's streaming! Stop working rather than make it working. Yeah, I mean, that, and especially with FM26 being so fluid in terms of its constant tactical updates and match engine changes, more so than any other FM game, you're sort of almost having to try to keep up with it more than anything else. Oh, Crazy Almaden, thank you very much for the follow. If you are new and you've enjoyed... Oh, dear. Can't do much about it. It's, I would need to buy a new desk and change my entire setup, and unfortunately that's just how I need to get a new arm for it, really. Yeah, if you've enjoyed this and you haven't already followed, drop a follow. I'd appreciate that. I'll be back on Tuesday, and obviously Thursday. We'll be smashing the rest of the Champions League. Hopefully Catalan will finally catch up with his XG. Next stream, maybe. Bit more wobbles. There you go. Enjoy your wobbles. So, I'm going to send you lovely folks over to Chuck. He's great. Drop him a follow. He was in chat earlier. He's a lovely, lovely man. And yeah, I'm going to go lay down for the rest of the day, frankly. And I'll see you lovely folks on Tuesday. Stay tuned for the Nutmeg video probably tomorrow. We will see. Hold your gun, Capybara. And I'll send out the VODs as well for the Nutmeg one probably tomorrow as well. So yeah, see you guys soon. Hold your gun, Capybara. Carlisle, honey. Haven't said that for ages. Bye-bye.